All righty. Are we live? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful morning. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of this screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Monday. We have a very big day ahead. If you are new to the channel, you will have about 24 hours in the chat before you could chat. That's good. That's like a long-term investment, but we have a crazy week ahead of us. There was a lot that happened over the weekend. If you are not familiar, there was an assassination attempt on President Donald Trump, and that factored and spread into a lot of different areas. And now the bond market, the yield curve, and a lot of other things are moving, and everybody is getting more ready for earnings. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready. But wait a minute, is it not live? Hold on, I thought it was already live. Can you guys hear me? I think Twitch I think you guys, YouTube can't hear me, huh? YouTube, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Yeah, so only Twitch could hear me. Yeah, I guess the YouTube is not loading up for some reason. Why are they doing that to YouTube? YouTube, did we do that, YouTube? What happened, YouTube? Can you hear me there? Stock market live. Not on YouTube. I don't know why. This one's weird. I guess we'll have to say skip it. Maybe just the Twitch then. Hello? Is he live yet? Waiting. Let's see. Let's try again. Let's do round 2 on YouTube. There it is. Oh, is it live now? Yes. Oh, there it is. Yeah, perfect. All right, so we had a couple of issues there. What's going on, YouTube? You guys kind of missed the intro, but like I was saying, if you are new to the channel, it will require about 24 hours before you could chat. That's like a little long-term investment, but we are glad to have you here. You are about to witness 7 hours of market information, trades, data. You got a newswire. Do we have the newswire? As long as we have 1,000 likes, we're going to have that newswire. A lot of other things, and then it's going to be crazy. But over the weekend, what happened with Donald Trump, that was a huge deal. The impact right now on equities, bonds, it is all factored into it. And now we have Jerome Powell, more data, more earnings, and then we will see where the politics takes us. But Chattadonia, YouTube, you guys are a little bit behind, baby. Oh, what's going on? Good morning. How are you, baby? Happy Monday. Oh, I hope you liked the video too, baby. What's going on? Joseph, Gunner, Candy, Alaska, Big Dizzle, Witty, Loser, Mr. Prism, Marcus Hanley, Mark J, Char, baby. What's going on, Mr. Lenman, Mark J, Asklim, Silent Ninja, Ray Aria, Laker J. Good morning, baby. What up, Pablo? What up, Manok? What up, LBCV, Nasty, Mayhem, J. Biz, Wallace, Maria, Carissa, Hines, Jeff Kett, Shamir, Matthew, Gabor, Ryan, Ambari, Toxic, Julio, Roy, Dakota, Matthew Warman, David Dangerfield, Caballero, Energy, Adam, 10%, baby, Battleborn, Big Curly, Ronaldo, Jorana, Steven, S-Dub for Mayor, baby. Good morning. What's up, baby? What up, Dado? What up, boy? What up, Energy? Fope, Ray, Roman, Trey Kush, last one, Axel, Dylan, Oh, Visions, Daddy, Oh, Godfather, Rocky Top, Kenny Miranda, Lecky Soldier, baby. Good morning. What about that Twitch? What about Jeremy, Donnie Barco, Higgs Blaze, Nicky on Smash, Lone Star, Higgs, Cooler, Sardonian, Robo Handtech, S. Jones, Zex, Blowing Dome, Mr. Vortex, Mother Liquor, Robo Handtech, and Blazing my baby. Good morning. Happy Monday indeed. So, Chattadonia, we have a lot still that we need to go over. I got headlines, all that good stuff. I think we're right on schedule. So, here it is. Like the video. Yeah. Wait a minute. Hold on. We got 1,000 people in here, baby. Wow. We need more likes, though. Yeah, okay. Here, let me, just in case, we got to make sure We got to get the likes, you know what I'm saying? If we don't have the likes, then you know what I'm saying? Okay, here you go. Here the news headlines. U.S. curve steepens as traders bet on Trump return. U.S. stock futures rose and longer maturity bonds retreated as investors ratcheted up wagers that Donald Trump would win the presidential election after an assassination attempt. The U.S. 30-year yield rose above the 2-year for the first time since January on bets that Trump would pursue a more expansive fiscal policy if he returns to the White House. The dollar rallied against most of its G10 peers, and U.S. stock futures climbed. The shooting has seen the market positively reappraise Trump's chances of winning. This is why we are seeing the yield curve steepen more in the medium term, said Stuart Cole, head macroeconomist at Equity Capital UK. Markets are positioning for a Trump return to the presidency that brings more tariffs and increased spending, moves that could spur inflation. According to Cole, that could make the job of the Federal Reserve a little more difficult, even as signs mount that the pace of price growth is coming under control. Traders will get a chance to gauge the appetite for interest rate cuts later Monday with both Fed Chair Jerome Powell and San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly due to speak. Last week, economic reports bolstered bets for 2 rate cuts in 2024. The inflation and the Fed rate cut story right now are front and center, said Kenneth Brooks, strategist at Societe Generale. S&P 500 contracts climbed 0.5%, with Apple Inc. rising in pre-market trading after Morgan Stanley said the company's artificial intelligence platform makes it a top pick. Analyst Eric Woodring boosted his price target on the tech giant shares to $273, the third highest among analysts, tracked by Bloomberg, saying Apple Intelligence has potential to drive a record number of device upgrades. Trump's media firm, Trump Media and Technology Group Corp., soared 67%. The shares of private prison operators and firearm-related companies were also among stocks rallying before the session proper starts. The tone was weaker for equities in Europe, where the stock 600 index edged lower. Burberry Group plc tumbled nearly 17% after replacing its chief executive officer and issuing a profit warning. In currencies, the Mexican peso fell more than 1% against the dollar, leading losses among emerging market peers. Bitcoin, meanwhile, jumped the most in almost 2 months. On speculation, the pro-crypto former president's chances of winning re-election have improved. New York State factory activity contracted for an 8th straight month in July, while a measure of prices received by producers declined to a 1-year low. Key events this week: Eurozone industrial production Monday, U.S. Empire State Manufacturing Monday, Goldman Sachs earnings Monday, Jerome Powell is interviewed by David Rubenstein Monday, Fed's Mary Daly speaks Monday, Germany ZWA survey expectations Tuesday, U.S. retail sales business inventories Tuesday, Morgan Stanley Bank of America earnings Tuesday, Fed's Adriana Kugler speaks Tuesday, Eurozone CPI Wednesday, U.S. housing starts industrial production Wednesday, Fed Beige Book Wednesday, Fed's Thomas Barkin speaks Wednesday, ECB rate decision Thursday, U.S. initial jobless claims, Philadelphia Fed Manufacturing Conference Board LEI Thursday, Fed's Mary Daly, Lori Logan, and Michelle Bowman speak Thursday, Fed's John Williams, Raphael Bostic speak Friday. Trump trades as world financial markets reopened after the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Trades that anticipate the Republicans' return to the White House gathered momentum. The dollar and U.S. stock futures rose while treasuries fell as trading kicked off on Monday, with long-dated bonds leading losses on bets Trump's fiscal and trade policies will spur growth. That saw the yield on 30-year bonds rise above 2-year equivalents for the first time since January. Fed speakers, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, and San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly are due to speak later on Monday after what our global wrap calls a watershed week in the Federal Reserve's fight against inflation. The appearances come after economic reports last week bolstered bets on 2 rate cuts in 2024. Alphabet acquisition, Google parent Alphabet is in talks to acquire cybersecurity startup Wiz in a transaction that could total as much as $23 billion, according to a person familiar with the matter. If completed, that would be the tech giant's largest acquisition to date and help Google catch up to Microsoft and Amazon in an increasingly competitive cloud market. Alphabet was flat in pre-market trading. Luxury problems. In Europe, it was a bad day for the luxury sector. Burberry slumped as much as 15% after it issued a profit warning, replaced its chief executive officer, and suspended its dividend. Meanwhile, Swatch Group shares fell the most in 4 years after sales and profit plunged amid a China-led slowdown for Swiss watchmakers. China stumbles. The other big decliner in Europe were mining stocks, which were hit by weak Chinese economic growth figures. Data released Monday showed the nation's economy grew at the worst pace in 5 quarters as efforts to boost consumer spending fell short, piling pressure on Beijing to lift confidence at a twice-a-decade policy meeting this week. While retail sales rose at the slowest pace since December 2022, showing a flurry of government efforts to juice confidence have done little to reinvigorate the Chinese consumer. Top overnight news. Donald Trump shifted his campaign focus to unity after being wounded in an assassination attempt, asking his one-time primary rival Nikki Haley to attend the RNC in Milwaukee. Trump odds making new highs as are Republican sweep odds in the wake of Trump's assassination attempt. Simple breakdown is good for U.S. equities, tax cuts, deregulation, bad for INTL export exposed equities, tariffs, good for dollar, tariffs, bad for MXN, and bad for rates. Bear steepener. Domestic-facing U.S. stocks have outperformed those with foreign sales. Meta has decided to lift restrictions on Donald Trump's Facebook and Instagram accounts, even as the Republican presidential candidate has escalated his rhetoric against its chief executive, Mark Zuckerberg. The social media company said in a post on Friday that Trump would no longer be subject to the heightened suspension penalties, as it believes that the American people should be able to hear from the nominees for president on the same basis. FT. China's economic data is mixed with a miss on Q2 GDP, +4, 7% versus the street +5, 1% and down from +5, 3% in Q1, and June retail sales +2% versus the street +3, 4% and down. Yo, why didn't y'all like the video, bro? Hold on. What the fuck was that? % in Q1 and June retail sales +2%, 7% penalties, as it believes that the American people should be able to hear from the nominees for president on the same basis. FT. China's economic data is mixed with a miss on Q2 GDP, +4, 7% versus the street +5, 1% and down from +5, 3% in Q1, and June retail sales +2% versus the street +3, 4% and down from +3, 7% in May, while industrial production for June came in slightly ahead, +5, 3% versus the street +5%, but down from +5, 6% in May. RTRS. China withdrew cash from its banking system for a 5th consecutive month amid caution toward monetary easing as currency depreciation pressures mount. The PBOC drained a net $3 billion win, $414 million of cash via its medium-term lending facility on Monday, while holding the interest rate on its one-year policy loans at 2.5% as the third plenum gets underway in the nation's capital. The twice-a-decade meeting of China's top leadership has at times marked pivotal policy shifts. BBG. Apple's annual sales in India hit a record of almost $8 billion, underscoring a rapidly growing market where the iPhone maker now assembles more of its devices and operates 2 flagship stores. The India revenue jumped about 33% in the 12 months through March from $6 billion a year earlier. According to a person familiar with the matter, Apple's pricey iPhones accounted for more than half of the sales. BBG anti-Hamas denied it's pulling out of ceasefire talks a day after an Israeli airstrike on Gaza aimed at killing 2 top Hamas officials left at least 90 people dead and 300 injured BBG. The DOJ is considering whether to pursue additional changes in how the residential real estate market functions. The DOJ is concerned the current settlement over broker fees may not go far enough. West J. Luxury stocks fell after Burberry suspended dividends and replaced its CEO, and Swatch earnings disappointed. RTRS. Allstate's CEO notes that the rate of auto insurance price increases is cooling, but he doesn't see it falling below the overall CPI for the next 10 years. Barron's, a Google parent Alphabet, is in talks to buy cybersecurity startup Wiz for as much as $23 billion. A person familiar said it would be the company's largest acquisition. BBG. Yeah, Google's actually buying. I think they're still private, but it's a big company. But there's a more Chatadonia. That was a trip. I don't know why he kind of spazzed out there. That was weird. We have more, though. S&P futures are up by 0.4. Monday morning trading comes after U.S. equities finished higher last week, with small caps and equal-weighted S&P the notable outperformers, while big tech and other growth and momentum plays lagged. Treasuries weaker with the curve steepening. 2-year and 30-year spread disinverted for the first time since January. Dollar index is little changed. Gold is flat. Bitcoin up by 8.8, and WTI is down by 0.2. Market higher with focus on heightened momentum behind Trump's election prospects and Republican sweep potential following Saturday's assassination attempt. Risk appetite recently bolstered by disinflation traction surrounding the cooler June CPI print and related firming of September rate cut probability, and market now pricing in nearly 65 basis points of easing this year. This unleashed some meaningful rotations late in the last week and triggered a lot of debate about the sustainability of the move. Some of the more cautious talking points as of late have revolved around growth worries and negative macro surprise momentum and lackluster reaction to early Q2 earnings. July Empire Manufacturing a bit better than consensus as employment slightly improved but remained in contraction territory, while prices index narrowly mixed. Fed Chair Powell to be interviewed at the Economic Club of Washington, D.C. early this afternoon. At his monetary policy testimony last week, Powell said that he had some confidence inflation is moving back down to 2, and he said that the Fed's 2 mandates are much closer to being balanced. Comments came before Thursday's dovish June CPI print. Retail sales report on Tuesday expected to get outsized attention. Street looking for retail sales to decline 0.2 month over month in June, while core rate is expected to increase by 0.2. When it comes to overseas development, focus has been on softer China Q2 GDP and June retail sales and housing data. Goldman, they beat EPS beat with trading a bright spot, but IB revenue was light. BOK, EPS ahead on largely in line revenue with flows light. Apple revenue in India jumped over 33% last year through March to nearly $8 billion. Google reportedly in advanced talks to acquire cybersecurity startup Wiz for $23 billion in what would be the giant's largest acquisition ever. SMCI to replace Walgreens and NASDAQ 100. FTC reportedly an early stage of probe of dialysis companies. DVA and Fresenius on the M&A front. CLF to acquire Canada's Stelco in a deal worth $2.5 billion enterprise value. Macy's pressured after terminating takeover talks with Arkhouse and Brigade. Reuters said OpenAI working on new approach to its AI models. StubHub has reportedly delayed IPO until after summer at the earliest. Wow. Yeah, man, like the video. And there's more headlines. Trump's defiant display after assassination attempt immediately supercharges his 2024 bid. Biden's juggling act of keeping up civility and beating Trump. Biden and Trump campaign scrambled by shooting in key stretch of election. Trump trade ramped up rally after attack in U.S. dollar higher. Treasury curve steepening further. China Q2 growth worries are worse than expected. New home prices fall despite rescue efforts. China state media warns institutions are rushing to snap up Chinese treasury bonds, are shorting the economy. Third plenum expected to lay out general course of economic policy amid multiple policy challenges. PBOC drained net 3 billion yuan of cash via medium-term lending as top lenders gather for third plenum. Fed Chair Powell on Monday set to kick off big week of commentary as rate cut case develops. Latest poll of economists show 2 executive board members give better rate clues than the chief Lagarde. Odds of Bank of England rate cut on knife edge due to sticky service inflation. Dingra says rates need to come down. Deloitte expects back-to-school spending this year to be flat or lower. Alphabet said to be in advanced talks to buy Wiz. Apple India sales jumped 33%. OpenAI says closing in on building AI that could perform human-level reasoning, codenamed Strawberry. Donald Trump's media company surges pre-market after a failed assassination attack. NVIDIA investors face dilemma of having too much stock in portfolio, which would hurt badly on a reversal. TSMC Q2 profit seen jumping 30% on surging AI chip demand. Burberry replaces CEO and suspends dividend after luxury slowdown hits high-end sales. Bitcoin jumps the most in nearly 2 months on Trump winning presidency optimism. Israeli security officials say confident their targeted attack against Hamas military chief successful despite the group's denial. Oh, but you can't deny the peach. Are you kidding me? Patagonia. I'm getting a new one. Oh, Arn Peach Nation. It's here. It's blessed. It's early morning, bright and early. Oh, the best part of waking up is Bradley Frizzle and the peach. Hey, you don't. Good morning, baby. That's what I'm talking about. So, Chatadonia, hey, man, like the video. The peach came in, baby. It's here. That's all the headlines, too. I do have some pre-market movers. We do got a little bit of time here. So, it means we have enough. Oh, wow. We're almost at 1,000 likes. Wow, look at that. You guys are ready to go, huh? You guys are ready to go. We got plays. We got news. We got Bradley Frizzle and the peach. What more can you ask for? The best part of waking up. All right, Tesla's up by 4.2. Musk endorses Trump. Mobileye up by 3.2. HSBC initiates buy. SMCI up 3.1 to replace Walgreens on the NASDAQ 100. AMKR is up 2.5. Capper up 2.1. Baird to outperform. AAPL up 2.1. Loop Capital upgrades to buy. UNH up 2 off Trump sympathy. NU up 1.8. Cigna up 1.8. Trump sympathy. Square up 1.7. Palantir up by 1.7. SYF up 1.7. Reports June master trust data. CVS up 1.6 off Trump sympathy. So again, all these healthcare companies are moving off of Trump sympathy. Carvana up 1.6, NVIDIA up 1.5, AMD up 1.5, Halliburton up 1.5, Datadog up 1.3, Caterpillar up 1.3, Dell up 1.3, Eli Lilly up 1.2, RKT up 1.2, Key up 1.2, GLW up 1.1, Wells Fargo up 1, BOK up 0.6 off earnings, Goldman up 0.2 off earnings, DJT up 47, Trump sympathy, Rumble up 8.4, Trump sympathy, CXW 7.5, Trump sympathy, RVMD up 7.4, updated clinical safety, tolerability, and activity data of RMC 6236, Geo up 7 off Trump sympathy, ACHR up 6.5, follow through MLU with Southwest Airlines, SMR up 5.9, Open 5.8, Oklo up 5.6, AUR up 5.1, NVAX up 3.9, BTU up 3.5, Trump sympathy, Zeta up 3.5, Truist initiates buy, Sentinel 1 up 2.4, Baird initiates outperform, Fun up 27.8, Trump sympathy, GNS up 16.3, secured and completed phase 1 of 22 million Genius Nation contract, Bird up 13.9, PSQH up 11.7, Trump sympathy, ME up 11.1, EVLV up 10.8, RYDE up 9.5, SLDB up 9.1, JP Morgan upgrades to overweight, CTRN up 8.6, insider buy, CGBS up 8.5, Huma up 8.4, EBS up 7, ASTL up 6.8, SWBI up 6.6, Trump sympathy, EXFY up by 6.2, GNTY up 3.9 off of earnings, Bitcoin stocks all trading higher, AES trading lower, Celsius down 2.4, ALB down 2.0, GEV down 1.4, CNC down 1.4 in reaction to Trump, AU down 1.3, ON down 1.2, Citi downgrades to neutral, ASTS down by 3.3, CLF down 2.3 to acquire Stelco Holdings for 70 a share. ALTM down 2.2. NEP down 1.8. Hashi Corp down 1.7. Hashi and IBM received second request from FTC in connection to merger review. LXCO down 21 in phase 1-2 clinical data of LX 2006. MLEC down 17.6 offtake agreement with global CBG company. VEV down 16.5 profit taking after 111% on Friday. MDWD down 12.6 25 million private placement. LPA down 6.2 VLD down 2.5 Uroy down 2.3 renewables trading lower, and Chinese ADRs down by 1.9. Wow. So, Chatadonia. That's all the plays. That's all the plays. There's quite a bit. But Chatadonia, we actually got 4 more minutes here. You are about 80 likes short. But tell me, do you have any plays? Because I have a couple. We still got to do the random account generator. So I'm going to be watching DJT. I'm going to be watching Tesla, SMCI, Macy's, and Nordstrom's again. ARC and whatever brigade, they're backing out of that deal. So we'll see how that plays. CI, Cigna, UNH, all those healthcare plays. CVS, they're moving. And then AXP and Netflix for earnings. And then keeping an eye on bonds and gold. Gold bonds, some would say. But Chatadonia, yeah, baby, what do you got? What is your first play of the day? DJT calls, UNH calls, TSM put, City calls, SPY puts, How You Living, Tesla puts, ANFL calls, short and M2K, getting close to 2020, CLF long, Nike shares, Patience, AMD, ZTS long, ZB long, BITF, QQQ, DJT, Rumble put, Meta put, long, COUR, DJT, Mara, Powell, Moon to the call, Rumble calls, watching Tesla print money, shorting Donald Trump, playing DJT, AMD, Amazon, Netflix, DJT, Coin, City, QQQ, Biden, USPT 30, QQQ, Elon Musk, Tesla put, AMD, IVP, QQQ, DIA, selling DAX, ANF, Caterpillar calls, DJT, SPY calls on positivity, and the final plays. SMCI, Tesla, Apple, Rumble, GME, and SPY puts. My goodness. So, Chatadonia, good morning. Thank you for the plays. Thank you for the likes, but we're a little bit behind. But here at the Cult, baby, before we do anything, before we try to enrich ourselves, before we try to make anything out of our days, man, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families for real. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you for everything you've given for the freedoms of Americans, your brothers and sisters who have never even met. I hope all of you show this love and appreciation. Bring it to real life, because every day we are basking in the fruit of other people's labors, and the freedom that we have is not a result of our own actions. It is because of others. So veterans, thank you, thank you, thank you. We love you all, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, janitors, coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their community run. That's what I'm talking about, baby. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. I already told you my plays, right? Yeah, we already have plays. I think we need to get the random account generator. We got 1,000 likes, baby. The Chad came to play. You know what I'm saying? Get that wire up there. Way to like the video, baby. So let's get it. Let's get the random play real quick. Let's see. I think we have enough time. I hope we have enough time. Inshallah, Habibi. Inshallah. 4 + 4 is 8. Lord bless it. Let's get a good one. Oh, I need to open up the thing. You know what I'm saying? I don't even have the other one opened up. We only got like a minute, right? Yeah, 30 seconds. What do we got? Brandon will still win. This week will still go straight up, okay? So there you go. Politics right away. Calls on DJT. I don't know if that counts as a random play. If we don't find one, we might go with it. You know, a specific play goes a long way. What a crazy weekend. Yeah, man, I can't even believe that happened. And then the bond reaction, we're going to have to talk about DJT pre-markets, baby. A lot of DJT pre-market. I think that might just be the random play. DJT again. Yeah, just nobody posted the play, though. You know what I'm saying? 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right. And don't forget about earnings, too. So remember, that is one of the major themes here. All right, let me see if I could get logged in. How you doing, baby? I'm doing good. How you living, man? How's your weekend? You know you got some assassination tin? Nah, man. The tin is awful, to be honest with you, because they don't even try to hide it. The only weird thing about the assassination is that the kid who did it was in a BlackRock commercial. And this is how you know it's weird. BlackRock didn't even deny it. BlackRock already was like, yeah, he was in a commercial about a year ago. It was unpaid, but we're taking it out of circulation. Yeah, they didn't even deny it. Yeah, no, bro, that's just the weirdest part about all of it. That's it. That's my only tinfoil. Like, straight up. No, like, they were like was like, yeah, that's him. Unfortunately, that is him. We just won't play it. You know what I'm saying? We're going to take that. My bad, y'all. My bad. All right, let me see if we could get a DJT for the random. Is there $100 plays or no? Yeah, you ain't getting shit for $100, homie. Oh, yeah. So there's no way you're trading this for less than 100, huh? Oh, you could do these, the 80s. All right, we did it. We did it for $100. We'll do a random play. The only one we could afford, July 19th. $80 calls. Good luck. TSM on the high. Remember, TSM and the chip makers, they went ape on Friday. They did very, very good. And then bonds are this is what we got to talk about. Do you guys realize Trump just killed the bond rally? But this idea, again, once again, last time the market got worried about Trump, they raised the bond yields, and then 2 weeks later, it just rebounded, or 1 week later, it rebounded like crazy. But this whole idea of, like, the Trump odds and how it's moving things, it's getting quite interesting. And then some of those Intel options are in the green. I forgot about that. Yeah, Intel's climbing. Apple. See what bonds do again. SPY only 0.37 here. SPY's just dancing around. Oracle going. Yeah, the Russell, actually everything's kind of matched up here. So in the morning and even pre-market, you had a bigger lead by the Russell, but now like Russell and Dow are matched up, and then NASDAQ's just hanging out right behind it. But we are going to be looking out to see if that trend does continue. And then again, take a look at Macy's. They backed out of that deal. Even Nordstrom's, they're down off that too. Ford is coming up. And then DJT already came back down. NVIDIA. NVIDIA's up 1.4 and going still. Again, Intel is holding right below the 35. Bonds are coming up. Don't forget about Pfizer, again, above 30. That's going to be big. The meta plays, they were expensive all day. I don't know where the ones went from Friday. They're actually up. My play on Friday is up 30%, surprisingly enough. But I just still think all of the metas are expensive. There's no way to cut it up. NVIDIA is starting to climb up a little bit more. And Amazon and bonds, but bonds are pretty deep red. Yeah, Netflix does have earnings, up by 0.6. Don't forget about AXP, too. AXP's even at, like, a crazy level here. Oh, Legend. That was from Friday, right? Wasn't it? Sounds familiar. I don't think we played it, but that sounds familiar. Am I there? Yeah. What? I just got quiet for 2 seconds. Calm down. I'm making a play. What happened, man? Assassination attempt? Y'all very jumpy. Very, very jumpy. Calm down. It's okay. It's okay. We'll be okay. Tesla and SPY holding. Tesla's coming back up. Remember last week they had a lot going on. That's all I see on the high ticker. Tesla, now Coinbase too. Well, it's just so weird. I'm putting in orders, and then it's not filling them, but then the volume is going through. So, like, it's filling my orders, but it's not giving them to me. And then that's it. And then the order just disappears. It's very weird. Crackheads. NQ, it's at 2610. That's where I made that flip the other day, believe it or not. GitLab, Mercked, AXP, trying to climb here. I had that up in the bottom right. I mean, volume has been very low the last couple days. I haven't checked really this morning. I'm assuming, though, 2 million. We just started off. We'll see by the first hour. But, I mean, I would say up until September, low volume shouldn't really freak you out. And Netflix starting to break out a little bit. All right. Moody expects the Fed funds rate to be reduced by a cumulative 50 to 75 basis points in 2024 and another 100 to 125 through 2025. So Moody's is saying 2 to 3 rate cuts by end of this year and then 4 to 5 by the end of next year. Yeah, Powell, I think it's the Economic Club of Washington, D.C. Okay. And then not a recommendation. You will lose money. I made a play on AXP. I went AXP 280 calls for next week. It's that's 3 standard deviations. So 2 standard deviations is like $100. My line of logic is their earnings are near the end of the week. If they get hyped up with everything, those out the monies can gain up a little bit. And then I bought more than one to make them free. AM Digital. And then SPY just rocketed up here too. And the NASDAQ. What the hell? Everything kind of. And the Russell. But they're all kind of in line. But Russell is leading. NASDAQ and SPY all going up there too. Buy wheat. Oh, wheat is down today, but it did come up in the last like 10 minutes. Yeah, bro, I'm surprised wheat is actually down like that, to be honest. I mean, I think it did the same thing last summer. Believe it or not, last July, you literally had the pop, and then it died until end of the year. Yeah, Baidu getting clapped. And then health, it's so weird. Healthcare names all got a bid off of the Trump shit. What was it? Cigna. I haven't looked at oil yet. Bonds are trying to climb too, down by 0.8. I don't know. Oil, we'll see, but it looks like all the other commodities kind of clapped. Oil's still holding, but ever since like 82, kind of had air brakes on. What? Intel near 35. There's something else I wanted to see. Intel is looking good. Pfizer. Oh, Nike. Yeah, Nike back to 72.51. Isn't that near the low? I think he was a little lower. And then Meta, those options are still holding up, surprisingly. Yeah, again, I think crypto's up 8% though, right? Something like that. Coinbase is up 8% right now. But yeah, I think crypto as a whole is literally up 8 right now. And then there's a red on the SPY. Airbnb, remember they had a bad day on Friday. Wells Fargo. Yeah, and Citi. And JP Morgan back to 209. Broadcom, again, they're post-split, I believe, right? Yeah, they're back now. They're at 170. Oh, and then who was it? SMCI? Didn't they get added to the NASDAQ 100? Baba, GME going up on the high. GME a couple more times. Then Wells Fargo, too. That's gaining some. And then bonds are coming back to low of the day. Everything's in the green, though. SPY, NASDAQ, bonds, VIX. Everything is in the green. So very interesting start to the morning following an assassination attempt. It's caused a lot of different movements, not to mention everybody getting ready here for earnings. Starbucks and Nike good for the long term. I think they are. I think both of them can go down more, but in general, the idea of those names and getting them at a very low price, I like that concept. Massive red. Yeah, SMCI just got killed. SMCI split rumors apparently not confirmed. Split? DJT flushing. The only rumor I think people were talking about is SMCI getting added to the NASDAQ. Amex halted. Robinhood. That was a big red on the SPY. Again, earlier, just remember I freaked out earlier. I was like, man, why is the NASDAQ and ES running? So those guys are both up 0.5%. So it's already kind of a big day. So I wouldn't really freak out too much, or even if we come down, I mean, there's a lot of cushion. GME pop, NVIDIA going lower. I'm watching SMCI, and then again, Broadcom. They just had that split right now. But yeah, everything's kind of getting a dump there. Even ES has given up half of the gains in 3 minutes. So half of the gains on the SPY have just been wiped out in those 3 candles here. Watch Humana too. Humana, Cigna, all of those plays are still moving too. They're all technically Trump sympathies. Yalla! Isaiah Habibi. What's going on, baby? Happy Monday. Hi. NVIDIA, that one's going green to red. Baba on the high. Hi. Yeah, so Baba, again, they struggle there. They're trying to go up. Square's been on fire from the morning. Yeah, SMCI, they just literally dropped 3% right in front of us. And SPY's actually dropping pretty big, and bonds. Let's see. What price are we flipping the ES at on Friday? I think it's all still higher than that shit. Yeah. We were flipping the ES in the low. My goodness. Intel up. Yeah, Intel actually has been doing good. And Tesla. But yeah, Intel above 35. Those contracts held up good on Intel too. Ironically enough. That was actually very, very good. But yeah, Intel shares are killing it. But yeah, both sets of Intel options are in the green still. I kind of want an SMCI play, but it's just expensive. I don't know if I'm... Actually, when is their earnings? I don't know if I'm ready for those. August 6th? Oof. Was the audio clap? No. I think the Donald Trump assassination attempt, though, has made some of y'all nervous. Because I don't know what happened today. Every time I'm like remotely quiet, y'all get worried. So it's okay. You guys will be safe. I'm still here. No, audio is not. No, I was just making a play. I was typing it out too. Yeah, no, you guys, I feel. Yeah, everyone's on edge, man. That's all it took was one assassination attempt. Now you're like, oh my gosh, is it quiet? Wow, what's happening? Yeah. So not a recommendation. You will lose money. It's expensive. I'm either going to go for a flip or a really big pre-earnings play. I did a SMCI 1200 call for August 17th or August 16th. Powell, what time does he come on? At 12:30. So he's still got a little bit of time. It's Economic Club of DC. He's not supposed to say much, but granted, we just, we heard from him and we had data. People are kind of looking for him to support everything that he said. So we'll see. But other than that, I don't think there's anything outside of the box, in terms of, it shouldn't be any different than what you've gotten out of Powell over the last couple of times. TSM on the low. I forgot about TSM. The Economic Club of DC. I answered that one for you earlier when you asked Jorge. But yeah, that's the event at which he'll be at. Yeah, remember TSM? We've hit 1,000, 2,000% around that one. Apple on the high. Apple on the low, excuse me. And then TSM selling and SPY near the low, too. The bonds, though, that's because of Trump. So literally, the whole Trump assassination thing, it skyrocketed the odds of Trump winning. And then right as Trump odds of winning went up, what happened, all of those bond plays reversed just like last week. So in a weird way, I think it sucks, but I might use this as an opportunity to buy a shit ton of bonds because last time Trump odds went up, the bonds got killed for about 48 hours, and then they rallied. But once again, people are getting worried. It doesn't make any sense to me. I think Wall Street's very weird, or maybe it's just drama, and we're blaming the other stuff. But anytime the odds of Donald Trump goes up, people are selling off the bonds. So that's literally one of the biggest standouts you're getting here today is that Donald Trump stuff went down, but then you'll notice the whole entire bond curve is selling off. Why? I mean, we talked about it about a week or two when it happened, and it doesn't make any. I don't agree with it. But the way the media and some of the bond vigilantes and Wall Street is explaining it, the way they're putting it is that they believe that if Donald Trump is going to win, then he is going to do policies from tariffs and taxes and all these things that are going to make it where inflation comes back and policy will not be as supportive. And long story short, a Donald Trump presidency is going to mean somehow more inflation and that rates should stay higher. And that's why they sell off the bond. So literally after, if you don't like what I'm saying, you're fighting with history here just a couple days ago, just June 27th, June 28th, after the debate, when it looked like Donald Trump did a lot better than Biden, the same effect happened, and we dealt like that for 2 days, and then it bounced right back up. So once again, I do think that's what happened here over the weekend, and with that whole assassination effect. No, it doesn't make any sense at all. I don't, even then, like I even said on my video 2 weeks, and I've been holding the bond since, but what I asked, I was like, well, if people believe Donald Trump is going to be bad for the economy, then, and if they really believe that, why the fuck would you sell off a long-term bond? It doesn't make any sense. If Donald Trump is going to increase the odds of a hard landing, you should buy the bonds. But, hey, so far, 2 for 2, anytime Donald Trump's odds have skyrocketed, the bonds have went the other way. But that just may be a knee-jerk reaction until they level out. Trump judge dismisses Florida classified document case. I think his policies will explode the debt. Yeah, I mean, I get the idea, but it just doesn't make sense that the bonds are reacting when the bonds didn't react to the other explosion of debt. Even then, anytime Janet Yellen does anything now, you're not watching people react like that. Again, even with this idea, if we think that your girl or your boy is going to raise the inflation, it's like we haven't really, like, if all of what he will do would happen, it would increase hard landing odds, and we just don't see that thing moving. It's really odd. Airbnb up. Remember, it did bad on Friday. And then Broadcom chilling. Everything's up a good amount. NASDAQ up 0.5%. SPY up by 0.4. Russell up almost 1. Man, everything's killing it. What are my thoughts on the assassination attempt? It's sad. It sucks. There's already a lot of funny jokes. I don't want to joke about it, but I couldn't help but laugh when they were like, if the kid was actually a Republican, he wouldn't have missed, which is awful, but it made me laugh. Other than that, though, I cannot believe that even happened. I just can't believe, I guess after years of identifying the man as Hitler and other things, I'm surprised this didn't happen earlier, but it is still pretty surreal that, it's pretty surreal that it even happened. I can't believe it. It is history. I mean, you don't really live through eras where president elects are getting like shot at, or they try to assassinate. I mean, when was the last time you saw a great American assassination? This doesn't really happen too often. Mm. Man, SMCI, that just went green and then red real quick. Intel falling off. I guess I have only chip makers up here. Yeah, Intel did, though. Intel just hit 35.20 and then flip. It been me and young Intel off the rip. Bonds on the low, too. Mm. Yeah, Tesla's still chilling. That has not came down. All the chip makers red? I think SMH is barely in the green. Am I okay? Yeah, I'm fine, man. I hope you're okay. I hope you had a great weekend. I got a lot of rest. I felt very, very good. I feel great right now. JP Morgan came down. Larry Fink on CNBC. Oh, I haven't looked at gold, actually. I forgot about that. I missed you too, man. It's good to be home. Feels good to be home. I'll play. Oh, no, I don't see Larry Fink. I need to go pee. Come on, Larry. Larry Finkus. I think BlackRock does report earnings, yeah. IWC on the high. Gold is starting to break out. So high ticker is starting to move. I don't know how strong today's equal weight press. Equal weight's actually barely up. So you do have more of an impact from non-equal weight. And then you still got that rotation element going on. But there's SPY starting to break out now, or at least back up to open. Everything looks good. Again, Russell's doing very great, but equal weight is not as hot. This is why I'm hot. All right. I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram.
Finding that the appointment of special counsel Jack Smith was unconstitutional. Let's head to Milwaukee right now, the site of this week's Republican National Convention, where we find Bloomberg Balance of Power co-host Joe Matthew. And I think just absolutely fascinating, Joe, especially considering the timing that we see this, one of the big cases that the Biden administration really wanted to use to attack Donald Trump being dismissed.
Yeah, Matt, this is an incredible moment to see these headlines cross the terminal. This was supposed to be the slam dunk case, according to a lot of the legal minds who looked at the 4 cases against Donald Trump. But of course, we knew that this was not going to come until after the election, and it's one that had slowed down quite a bit here. But you're right, the timing on this first day of the Republican National Convention following the events of this past weekend, but also a string of legal victories for Donald Trump, considering the Supreme Court's immunity ruling, the delay of his sentencing in the New York trial, even though he was, of course, found guilty on those 34 counts, didn't make a dent in his polling, Matt, and it's remarkable to have another layer of good news for the former president.
And Joe, just to talk about the timing a little bit more, of course, at the start of the RNC, we know that a lot has changed in terms of the security measures, et cetera, after what we saw on Saturday evening. But to get this headline, which of course is a win for Donald Trump, how could that impact the tone?
Well, it's a good question. There's been a lot of talk about a more unified tone, lowering the temperature. That's what a lot of lawmakers have been discussing with us here on Bloomberg TV and radio over the past couple of days. But it's going to come down to the former president largely. He told an interview of the Washington Examiner that he's rewritten his speech for Thursday night. Something he said would have been a humdinger, but is now more conciliatory in tone, calling for the country to unify. A lot of this will also hinge off his naming of a vice presidential candidate, a running mate. We expect that to happen as soon as today. There are a lot of different pieces of this puzzle that we have to put together, including the next public appearance for Donald Trump. We still haven't heard much from him since Saturday, and he is expected at some point to appear at this convention on day 1.
Bloomberg's Joe Matthew, we thank you so very much for your time, for all of your coverage. And remember, Bloomberg Television and Radio will have special coverage.
Special coverage. Wow. We did it, Joe. We did it. I don't know. Yeah, we haven't heard from Donald Trump yet. I know he put out a statement, but we haven't heard from him yet. So I'm sure it will be fascinating. Yeah, the BlackRock thing, that's the weirdest part about all of it, because it's true. So literally the shooter, the guy who shot at Donald Trump about a year and a half, 2 years ago, he was in a BlackRock commercial. So the bank BlackRock, they made an ad, and the kid was in it. And they didn't even deny it. They were just like, yeah, he was in there, and then they're taking it out of circulation. Why is that weird? Because you usually, that means this kid was hired for a banking commercial, and he ends up becoming a fucking shooter of literally Donald Trump. That's very weird. I don't know, something about it that usually you would picture, I guess it's hard to picture your type of who would be a shooter, but you wouldn't think a kid getting into commercials would take that route, or maybe he was brainwashed. No, I don't think he was a hired assassin. I think it was just weird. I think it's just all creepy. Just creepy and weird, and usually I think the BlackRock thing's funny because usually everyone always comes up with conspiracy theories. They're like, look at, and this is the same guy as this. But this time, BlackRock was like, yeah, no, that was him. And my bad. And they're like, yeah, we're gonna take that commercial out of circulation. Mm-hmm. I don't know how people found the commercial that fast, right? But that was definitely the shocking part. I didn't see that one coming, let alone all of it, bro. All of it is just fucking weird.
Bloomberg.
Why does that keep happening? Congress buying it up before FDA. I saw that on the high today. And then Humana. Actually, all those names came down. Humasite. This one does sound familiar. Huma. Daily looks decent. Honestly, you'll probably get some more action on that. Halted. And DraftKings on the high, Waste Management, GLD might make round 2. I don't have any gold plays anymore, but that's the only thing that's not like ripping today. Not bad. Where is DJT? Speaking of Trump plays, that's still holding up great. $41, considering wasn't it just at $20 after they dumped to? But gold is starting to break out there. That's in the top right. I got gold futures up on another screen too. I'd watch that. NASDAQ still up 0.75%. SPY down about 0.5%. And then Russell is still once again the leader. Day 3 in a row. Up at 126. Yeah, I mean, bonds are killed, bro. TLT down 1-1. I mean, we'll see where it ends up settling on the day, but once again, it's not as big as this day. Remember, this was like a 2-3% day on TLT. The first time the Trump odds after the debate went up, whew, bonds really got killed, so we'll see where this goes from here. They're a new subscriber. You love the lives and the politics. Some comments online are disgusting. You find it sad how political views have made people emotionless and disregard the value of life. Amen. I feel you, man. That's why it sucks that even before this, it was already like a tense political environment, you know, and everybody, a lot of, political ideology and the identity politics has gotten fat, you know. But at the end of the day, I mean, it will, I encourage you to stay involved, stay informed, and kind of get used to it. But at the same time, you know, we all have a choice to whether or not we're going to be shitty or not. So hopefully everybody makes a good choice. And then gold breaking out there, another couple bucks. And then SPY's trying to break out above. Is my mic volume low today? You could hardly hear me? No, it shouldn't be. I mean, my thing all says it's fine. I mean, but some of you have said that. Sounds clear. I turned it up a little bit. Hopefully I don't scream at you. Sounds good. You didn't plan to vote this year, but we have to now. I mean, yeah, I've kind of already had that feeling a couple months ago. Yeah, maybe I am just calm today. It's weird. I'm very just. I got a really good weekend. I had a lot of rest. I needed it, bro. It's just like I feel really like refreshed. It sucks. There was all that political drama, and that was pretty wild. But I do feel good, man. I'm chilling. I didn't make any NQ plays today. No. All I did was I did a SMCI play, and then American Express, I believe. That's it. Wow, you asked for your girlfriend's blessing for her hand in marriage? Oh, her dad. Okay, I was like, that's either way would work, I guess. That's what's up, baby. Congratulations. Amen. I didn't watch the Euro Cup games. My girl did. She told me who won. Didn't Spain win? That was good. Meta 501. Tesla's going up there and gold. And, I mean, SPY's near the high. Bond's near the low of the day. Tesla is on the high ticker. Argentina, boomba, boomba, boomba. Do I want the info for the business for sale? Which one? I'm open to it, but I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, well, I mean, sure. I didn't meet with the pizza shop guy. No. I did not confirm with him. You're doing Uber Eats? Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I need to check my Facebook, too, see the other ads. Or see the other people if they responded. And then Microsoft barely moving. Where's Apple? Apple's up 1.9. Damn. And then Nvidia, that's at break even. That's crazy, though. Square's still running up. That's up 2.9. I could get behind Starbucks in the long term. I would like it at 72 or lower. I also think this earnings will be pivotal for them. And they can move a lot. But, I mean, I like the price and I like the company. I think the yield is decent, too, at that price. I'm going to ODivvy. I'm seeing the long term right now. Long term, slowly growing. Go slow. MIL is giving you $2K to invest for my daughter's future. What do you think the best route to make it grow? Long term, I mean, you could just go buy the SPY, or you could go and pick names. Well, $2,000, I'll only pick a couple and just let it sit there. Something you know about that'll be as long as the child. By the time a company you think will be around by the time the kid turns 18, and then let it sit there and grow. REPL, ARM on the low too. And then there's Starbucks, Guild on the high. So a couple things are trying to break out here. High ticker getting a little active. Yeah, ARM is getting clapped. SMCI, they're going negative. Starbucks in the Nike. Will I play Apple earnings? I probably not. I usually don't play Apple. I think they're kind of a weird company for earnings, but I mean, I'll look at the pre-earnings run-up. I think that'll be interesting. AXP, no, I went with the pre-earnings play just for the run-up for now. So only one direction to the high side. Address and owner. Well, give me some context too. That's all I'll need. Otherwise, I don't really know what's happening. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I forgot about the Russell. Yeah, the China stocks did awful. Yeah, damn, Russell futures hit 2,200. Shit. That's kind of crazy, actually. So Russell even went above the 2150, 60. Yeah, all the while, this is Russell hitting new all-time highs. Shit. Habibi, he's big. And then SPY 56.44. Kind of like the high end of yesterday, which is also, again, near the all-time high. Not bad. XOM big pop. SoFi up 4. Netflix. 2 Teslas. Isaac in the house with a dono, baby. Good morning. My man. How was your weekend, bro? I hope it was a good one. I hope there was a lot of rest. Russell was higher in 2021. It's crazy, though. That's still 3 years ago, right? Yeah, it's in 2024. Guys, and then TLT still down. I like Redfin, but I don't know if I'd pay for it. If that makes any sense. I don't really buy it in the bargain bin like we did, but I don't know if I'm buying it, 100% higher. Affirm and Upstart on the high. And the video is getting mopped. Let's see, Meta. They came down. DJT's just chilling. SPY's chilling too. Everything is green though. Everything's like really green. And compared to the last 2 days, remember it was like 1 day on, 1 day off, and then trying to figure out what was going on within the data. I mean, today we're just doing jack. You know what I'm saying? You ain't moving at all. That's it. You just have the open, one little overshoot, undershoot, and then start just chilling. You're barely moving from open. Gold is trying to hang on. About snow. You ignored the criteria and bought the dip. No clue if they'll be around. Oh, that's cool. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't use them. So if you already know it doesn't meet the criteria, respectfully, what the fuck are you asking me? But I don't stand by that. But I have no idea. I know a lot of Chads like the company. I have no fucking clue what they do. I don't see myself ever owning it. So, but good luck. I hope it works out. Spot chilling. $56.43. You're doing that. I mean, you're 10. It's crazy. You're 10 points away, 12 points away from an all-time high. Writes in notes, don't ask about snow. No, you could ask about anything, but if you tell me you know damn well it doesn't meet the rules or anything, like what do you want me to say? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not really excited for you in that case, but I also don't condone it. I think you should follow the rules and a plan, but other than that, that's about it. Am I mad today? No, I'm not mad. I think there's a lot of emotions though. I feel really good, but I feel like some of you guys are sad today. I feel like Daddy Trump. They try to take out Daddy Trump, and you guys are worried because that's what happened. Every time I was quiet today, they were like, "Josh, are you okay? It's muted. It's muted." And I'm like, you just went through a traumatic experience. I get it. So I get it. I'm here for you. Yeah, no, I'm very happy. I feel good. I don't have any like nerve sciatica pain. I got a lot of rest, bro. Feeling great. But I understand some of you guys going through some stuff. I mean, it's so weird. It's what's the word? I think the word is surreal. I can't believe there was you almost, like, if you think about it, you were just a couple of inches away from the world like being complete. Like, imagine if there was an actual assassination, bro. It would have been wicked, bro. It's just like, it's crazy. Yeah, I think it was like 1 inch, right? I think like less than an inch. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. Yeah, it's funny though. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, some of the Democrats, man, it's like, it's kind of funny how fast y'all turned into Alex Jones. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, even to this day, like right now, the way some of y'all turn into Alex Jones so fast, you know that? Some of y'all were like, he didn't get shot. Nah, everybody in the crowd was fake. That's not a real, he staged all of this so that, I'm like, so you think that the former president was like, hey, listen what I want you to do. Don't aim at my head, aim at my ear. You know, you think he had that much faith in homeboy? He's like, all right, we going to do a little sleight of hand here. I want you to aim at my ear. The thing with the gun, the thing right next to my fucking dome. I want you to aim very, very specifically right there. I'm trusting you, okay? Because then that way, if it hit my ear, we could do this, and I could do the whole fist pump thing. You know what I'm saying? And then, yeah, we get the flat, man. I'm just saying, y'all realize this is what Alex Jones said, the same thing, and they got rid of Alex Jones because he was saying at a shooting that it wasn't real. So my Democrats out there, just y'all need to not become Alex Jones, okay? It's okay. Someone gets shot at, you're allowed to feel bad. You don't always have to be angry, okay? So it's okay. Before you say it's faked and before you say it's staged, just understand how truly offensive that is considering somebody died, okay? I'm just for future reference, all of my little Alex Jones out there, okay? Just, you got to do your thing. You got to do your thing. I don't know who the last. I think Reagan was the last assassination attempt. We don't really see assassination attempts. I mean, granted, in other countries, remember they assassinated the Japanese dude, and a lot of other places there was assassinations. But in America, it's been a minute since we've had to deal with anything like that. Sequoia offers to buy Stripe from investors. They offer $27.50 per Stripe share. That represents a $70 billion valuation for Stripe. Just because someone died doesn't mean it's not fake. Yeah, like I said, just some of y'all really sound like Alex Jones. That's all. Like, you know, I mean, that's the beauty. Is that, you know, a horrible behavior you could kind of judge on both sides of the coin, you know? So, I'm saying, I think some of you sound like Alex Jones very, very accurately. There's an attempted assassination on Bush Sr. back in 93. That was the most recent one. Yeah, that's crazy. Am I proud? Oh, man. No, man. I think all of it's sad, bro. Like, once again, it's like another weird little kid in America who's, like, pushed to that and brainwashed and tricked. I feel bad for Trump. I feel bad for the Democrats, too, because now it raised his odds as well. I feel bad for everybody. But then again, I'm glad it wasn't, it's kind of crazy. If Trump died, I don't know, like, you would have probably had a civil war, or it would have been really weird, man. It's already really weird, but, yeah, I think it's sad for everybody. CYN, Synogen. Oh, didn't we see this on Friday? I think it's popping up. Don't calling it fake. Yeah, well, I mean, just like everything, like, you know, when certain things happen, you know, you question it, and you should ask questions, and not everything's going to line up, but also in the same respect, like, you know, when people die to some of these mass tragedies and with guns and shootings, it is quite offensive to say certain things didn't happen when they did. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all. I get it. You could do it, but, like, especially if you abhor some of the other Alex Joneses of the world and the people who have downplayed real serious incidents, it would be a shame if y'all copied that, in that sense, because it is truly heartbreaking to see events like that. And like I'm saying, there was a real little boy who in his 20s who thought this was what he needed to do. And at the same time, you know, there was people who got injured. I'm sure they were traumatized by it. And then again, there's people who died. So, unfortunately, ask your questions and all that, but hopefully don't make the same error of just being so insensitive that you don't think something negative actually, like some death actually happened, because it's sad. Reddit at 76. And then SPY's kind of chilling here. Russell at 1.4. NASDAQ even climbing up a little bit. Bonds a little bit off the bottom. We Win opens at 76.05 IPO. What is a We Win? Meta going up, Qualcomm. See if any of the other ones go up. I'm still riding the bond. I think the bonds are going to come back hard. It sucks because our bond play was killing it until someone tried to kill Trump, which is kind of bullshit. But for the most part, I do still think any other time the bonds reacted to Donald Trump winning, they came right back within a couple of days. So I'm still a fan of that play. The bond play, I mean, it's the same play we've been writing out for the last week or so. So if you're not really up to speed with that, then I have no idea where you've been at the last week or two. Yeah, Meta, Baba, SMCI's chilling. I did see Meta up earlier there, and then SPY breaking out. CCL, remember, was it NCLH, RCL? One of them just reported the other day. Where is sound? I was running on Friday. Bonds want to get out of there, but I don't know. I think bonds might die all day. Bonds could even go down 2%. I remember last Powell or last Donald Trump odds day, the bonds literally just sold off all day. I remember I bought the dip at down 1%, then it dropped down to 2%. So be careful. AXP expiration, I think next week or August. I don't know. I think next week. July 26th, yeah. Does RFK still own GME? I think that's the other question. Y'all keep bringing up RFK. I'm like, does he still own GameStop? Fox reporter says Trump told him he will announce his vice presidential pick today. Fox News. Well, yeah, I mean, that's just getting confirmed right now. Fox is saying Donald Trump has told them that he will pick his vice president today. What if his vice president is going to be Curtis Jackson? Many men. Is that upon me? No, I don't care no more. I don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. I know, I'm back. You can't get me. Who would have thought I could dodge bullets? I could do a lot of things now. I could dodge bullets. Maybe I'll pick Michael. Fuck Michael. He backed down last time. I know. Nikki Haley. She's a weird woman, but time for unity. Time to unify the party. Tulsi. Didn't somebody say Tulsi? I think I heard that in a serious capacity over the weekend. I think somebody brought up Tulsi Gabbard as being one of the potential ones. Mark Dez, baby. 50 Cent for VP 2024. David Goggins. Watch BuzzFeed if Vivek is VP, yeah. She's your second choice. I don't even know. It doesn't even want like J.D. Vance. I have no idea. Trump Tulsi 24. Good alliteration. All right, SPY hitting a new high. See if DJT runs up. Bro, you're not really getting much movement. Let me get a breakdown. What time is it? 7:35. So we've been here for an hour. So in that first hour, you have 315 names green on the S&P 500. Not bad at all. Dow Jones, you have 18 green, 12 in the red. Nike is the worst on the day. And then NASDAQ, you have 63 in the green, 38 in the red. So more names still green than red, but it is very slow today. And then China Embassy in Tajikistan, they disseminated about media of Chinese military base is groundless, says statement. I don't think there's a speech going on. I just think we're going to hear from Donald Trump later today on his vice president and pick, and that'll be his first time speaking. Yeah, the RNC is in Milwaukee. And then special investigation. It's crazy. This is a lot of headlines, man. There's so many like live things talking about this.
Or could be taken as a potential inciting that could lead to something like this. But ultimately, the Biden campaign is saying there is no excuse for anything that could approach this kind of violence that could.
We'll come back to that. Yeah, ZB. I mean, bonds are murdered. Again, this whole idea of Trump winning and the idea of him winning, changing bonds and other things, I mean, it's real. I mean, whether you agree with it or not, I don't really agree with it, but that is the effect that keeps happening. It happened 2 weeks ago, and then once again, with all this stuff that happened here over the weekend, we are witnessing it, doing it again. So I do think that's the only thing we're getting in bond land. Other than that, we'll see. I mean, Trump winning is good for the market. You would think so because you've already had Donald Trump as president. But I will say, once again, the market is behaving weird towards the idea of a Trump presidency. It's doing what it did 4 years ago. In the beginning, when we never had Trump, anytime the odds of Trump were winning would go up, the market would tweak out because people were scared of him. So I don't know why it's happening again because we've already dealt with Trump and you already know what he's going to do. So it shouldn't be that scary, but it is happening again where, you know, more negative fear is happening with Trump. It's super simple. Both presidential candidates are running larger deficits. One will do it with higher taxation. The other will do it with lower taxation. Why would long bonds be a good risk to reward? That's honestly a very good take. I agree with you. But the point is, in my opinion, I think it's both a shitty outcome. Both should have the same outcome. Then it doesn't, like, does that make sense? So it doesn't. If you're going to say that Biden is going to do the same thing with Trump just with higher taxes, I don't believe it. In the same sense, you've already had Biden for 4 years, and all he did was run a deficit and not really increase taxes as much. So that's kind of where I'm saying I think both of them should create the same bond market with higher spending. So to argue that one of them would cause, you know, less or more of a move doesn't make it. I think that's batshit insane, to be honest. But I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense. I love the way that you put it, and I do agree with you, but I still think that's in la land. And SPY hit a new high there. And Amazon hit a high and came down. Apple chilling. JP Morgan did very good. I mean, Europe, I didn't actually look. Remember, they did good on Friday. Yeah, FTSE 100 down by 0.9. Stocks 50 down 1. Germany down 0.7. And France down 1.3. Kind of crazy, actually. But then on Friday, we didn't move too much. And Friday, they did very good. But yeah, they're not doing good. Already up 100. I mean, Nasdaq's up 170. I guess so is the Dow. Everything's pretty good. And Russell up 1.5, hitting a new yearly high. Kind of crazy. Well, no, everything is pretty legit. MO's right at green. Up. About Salesforce, I like them. I think they're expensive. I think you should have bought Salesforce when like Nvidia and Facebook was cheap. But it's a good company. But definitely with too much premium, I don't know if it's worth it. How close to earnings do you need to be before we see prices moved in on the option chain? Literally, it could happen whenever, and that's kind of the game of earnings, is that it could, from weeks ahead to the day ahead, earnings can start getting priced in. It depends what event, broadly speaking, in the market starts it to go. So there's a couple of ways to go about it. You could look at it like a week or two in advance or the day before. I go with the day before just because things change so much that I want to know what's priced in right ahead of the event. But unfortunately, it's kind of a hard art to figure out which names will be in advance, which names the day before. And it really just, a good rule of thumb is like 2 weeks out. You could start to kind of see it, but then sometimes it'll do nothing until the day before, or it'll move every day for the first 2 weeks ahead of earnings, and then the last days of earnings, it won't move at all. I think Nike might be able to go down as low as $68. So I thought it would bottom out eventually, but like low key, it hasn't gone there. People are losing faith in O. I don't know if it's just about O. I mean, I think people are worried about REITs. So that makes sense. I like O a lot, though. I mean, me personally, though, I'm not really like trying to buy it. I think there's other names that I would rather go for, especially because I already have bank and real estate exposure. But I like O a lot. I think, though, it just depends on rates, commercial real estate exposure, all that stuff. You're getting completely away from commercial real estate. I mean, it's not a bad approach. I wouldn't have too much, So I haven't added a REIT in a while, but I like banks, you know, and they have commercial real estate exposure and all that. But, you know, it's definitely got to have a balance. I wouldn't be so scared of it, but then I wouldn't fall for the value traps and trying to get so much of it. My favorite bank is JP Morgan. I think hands down it's the best. I'm very glad that we got it. The 2-year, 10-year, it is getting closer to uninverting, and then just sadly, the Trump has caused the bear steepener. So the 2s and 10s, I think the 2-year, 30-year, and the 2-year, 5-year uninverted today. So literally every time Donald and people are reacting with Donald, like, take a look. This is now, remember I told you guys, watch here, like 0.16. That's going to be our next spot. And then this will be the most uninverted we've been from the year end. But, like, literally that's what we are watching following Mr. Donald. Oh, yeah, we do have a 20-year auction today. Don't ignore you? I don't see another message from you. Oh, you mean your super? I don't know what your super chat means, and honestly, in my heart, I don't have a blessing for that person's family, so I can't say that. You know, I agree with the concept, but genuinely, it's just not in my heart to feel that way right now. So it'd be a lie if I repeated what you said. Hopefully, you could understand that. I like Citi and Wells Fargo, but they haven't really moved too much. Day number 2, remember, it was on Friday. That's when we had the earnings. Wells Fargo did worse than Citi, and then actually Wells Fargo bounced up more. I mean, Broadcom, if you want post-split, you could go for it now. But I went for SMCI. They're getting added to the NASDAQ 100, and I just think that'll be exciting with all the chips. I mean, coin, remember, crypto was up like 8% today? Football bear, baby. What up, FLV? 5 of them? Hey, man. Oh, man. God bless you, bro. Yeah, coin, I got that in the bottom right. That thing's up 10 right now. Kind of crazy. I grabbed an SMCI call. Not for the long term. Just a short-term play. My play goes out till earnings, so I'm either going to get lucky on a pre-earnings or it's going to get clapped. Tesla came down. I already had that Tesla up there. Bonds starting to run up. That's literally about 1/3% on bonds since the lows there. So not bad, but kind of awkward. Is it normal for suitcases to be $50 each? Oh, I have no idea, man. I don't remember the last time I bought a suitcase. Oh, shit. I didn't even see that, LSU. Thank you, my phrase. I don't even have to thank him. I love you guys and Josh for showing love and support for the consistency, baby. Amen. God bless, bro. $50 is cheap for a briefcase. I don't know. TLT and ZB. Are you not familiar? Why are you asking? I feel like because I think you followed me on a couple of ZB trades. So why are you really not familiar, or do you just want to hear it talked about? Because that's wild if you don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the assassination attempt, it put us in a twilight zone. I feel like people are asking weird questions. I'm getting weird energy. I don't know, man. The movement correlation, I'm unaware. So what are you aware of then? What do you think is the correlation of ZB and TLT for now? But otherwise, because whatever you think you know about it should be correct. That's how many people cope. Maybe it is, honestly. It could be a lot of coping, I feel. Well, we love you. We love you all. Think about it. All bets are off. I think there is. I think if you already thought Biden or Trump was going to win and now you have this weird event, if you already, imagine all the things that's happened to Trump. No one's ever shot at him. So it's a lot of weird shit, man. A lot of weird shit. They move together but trying to understand the ticks. Well, that's about as far. They pretty much represent the same thing. I think there's maybe 0.1% variance because they own separate things, but one of them is more embedded within the future because it's the actual future. But ZB or TLT, all it does is just hold various ZB futures essentially. So they're exactly the same. But again, the shape of the movement will be the same, but the percentages, they will be a little different. And then gold popping. I'm kind of mad I didn't double dip on that. And then even bonds trying to come back up. SMCI Kramer live? What do you mean? Kramer, he's on Kramer? My CNBC, I don't know. My CNBC ain't load anything today. Nugget and silver on the high. Then AON. And then where was that? AE something. And then Upstart on the high. A lot of things ripping right now, actually. Then XOM and Energy. Bonds had their little rally there. Uber on the low. Remember, they had that back and forth last week with the robo-taxi. Mm. 5653. Damn. So you guys realize you are 2 points away from another all-time high. And bonds are coming back up. So whatever Donald effect, that 0.3% that you sold off for in the last hour or so, that has been recovered, and now maybe we'll get to an intraday high. Is that a pre-market low? Yeah, no, it's a pre-market high even. No shit. So not bad, honestly. I'm even kind of surprised there if the bonds turn green. We're about to hit an all-time high. Yeah, so on Friday we hit all-time high 56.55. Now you're at 56.53. So you're about 1.2 away from hitting a new all-time high. I know I kind of want gold. I don't have any position on gold. I was looking at it at 24.15 last night this morning. And I was like, I'll wait. I wanted it below, but that thing low-key kind of took off. Mm. 5654. That's it, man. Literally 1.10. 1.1, you get a new all-time high. Powell is at 12:30 Eastern. So Powell is going to be here in about an hour and a half, I believe, at the Economic Club of Washington, D.C. And Tesla, SMR, SMCI's holding Intel. There it is. SPY 52-week high. I think you did it. Yep, 56.55. So SPY hit a new high before the SPX, but we are about to hit a new all-time high here. Ta-da! And then bonds back up to the opening of the day. That's pretty crazy. Reddit, yeah, they were at like 76 or something, 56, 50. You're half a point below, setting a new all-time high. No, we pump it up at 5,700. We still technically haven't even hit the high. UPS on the high as well, too, now. This gold, let me say. Damn, that's a new high on gold in all of this. So gold even went, yeah, I remember I sold out 24.30-ish. So that even went back to a new high. Yeah, it's going to be hard. I want to kind of short it, but it doesn't really come down. Yeah. All right, there it is. New high, 56.5611. So even then, from where was that? Was that June 12th was the last time we hit this? Or July 12th? Yeah, a couple days ago, Friday. You're literally just getting right back to those highs. Happy Monday, indeed, my friends. Happy Monday. Market looking, I mean, everything is pretty solidly green, and then bonds are even down a lot too. It's a very weird one because now equities are near those highs, and then bonds are in between, just totally pummeled, but then still kind of holding some of the rally from last week. Very, very odd. All right.
News.com, in which you say, quote, there's a fragile chance to wrench the U.S. out of a political system based too exclusively around demonizing the other side. Talk to us about this unique moment we find ourselves in.
Well, look, some of it's very difficult. I mean, you know, the way our digital conversation goes, the information ecosystem, it's almost designed for outrage, designed to divide. And, you know, look, we can drown in whataboutism about who is using apocalyptic rhetoric more irresponsibly, the left or the right. But I think when you do this, you numb the country, and you get to this point where all of a sudden you're sitting there going, you know, where you stop to look at your political opposition as a fellow American. And look, you know, last year, the candidates for Utah governor, the incumbent and the Democrat, did an ad together preaching civility, said they were going to disagree without being disagreeable. I actually think in this moment, if former President Trump and President Biden could actually sit next to each other, do a 30-second ad where they co-paid for it and ran it for the rest of the campaign, saying, look, we're going to vigorously disagree, but we're going to try to do so without demonizing fellow Americans. Yeah. It could go a long way. And, and you know, my concern about not having something like that happen is that neither side wants to give an inch.
Yeah.
But the country really could use it right now.
That could be something. Chuck, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And stay with us. Our special coverage on NBC News Now and MSNBC continues right now. We have breaking news about one of the criminal cases against former President Donald Trump. The judge overseeing...
I've never seen NBC News. It came up the other day. It says there's 20,000 people watching this, so I was like, all right, maybe we'll put that. Let's give in the context. My goodness. Here we go. Wow, SPY just ripped again. So 57.10. This is a new high on the futures. I don't know where the SPX is. 56.58. So you're about 3 points higher than the previous high there. But, yeah, you're launching up there, man. My goodness. Even NQ still has like 200 points to go. You know, SPY really, really ripped. Everything, even the bonds there. Bonds still have a long way to go. That's the scary part. But so far, you just gapped up today. You're now above where you were at on Friday. And you have more earnings on the way. Remember that. And then we have Jerome Powell here in about an hour and a half. And then you have retail sales data tomorrow morning. 56.59. I think, what, 56.60. And I mean, we'll check volume here in a little bit. I don't think it's too active of a day. Yeah, 9 million, and we're at hour number 2 in about 30 minutes. So you're already an hour and a half in. I guess it's not too bad. I've seen worse, but it's also not the best as well. That Murphy stretch, man, it is helping, bro. I feel a lot better. I've had a good weekend. I had a good weekend of rest. I appreciate you, bro. And then SPY still going up. Again, Intel and a couple of others try to come back up. Microsoftian 56.59. This is crazy. It's wild because bonds, I think, are down a lot, and it doesn't feel like we've advanced. But, I mean, we didn't close that bad on Friday, and we were already near the highs. So, again, I think Friday made us feel weird, especially with the day before. But, nah, I mean, today is just going straight up. And then the pullback on Friday was not even that bad at all. Pay the play. Thank you for MO, baby. Nevertheless, would have never known about it. Oh, let's go, baby. Yeah, shout out to Micron, to Altria. That is a good one. Shout out to long term as well. The yield curve, I don't think a lot of yield curves have showed up today. So the actual 2-year, 10-year, that has not inverted, but a couple of other points on the curve have. And that's what people are reacting to. And then there's this SPY again, another high. 57.11 on the futures. Bonds are chilling. Powell's just speaking before an economic club. So if anything, it'll just be his first time speaking since the data. But we're not really expecting anything too crazy. I gotta wait. Netflix flexing. And a lot of things, weird-ass moves today. And then everything is green. NASDAQ's doing good. SPY's doing better than equal weight. Russell is still the outperformer. That rotation is continuing again. And everything is in the green. Bond yields are green. VIX is green. So everything is advanced to some sort of degree. And then even another new high on the SPY. Tesla. Palantir going up. I have no idea. Maybe getting ahead of earnings. I've seen a lot of people hyped up on it. I don't know if there's like a pump going on, where people are humping it. I don't know. That's what it sounds like. But other than that, I have no idea. 57.12, SPY futures still climbing. Palantir, Lucid, Nvidia. And SPY hitting a new high. NVIDIA is actually kind of chilling. It's my lovely earnings, love. Check it out. I drive market makers crazy. I always buy in dailies. Earnings to the politics. No? Okay. Sorry. My lovely lady. No? Okay. Cringe, stop. Yeah, bro. I'm sorry. I was looking. So your Chad history, you've littered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Oh, 36, 37, 38 messages. Sir, 38 messages in about an hour and a half. Okay, so I'm going to have to just tell you to chill out, okay? A lot of crazy shit in those messages, but yeah, bro, you're tripping. You need to calm the F down today, okay? That's what I'm saying. I know Donald Trump getting shot at may have been tough for some of y'all, but just, you know, you guys are going to have to relax today. Yeah. That was just weird. That was a lot. Spot gold rises up 1. All right. Let's see if that works. I took a short on this SPY. Let's see for now. That was a decent fill. I guess they gave me the shitty fill. Should have been a decent fill. Check it out. We still got 30 minutes. Actually, 22 minutes till Euro close. Your outburst against Wells Fargo. That's fine. It's okay. It happens. I mean, Wells Fargo, pretty bad bank. I could see it. I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, spot gold. I kind of want to play gold, but that's it. We already got our gains. I think we already missed out on that. And then Intel keeps climbing. I got 2 of those up here for some reason. Crowd is on the high. NVIDIA still. I can't believe the SPY just even did that. Because remember, Thursday, Friday, we're all over the place, but it's a pretty strong showing from Friday. And then 56.60. We'll see where this one leads us. Indeed. TSM, no. But TSM, remember, they had really good numbers there on Friday. The guidance numbers, and then even Apple. Everybody was actually, things are looking very good for Apple and TSM. Yeah, gold is up at 23.40. It's going actually nuts. Yeah, all the crypto plays are up. Airbus Memorial Herman has placed orders for 1 H160 and 4 H145s. No idea what this one means. ARK is. I saw those premiums climbing up a little bit. I mean, the Russell just keeps going nonstop. I think that's part of it. I think eventually the Russell, if that thing doesn't stop, we're going to have a good time. I think a lot of those ghetto rate cut plays will come back up. You could trade futures at Schwab. I mean, there's a lot of places out there that do it, but I'm comfortable with Schwab. That's a place that I like to trade futures. You could do it on E-Trade too, but Schwab is not a bad place. Yeah, bro, Russell's up almost 2% again today. That's the wild part about this. Any single day since all of this stuff, I mean, bro, just go look at the Russell. It's at 2207 on the futures. You've seen so much bullish cycles like this. Do I get greedy in this environment or what? I mean, do you have a long term? Like, that's the best way to know whether or not you're getting greedy. Have a long term, and that way you could take advantage of it all. And then everything from there is just going to be a matter of what other stuff you pick up on. But I would argue without a long term, I mean, you're not even as greedy in that sense. And then, or it's kind of misguided. It's very hard to say. Like, pretty much without a long term, then yeah, it's no good. Breaks here, Rocket Man. Yeah, you're right. You just went up round 2. SPY hit a new high. I think the NASDAQ and then Russell's still near 2%. It's actually kind of insane. What names are up on the Russell? I think all of them. So Russell's a different feed. I don't have access to that in terms of like up and down, but I would argue all of them are much higher today. Because again, there's a lot of names in the Russell. So when it makes advancements, it's not as much one big runner as much as it is a lot of them contributing to that. Random play was Donald J. Trump. Biden leads Trump 46-44. New York Times Siena College poll of registered Virginia voters. Yeah, a lot of chat's been bringing up that Huma play. NAS, NAAS, what's this? And then SPY going up here again, round 2. Round 3 now at this point. So low key, I mean, it's kind of been nonstop. This is the run up here until Euro close, but you broke above the high, like what? This was the high of Friday. That was 10 minutes ago. And then now you've nonstop been setting new highs. We have not pulled back yet. The poll is accurate. Well, that's what Biden keeps saying, you know. He's like, yeah, no poll. All the polls say I'm winning. Why the fuck would I leave? Come on. You guys, you'll see. I'll show you what's up. Come on. Why ain't you backing down? Yeah, come on. We're good. Fuck you. You don't need Kamala. You need me. Yeah, why would I? Why would I? I don't plan on going. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to stay right here. Right hither. Yeah. Tesla. Microsoft in. SPY still holding up. It's trying to dance here at the top. Again, gold came down about $2-3. I haven't looked at the NASDAQ. Russell's still up 1.8. That's the leader. That's the big one. That's the one that to make it the lead, you know. What's happening in the market? Oh, man, I feel like this has been the scenario we've gotten the last couple of days. You know, that was before an assassination attempt and weird bond moves. We were going back and forth with the 7 leading and then lagging. Then you had the data, then inflation data coming down. Then it's still summer, and then we're waiting for more moves. And then there's September rate cut odds. Now there's a presidential assassination attempt. It's all sorts of craziness all over. But as of today, it's a mix of both. I think the hangover from Friday and then dealing with the fallout from said assassination attempt and how that's changing political odds and bonds and all of that other good stuff. And then high ticker is gassing again, so hold on here. You might get round 2, but literally high ticker fully gassing, but SPY is not breaking out yet. It's either going to be a delayed reaction or not. Very interesting. Interesting. The best thing since wrestling. Yeah, the bonds do not like Trump at all. Which is odd, but then again, it's very short-lived, right? That's what happened with the bond odds after the debate. The bonds got crushed, but then the bonds came right back up, and then same thing here today, but we'll see where they end in the next few days here. Yeah, Euro could be interesting because Europe was bad all the way around. Everywhere in Europe was down like 1 to 1.5%. So Europe had a pretty ugly session, but we'll see what happens with us. Fun almost gap. I forgot about that. That and then Humana, Cigna. There's some very interesting Trump sympathy plays. And then Microsoft, that's still going on the high. So watch out. Keep in mind, too, just like last week, it only takes a couple of names to hold us up. Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, NVIDIA. That could move your SPY more than anything. Sorry, I got quiet there. I was looking around. You joined 3-2 meetings this morning. Come back by hitting more highs. Yeah, not off much, too. That's the crazy part. This is kind of like a weird reload of Friday. This feels like Friday, but just straight gas. Didn't we do the same thing last Monday? Now that I think about it, wasn't one of these Mondays all gas? All gas, no brakes, as the kids would say. I guess last Monday we didn't do shit. And then I guess the other Monday before that, it was one of these Mondays. So this Monday you did nothing. The Monday before that you did nothing. Another Monday. So it was about a month ago. So Monday, June 17th, that was the one you just went straight up. This is making you feel some type of way. Why don't you have it in your heart to pray for the woman who was killed by the shooter? I think you totally misunderstood what I said. But even that, like, quite frankly, I mean this lovingly. But I don't, like, why are you even talking about it? Like, I don't know. Like, if you seem very disingenuous about it all. Like, I don't know. You already quoted the Bible verse. I told you it's not in my heart. And then you're misconstruing what I said about it. So at this point, it just makes me seem like I don't even think you really care, like, biblically. not just my take on it, but quite frankly, I'm just not ready to talk about it nor have certain feelings. So if you could leave me alone, I would really respect it and appreciate it. But at that point, I'm very confused what your intentions are, and you've misconstrued what I've said already. So thank you. Let's make money today. Inshallah, habibi. Inshallah. We'll see. That short so far is already going against me, but we'll have some time. I forgot, though. End of the day would be the best. We still have a lot of time. It's still very, very early. NVIDIA. That's still at the high. High ticker's actually kind of running here. So literally, I think low ticker's starting to dry up. But high ticker, everything 1 minute, 30 second, 5 minute, all going nuts. SPY's still at the high, though. It's not like breaking out a couple points at a time, but it's still holding up there. I mean, it's very hard to tell whether or not it's going to do like a big push or just kind of keep melting up little by little, which is what's been going on ever since the other high about like 10 minutes ago. There wasn't any news. If anything, I mean, the real no, yeah, I think we had Empire Manufacturing in the morning. We do have Jerome Powell here in about an hour. That'll probably be our first headline. But other than that, the only news today was what happened over the weekend with the assassination attempt. Quite frankly, that was the only piece of news that was going on. Yeah, SPY's already up almost another quarter, though, in like 10 minutes alone. At this point, you're just finding a price discovery through all-time highs. Meta ripping 506. On M, I think the play is completely different now. It depends where you bought it, but the fact that that company is backing out of the deal to buy him out, I think it's going to change some things. Because I like the Nordstrom's one, when I played that back and forth a couple of times, but I think that's going to get in the way. Micron and NVO on the low now. I'm holding the DJT. Yeah, that was the random play. NVO flushing. DJT coming down. SPY just wicked into another high. Gold wants to break out too. And then SPY wicked into the high and then came down 1 point. Again, Euro close in about 5 minutes. Raul. Spain's Curpio says government is in no rush to name new central bank chief. It's weird. High ticker is still gassing, though. And then a firm breaking out. Check Coinbase and crypto. Those are already up a lot. DJT's coming down. Intel's holding up. SMCI in the chip micas. Need some arm circles. I need to do the other ones. you got to do you put your arms on your head and then you do the openers, kind of like the sprinkler. Is good though. But I feel I could do some arm circles. We're almost there. 5 more minutes, babies. 5 more minutes. SPY puts are bringing priced in. It's weird because we don't have any events this week. Remember last week we were only pricing in that 1.3. Where was it? Remember last week the high of priced in wasn't it 263 or 563 flat? So I don't know. We don't have any crazy events this week, so it's hard to say what's priced in. Well, there it is. 1 candle down. This will kind of be our pre-Euro move, so let's see what happens. Yeah, no, the Russell, it's still the same theme from last week. Russell's up 2.8 right now. Jeez, or 2.1. That's insane. What is insanity? And then those 2 candles just gave up half of those gains there from the top. My goodness. I haven't looked at Netflix yet, but their earnings is here this week. I did make a play on AXP. That's another one. And then those meta plays are up 44%. So that one's still running. SMCI falling. Tesla, again, DJT, Micron. That's been another one. Then Eli Lilly and NVO. Let's see. Raulito. Trump said he's going to announce his VP, but we don't know who it is. But Trump said that he plans to release that info today. And then gold hitting a new high, 24.41.80. So literally gold is rising on this. Yeah, Netflix, if it's 9, that's a big amount. That's going to be pricing in a lot. I would watch out for that. I don't think we even played Netflix last time. Netflix, the last 3 earnings has been massively been pricing in a ton. Elon Musk, Lester Holt talks to Joe tonight. Indeed. And then again, too, you kind of got a wild chat facts, too, man. You have over 30 messages, and I think 90% of them are politically related. So just join the NBC chat and spread your politics there. Otherwise, post me a play. You know what I'm saying? I love you. I know today was a traumatic day for a lot of people. I understand Trump, I know you guys are going through a lot. So I want you to know I'm here for you. But at the same time, you respectfully need to post some other shit. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, 10th super chat. Shout out to IRM. Got in when it was dirt cheap. Sell like you're not going to sell for 10 years. Act as if you can't change the mind. For 10 years minimum, baby. Horn. Hey, man. That's what I'm talking about. God bless you, bro. I appreciate it. And amen, bro. That's 170%. And that's long term. You know what I'm saying? Long term. Woo! All right. And then, man, what time is it? Euro close in 30 seconds. So let's see where this takes us. Come on, come on. All right, damn it. I'm supposed to get 100. I only got 87 bucks off the short. I didn't really like it because I'm like, damn, I was down on it. And then Euro close came in. So I'm like, I got lucky off my pullback. So I'm going to take a small dub, 87 bucks. I should have had 100 something. But that's it. I don't know. Michael Gassio, baby. Welcome. 10 of them. Is that round 2? What's up, man? Happy Monday. Horn. Amen. Amen. Let's go, baby. All the Chaz. We got the EC with his 10th. We got IRM. We got Gassio. Think different. Getting a long term. Ooh, is that ES still going? Or maybe we could have made a little bit more, but I don't know. I didn't like it. I thought it would have went down immediately, and then it went up on me, but I don't like the fact that I only made money because of the pre-Euro close move. So, yeah, I got out of the ES. I shorted it, but I'll take it. Green is green. I'm down with it for now, but then I don't think I should make a play till the end of the day. So that's unfortunate. That's why I was like, I got caught up in it. I didn't realize halfway. I was like, wait a minute. It's only like 9 o'clock. It's still mad early. Why am I in a play? So remember, if you don't get a play in that first like hour and a half, bro, I think the market's going to do absolutely nothing. And like you're going to stay within a range, and then you're going to have to wait, and it's going to be slow. So if anything, I think probably end of the day, that'll probably be where we make our final one. FTSE down by 0.9, Germany down by 0.8, France down by 1.2, and Spain's IBEX down by 0.9. Yeah, bro, did you guys know that play on Friday? I literally made $1,000 in the final 5-minute play. It's because I went big. I grabbed one ES, and then I averaged down with 3 more, and then it popped up on the little stupid end of the day pop, and I made $1,000 and just got out of it. So, I don't know. I like those end-of-the-day moves rather than the whole entire day. I think we might get way, way bigger, better moves on all of those than not. RDHL? I think you should post it again. Because then that way it'll, if you post it again, you'll let everybody know. You know what I'm saying? RDHL. Wow, 30 cents, Red Hill. I actually played Red Hill back in the day. Yeah, he's not even listening. He's just posting the emoji with the clock. That's a weird pump message, but hey, it happens. No Bank of America or MS plays. No. I still like Citi, Wells Fargo, but I do think those plays can move. The gold. I mean, I'm kind of mad I don't have gold, but there was a time to take it here early in the morning. I slept on it. But yeah, gold hit a new high today. And then still chilling above the other one. The yield curve many pots of the yield curve went up today. Again, people were talking about the 5-year, 10-year, or the 2-year, 5-year uninverting, 2-year, 30-year uninverting, and now the 2-year, 10-year. It's getting close to the lowest point of the year, but definitely a lot of movement there. No other metals. I don't have any silver play. I'm not really looking at like platinum or anything like that. I have bonds. That's about it. Silver is trash? No. I like silver a lot. I just think silver is up a ton. Silver is literally outperforming gold. So that's the only thing. I don't like silver because the days where it does come down, it'll come down faster than gold. But over the last couple of months, it has been outperforming. So we'll see. Chatadonia. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, looks like you got pen moving right now. There's a call out by young Troy. But Chatadonia, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We have 4.5 hours left. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendation. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good, huh? I can't play Narcos. No, they clap me for it now. I don't know why. But what I can play you is a special on Donald Trump.
Former Vice President Joe Biden to decide that he wanted to run for president against Donald Trump
5 seconds. 4.
He said that was really
3,
formative. So this
2,
has sort of been
1,
an
go. 1 hour
undercurrent
backward.
to
1
his
hour, 1
political
minute.
thinking January 6th as well. And that is why he's delivering a message like the one we heard in the Oval Office. And here's a little bit more of that from last night.
Oh, man.
The political record in this country has gotten very
pen
heated.
is getting clobbered.
It's time to cool it down.
You got like 40 minutes, 40 seconds of arm circles
all
left.
All of us now face the time of testing as the election approaches. And the higher the stakes, the more fervent the passions become. This places an added burden on each of us to ensure that no matter how strong our convictions, we must never descend into violence.
And in that speech, of course, the overarching theme was this call for unity, but the president acknowledged that there are very different visions between what Republicans are going to be displaying at their convention this week in Milwaukee and what he is going to be campaigning on when he resumes that kind of political activity tomorrow and Wednesday in Nevada, guys.
So, Monica, even in the immediate aftermath of the shooting, we did see many Trump supporters, some Republicans attempting to blame President Biden and his allies for the incident, talking about their rhetoric, specifically claims that Trump is a threat to democracy. How is the Biden campaign responding to all this? Are there any signs that they might at least try and change that messaging at all?
Well, I think that they are trying to point to the context of some of these remarks and that some of these things were said, of course, days and weeks ago before the shooting and were talked about with a larger context again around it. And that is what they are trying to point to. But they are saying overall, and they are raising this situation, which is true, that there has been really intense rhetoric on both sides and that really Republicans and Democrats, you can count the examples of times where there are people who have said things that probably could be misinterpreted or could be taken as a potential inciting that could lead to something like this. But ultimately, the Biden campaign is saying there is no excuse for anything that could approach this kind of violence and any kind of rhetoric that could be seen as completely inflammatory. And they want to make sure that that does get toned down for everybody across the aisle.
So, Monica, how do you think we ultimately see President Biden towing this line? I mean, he is the president in the position, right, of trying to help and heal the nation at a moment when something terrible happens, no matter what it is, while then also being a presidential candidate and this happening with the person that he is running against. How is he going to tow those two things at the height of his campaign?
And that is what is the central question here, I think, Savannah, the way that the president does this. But I think in that speech last night and in what you're seeing, he's really going to try to focus on this as the president of the United States and a little bit less as a candidate in terms of the things he's trying to direct his government to do, increasing security measures, doing a full independent review of what went wrong in Pennsylvania at that rally, and really trying to approach this from everybody needs to take a step back, take a deep breath, and that they do need to be careful in terms of what they say and how they say it. But to your point in the introduction, the president here also is still maybe fighting for his own political standing and whether he's certainly going to be the Democratic nominee, as he says he intends to be. We saw there was a pause in those Democratic defections since Saturday's shooting, but we still know that privately there are a lot of Democrats who have concerns. And so there's going to be a focus on that again as well in the coming days.
Monica Alba, thank you very much for your reporting.
Joining us now for more on what the assassination attempt means for presidential security measures going forward is former Secret Service Special Agent Paul Eckloff. Thank you so much for joining us. So, two sources familiar with the agency's operations now tell NBC News the shooter's location on that rooftop was identified as a vulnerability. One called the assassination attempt a security failure. I'm sure as a former agent, you're troubled by what happened. I mean, how does something like this happen?
It's an excellent question, and yes, I think you will find nobody.
Excellent question. Excellent question. All right, man, that was push-up time. It's crazy. We've kind of gone through the day here. 2 hours in now. Euro closed. Europe did very bad, so we're actually still holding up, and then there you go. The market came back up. Oh, my goodness. My goodness. What a day. Goldman sees solid rationale for the U.S. to cut interest rates as early as July 30th meeting. Maintains its forecast for a September rate cut. Nice timing. I got out of it. I think I was a little late or a little early. Then it went in, and then I took a little bit extra or early off the downside, and then now came right back up. And then bonds are climbing back up here too, but I have no more ES short. I think I'm done with any of those day trades till end of the day. Yeah, I made $80. It should have been like 150 or like 120, but how it filled was only $80. But I'll take it. Small daily gains. And then SLV, I mean, I still have gold 24.39. I have it up, but I don't have a play. And then BX on the high, Blackstone. You don't expect much volatility from Powell? Not really. I mean, Powell has the ability. You know, last time we heard him ahead of the data. This time we had another round of good data, so we're going to get to hear Powell again. I think he could say or add a lot more to the story, but traditionally, as of late, I'm not really expecting Powell to move the market too much. I have no idea what the Penn news is. Maybe it's related to one of their like deals with Disney or something like that, one of those licensing deals. The Mirage is closing in Vegas? Oh, no way. I think they're giving, I think it's easier to win money. So, actually, if you still have time, I heard this. I haven't verified, but pretty much, like, based on the law, they can't keep any of the progressive jackpots. You have to give them away. So, like, by the time the Mirage closes, they have to give away a certain amount of money. So I think your odds of winning a jackpot are a little bit higher. So that's if you want to. It's too packed. Oh, I'm not. I haven't been to Vegas since the cool real estate stuff. That's it, man. Me in Vegas. I ain't seen Vegas in a minute. I ain't seen Vegas in a while. If you could find an open machine, is that packed? No way. You won the first day at the Mirage? That's crazy. So everybody's there. That's pretty funny. And then ES still dancing around. That's literally right around where we closed. Palantir on the high. Dude, look at that. Low ticker, absolutely frozen. High ticker still gassing. So even though the index isn't moving, and remember, you're about 13 minutes off of Euro close. So even though we've had Euro close here, I mean, you are still, I feel like we're acting like it just happened. Then bonds are about to break out now. But very weird. Low ticker is not moving at all. JPM crazy. Remember, you still got more bank earnings. Morgan Stanley, Bank of America. Those are the ones this week, too. The JPM says, good walk. High ticker fully gassing right now. Very weird. So, hi, welcome to Euro Close. What price would I dollar cost Nike and add to the long term? Yeah, so Ivan, I think it's time that I ban you because you kept asking me this on Friday and then you were talking shit to the Bears. So I don't know why you do this. Like, you kind of freak me out, Ivan. You ask a lot of stuff and then you ain't like really listening. It's really weird. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what is your motive? I don't even look. I'm even talking about him now. He ain't even listening. It's really weird shit. So, yeah, bro. Don't time me out. Oh, it's too late, man. I just saw you responded. Because I had the same conversation with you on Friday, and you didn't even react. And now you're doing it again. This time you reacted, but yeah, man, it's just weirding me out. Letting people get under your skin today. I don't think I'm calling you guys out and like moving on, but like I don't know why you guys keep insisting I'm getting bothered by stuff when I feel like I've been more bothered on other days. I don't know. I'm just kind of throwing up my peace sign and then, like, moving on. I don't know why. Is it the Donald Trump thing? It could be. But, yeah, no, I'm pretty chill, to be honest. Oh, I sound bothered? Well, just as an update, I'm not really bothered. If you guys don't want me to, if you guys would like me to not call you guys out, then I can do that. That's fine. But then if you get banned, you're never going to know. So you tell me what you guys want. But I'm chill. I actually hit 3 sets of curls. I guess I'm technically 1 for 1 on there. So not bad. You're on puts, I bet? No, I closed out of my short play. No, I don't have puts. I am long on the bonds. And remember, last week we hit every single trade. No exaggeration. So, amen. But, yeah, I'm chill even for today, too. I'm probably going to play 2K here in a little bit. I'm going to hit another set of curls. One more will be good. Do you? You're good? You don't want to see me? Oh, let's go then. All right, well, from now on then, I just, y'all should know the vibes. But I'm just, if you get banned, you get banned, and I won't tell you. You know what I'm saying? So you won't have to worry about what I'm bothered on or not. But, we'll make it easy. If you get timed out, you get timed out. Hate to see it, but, yeah. I'm calling them out. No, it's cool. We'll move on. Let's call it a day. Just like the video. Do what you gotta do, baby. I'm doing 30s, bro. I need to get my curls back on. I think I don't know. The mobility's been good. My back feels good finally. So I don't know if we're gonna start like lifting heavy again. But yeah, man, we doing some good curls. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. My back. I mean, I did that thing, the Murphy stretch. That helped out a lot. Homeboy was saying that the other day. And then I did the foam roller. Yeah, MO just started waking up. Hold up. You guys were saying it earlier. I thought you were being dramatic. Because last time someone called that MO, it was like break even. But I didn't realize $47.99. That's a big level. That's a very, very big level. Always showing up, bro. Of course, man. Get the long term. That's the crazy part. Don't ever forget. Even if I didn't show up, the long term would actually, like, you know what I'm saying? The long term would still be killing it, bro. So get the long term. You'll be good. The best way to start in real estate with $35,000 in cash, $250,000 pre-approved. Find a good deal, baby. It seems like you already have everything. If you have that much cash and you already got a pre-approval, just about finding the right deal. You never heard it. It was hard. You just like lay on the floor and like just pin your elbows to the ground and just like lay on the floor, back down, legs down, and just drill your elbows into the ground, and it just like feels really good. And then I did that, and then I foam rolled the shit out of my leg and then my back, and then that helped out a lot. And then I slept a lot. I took like 4 naps over the weekend, bro. It was nice. It was really, really nice. Yeah, Burberry did bad. That's another, you guys remember when we hit Nike and FedEx just a couple weeks ago? And remember I told you there was bad European earnings? It just happened again with Burberry. They got rid of CEO, and then the sales were not good. Under Armour, I don't know. I don't really like them for the long term, to be honest. I haven't worn Under Armour since middle school, but I feel like they have a lot of value, but at the same time, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like they'll be around in 10 years, but I don't see them doing anything crazy. But yeah, I'm not really the biggest fan of Under Armour, to be honest. We did a DJT July 80 call. Just the whatever call we could get for $100. You love UA, especially their shoes. I know some people really love them still, but like I feel like you either have never worn Under Armour in like 10 years or you still buy it every single day and get a good deal on it. I think my sister likes Under Armour, but I have not worn Under Armour in a minute. Even then, Nike, I only be on that outlet Nike shit, but I've had the Nike shit forever. Or if they sell it at Costco. I'm a big fan of Costco. Right now I'm wearing my Costco Puma sweats. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Probably one of my best purchases. I'm not going to lie to you. I think I got these $10 sweats from Costco, these Puma sweats. Pfft, fire, bro. Yeah, GME, $27. You guys all posting GME. Y'all very excited about that. I heard the more you post about it, the more it'll go higher. So keep it up. But I'm pumped. Thank you. Good morning. Happy Monday. Trading fraternity sweats go a long way too, man. I just can't hate on those. I'm wearing those a lot too. I wish they sold them at Costco. The ones at Costco, they sold them there for like a month and then they never sold them again. I feel like we haven't, ever since the Chewy thing, we haven't heard about the kitty. I don't know how strong the kitty effect is. Costco is not in the long term, but, it may be. Maybe one day. If you know what it means. Costco to restock the cooling blankets. Oh, I didn't have those. I know they had that. Earnings previews, if there's any good earnings, but if it's any of the little ones, probably not. I'll never see this, but you're the best at what you do. I see it, baby. I see it. Good morning. So, yeah, tomorrow, I guess Bank of America, UNH, Progressive, Morgan Stanley, Schwab. We could do those. And then tomorrow, after hours, there'll be some names. We could do those tomorrow. But, yeah, there's a couple for today that we could go over once we get the day. Let's get through it all. You think Snap has more upside or earnings kill it? Well, that's the thing. I think Snap has a ton of upside, but they haven't been performing good. I don't know if Snap could put together 2 good quarters in a row. They haven't done that in like 2 years. So if they do that, this stock is going to rip. This thing is going to go absolutely insane. But otherwise, it's probably going to do what it's done every other time. My long term, if you go to this channel and you go to where, like, actually just like click on this channel, okay, Amira, my Biden friend, who loves Biden, just go here where it says community. Be a part of the community, Habibti. And then you go here and then boom, it's there. The whole long term. Big account, small account, Colt sister. You can see everything. And this is updated. The last purchases I made were Intel and Nike. And those are good to go. Why does it say the long term's up so much right now? Oh, JP Morgan, Coinbase, Snapchat. Snap is worth adding to the long term. Not at these prices. So to give you context, we're still up about 40% on Snapchat. So I'm not really a fan of buying anything with a premium. And even though we haven't bought Snapchat in 4 years, yeah, I guess it's up 34%, not 40, excuse me. So, yeah, I wouldn't really touch it at these prices. I think if it goes back below like $9, $7, then we could talk about buying Snapchat. But otherwise, I think I'd rather buy Pfizer with the current yield than not, especially comparing it to where some of these other names are. Powell is going to be in about 35 minutes. Daily dollar. Well, you could do it daily. I mean, we just get our deposit once a month, and I could space it out throughout the month if I wanted to, but I usually end up just like holding it. You know what I'm saying? But you can do it daily if you'd like. You could average however you please. Monthly, daily, weekly. Oh, it's totally up to you. Why is Pfizer so slow moving? I don't expect much from Powell, but given we just had data, anything is possible. And then bonds are coming back up. Quite frankly, I'm more interested in the bond land than anything. I'd love for the long term to keep growing. Did not come to the stream, but watch the daily Watchlist. Hope all is well. I hope you're doing good too, baby. And I hope you've been feeding the long term. The long time is friend, long time is life. Cut calls soon if there's no bail. I didn't think we could have made another like 5 more points on that ES short, but I'm done. I don't think there's going to be a play till end of the day now. I think whatever Euro close already happened. We're gonna get Powell. Maybe he moves something, but I don't think we're gonna really break out of any range here. Too heavy, and then I think that last 10 minutes of the day we should get a decent move. Is JP Morgan ripping? I feel like that's helping out the long terms a lot. Yeah, JP Morgan's up 2.7. Yeah, JP Morgan's running towards a new high. Hi. And even IRM, that one's killing it too. Bank of America pop. They have earnings here tomorrow morning. Yeah, so is Citi. Bank of America is running into the high, and Morgan Stanley. So they're all going up here. All the bank stocks are going crazy. And SPY trying to curl back up. JP Morgan intending to raise dividend by 25. Well, they're killing it. Equal weight was weak in the morning. Now it's up by 0.6. It's catching up. If anything, equal weight is catching up to the normal SPY, but that was down in the morning. It's starting to climb up a little bit. I think the best bank stock is JP Morgan, hands down. I'm so glad we have it in our long term, but that's what kind of makes it suck. Because then it's like I don't think there's any like I wouldn't buy any other financial except JP Morgan, and then JP Morgan, that's the one that's just killing it. I really believe they are the best financial asset in the world compared to anything. Compared to any bank, any balance sheet, I really legitimately think that JP Morgan is hands down the best. Just like everything they have, how they've performed, what they walked away with all of that. They're the best. And you have to pay for it. That's why I don't say this. As much as I like them, I don't think you should buy them at all-time highs. I wouldn't touch them at this price. But that's, I mean, again, our price, we got in at like 116 to like 120 was our entry price on this. So, I mean, you either got it or you didn't. But I think it's one of the best banks out there. Ally, I remember a lot of people talked about Ally too. I don't think Ally's that bad, but I really don't think any other bank or financial institution, I don't think you could compare them with JP Morgan. I like JP Morgan way better than Goldman. Goldman's had issues. JP Morgan hasn't. That's it. When it's all said and done, JP Morgan, they've done good. No regional banks, no. Jimmy, what bank? Nom, 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 nom. Hut on the high. It's another crypto. Again, the banks just all had pops there, too. Yeah, literally, Hut's up 15%. Do I remember you? Do you have a long term? That's all that matters. All that I only remember long terms. Prime Day starts tomorrow. Nice. I need a monitor so I could buy it and then return the broken one. Other than that, I don't need anything. Working on it? Oh, man, you got to get it, baby. Get the long term. You get the long term, baby. Always. Start now. And then SPY still chilling. HIMN. VIX is on the high. More of the banks are starting to go up. SMCI got clobbed. ARM is chilling, break even. Well, you're 18, you got time. Well, no, you don't, if that makes sense. Because then if you wait like 2 years, it's the difference between being a 20-year-old who has a long term and then starting your long term at 18. Or if you wait 4 years, you'll be 22 years old versus being an 18-year-old. And, like, think about it. Anybody who started their long term at 18, you're going to be better off at 18 than you were at 22. 22 is not bad, but then let's say you take another 4 years. Like, pretty much there's a way. The more you wait, you might wait till you're, like, 26 years old. And think about that. That's almost 10 years from being 18. So, yeah, no, you don't have time. I would do it as soon as possible. So especially if you are 18 and you have the privilege to hear my lovely voice right now, and it's going through your cochlears, and you're being able to listen and profit this, you know, I would get your long term as soon as possible. I would not hesitate. I would not wait. I would not lie to yourself and believe that you have more time, because we don't. You could even die tomorrow, which would suck, but, you know, we don't have time. We need to do it right away. Google AI Act has been published in EU's official journal. Will enter into force on August 1st. I don't know what that means. You don't think that people should wait till stocks aren't at all-time highs to invest in the long term? I do and I don't. But here's the thing. We've all been getting lied to. The fact of the matter is there's hundreds of names that are not near all-time highs. That's what last week showed us. Last week, what had happened? Everyone's like, oh, rate cuts. What did they do? They stopped buying NVIDIA, and 400 names in the market went green. And it was all the names that are in the gutter. So right now there's hundreds, if not thousands of stocks that are all trading below 2023, 2022, and some of them trading below 2010 prices. And these are high-quality names that we know about. So I do agree I wouldn't buy everything when they're at all-time highs, but if you really are a savvy person and can look around and don't just listen to what people say without looking into it, you'll notice there is high-quality names out there right now that you could buy today at the cheapest price they've ever been at. UVXY, Big Pablo. SPY coming in. Maybe we should have held that short. Womp, womp, womp. At least one long term. That's a good way to start. The more long terms, the better. Just separate your long term from your trading, and you'll be good. And like you're saying, just start it sooner rather than later. You don't have to separate for dividend and growth. All right, I'll BRB.
Don't lie. It is what it is. You search for what you searched. You were where you were. And that's what they're going to be focusing on. Hopefully, they say, to get to a point where they can figure out what the motive might be.
You talk about recreating the image of the cell phone, but Tom, what about the image of the man? I mean, who was he? I know that there was a high school classmate that described him as a loner who got bullied. Right. What do we know about the profile of the man and his family?
You know, Morgan, not a lot. I mean, to Vicki's point, this is somebody who's 20 years old, barely has a social media presence. People that are twice his age have a much more of a social media, 3 times his age have a much more of a social media presence. Apparently worked as a dietary aide at a nursing home. He's somebody who belonged to a local gun club. His political background is a little bit uncertain because he's registered as a Republican at some point. There is a donation that matches his name, his address, and his zip code to Act Blue and then it's further there to another Democratic cause. It's only for $15. So it's not as if this is somebody who's spending away his parents' money donating to all sorts of political causes on the Democratic side. So there's really not a clear picture there. And it's not even certain that there's politics is involved in the motive here. To your point, we did conduct some interviews yesterday where it appears that some of his former classmates say that he was bullied a lot, but we don't have any reports, and law enforcement has never received any sort of threat reports. The FBI says, look, we don't have his name anywhere in our system until the moment he started firing shots on Saturday.
Still so many questions. I know people are waiting for those answers. NBC News law enforcement and intelligence correspondent Tom Winter for us. Tom, as always, thank you. Sure thing.
The Republican National Convention kicks off in Milwaukee today.
That assassination attempt has reinforced a sense of unity among top Republicans and party members who say they're more motivated than ever to return Trump to the White House. NBC News correspondent Garrett Hake joins us now live from Milwaukee. Garrett, former President Trump reportedly told Fox News' Brett Baer this morning that he is going to announce his running mate today. Do we know anything else on that front?
Well, Morgan, the former president has really enjoyed the drama and the tease here, extending his sweepstakes search for as long as he can basically get away with it. This convention exists in part to formally nominate him and both the man, and we do believe it'll be a man who he chooses based on the 3 finalists, into the presidential and VP slots atop the Republican ticket this fall. So we expect that announcement to come at some point today. This is a much more common form of political drama than what we have seen over the last few weeks. But Donald Trump has really been teasing this idea that he wants to do this, in his mind, the old-fashioned way, with an announcement here in this building at the convention, as opposed to the kind of rallies and rollouts that we've gotten used to seeing over the last couple of cycles. So the 3 finalists, to refresh people's minds: Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, and Florida Senator Marco Rubio, thought to be the 3 men between whom Donald Trump is choosing. But as of this morning, he was still the only person who knew the answer to the question of who his running mate would be.
Gary, we also got some breaking news today that Trump's classified documents case has been dismissed. You called this the political equivalent of drawing an inside straight in poker. This is a big victory for Trump ahead of the election. Could this decision come up on appeal at some point? And also, how is Trump reacting to this news?
Yeah, a huge victory for Donald Trump, at least in the near term. The case that many of his own advisors thought was the most potentially damaging, the most likely to end up with him perhaps in jail should he be convicted. Now the judge in the case is throwing it out entirely, arguing that special counsel Jack Smith was unconstitutionally appointed in the first place. Now, Donald Trump has been praising this ruling on Truth Social, but also suggesting that various judges and juries need to go further than that and throw out the other cases against him, both in criminal and civil court. That's unlikely to happen. I think what's more likely to happen is that we'll see this decision by Judge Aileen Cannon in Florida challenged on appeal. That could end up going all the way to the Supreme Court. Ladies, we've heard this before. You know, even if the court rules in Jack Smith's favor, it's almost impossible to think of any scenario in which this case would resume before the election.
Given the timing.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, NBC News correspondent Garrett Hake. Garrett, thank you.
It's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Google is reportedly in talks for its largest acquisition ever, according to the Watchlist. Google parent company.
This is so weird. I'm not used to listening to NBC. It sounds so different in like financial media. It's so much different than like non-news media. I don't know, man. It's weird. No Amazon news. I don't think so. I see Google AI Act. I don't know what that means. That was right before I left. Amazon is flushing a little bit. They're down $2. Remember, last week was a very weird week for them. Pizza for the long term. We talked about that one on Friday. I like them. I don't think they're a bad company. I think they're really small in the pizza area, but I mean, pizza is always a good place. If it works with your portfolio and everything else, it might work out, but yeah, not anything too crazy. And then Jerome Powell here in 20 minutes. We're still waiting for that. Upcoming events. Reception will be at 11, the luncheon at 12, and ending at 1:30. Amazon, well, remember, Amazon just hit $2 trillion, and it led on the way up earlier. So, I mean, if anything, I think they're kind of going through the growing pains after hitting that $2 trillion market cap, and then SPY coming lower. We should have held that short, my goodness. So now you're like right back up to the first high of the morning. And then this is kind of where we dumped on last Friday. And you're almost about like, what, 18 minutes shy of Euro close or 1 hour from Euro close. Not bad. Uber too high for the long term. I wouldn't buy it at these prices, but I'm holding at these prices. So I like Uber a lot. We bought that. Yeah, I sold the short. I only made $100 on it. But you would have gotten, I think you would have got a couple $100 off of that. That was a good short entry. I just closed it earlier. But I like Uber for the long term. I'm just not a fan of, I wouldn't buy it at the high prices, but we bought Uber pretty low. We're up over 100%, and I'm a big fan of that company. Uber at 65. I buy it at $30. I just don't like buying things that are up. If you guys haven't noticed, you know, even then it's something I tell you guys. Like if there's a play that I hold that you like, you know, I wouldn't necessarily, I wouldn't buy it if that play is green. I would, you know, if there's a play that I hold, I would wait till it comes down, and then there you go. If I consider doing one of those funded futures accounts, no, they're all scams. So any of that like prop trading shit, I know some people disagree or not, but remember, if anything is presented to you, like the only reason you want to do it is because it's offering you everything you want with minimal skin in the game. You know, hopefully you have the discernment to spot what's wrong with that position. But yeah, I have my own money and my own account. You could start even futures with $2,000 if you really wanted to. They're not scams. Okay. That's cool. That's just my opinion. But if you got it, like I said, if it comes presented as everything you want, you could usually tell by what I'm saying with even how people respond to it. You know what I'm saying? So take note. Take note. That comment disturbs a lot of peace. I wonder why. Keno, I'm so hyped. You're actually good at 2K, bro. That's great balling with you, bro. SPY going lower again. Ay, ay, ay. Zap. That was the one from Friday or last week. Rock climbing hits when listening to Uncle. Keep doing what you're doing. You're rock climbing right now. Hopefully you have, like, what's it called? You please tell me you rock climb with, like, gear, because apparently people, like, go rock climbing without any harnesses, and that's insane. So be careful. But I hope it's relaxing. A good view, get some good stock market info. You'll see you'll get Powell while you're climbing here in a second. We have literally 14 minutes. Rock climbing in VR. Yeah. All right, SPY bouncing up a little bit. What's the date today? July 15th. Speeches, testimony. Yeah, July 15th. Jerome Powell. I think we have one more Fed speaker, too. No gear because I'm doing... Wait, so you're not on that? Oh, dude, be very careful. What the fuck? So you got no gear? Yo, you're crazy, bro. Yeah, man. But you say he's doing boulders. I don't know. Is it just like smaller rocks? Bouldering? Wait. What's the difference, though? Boulders, you don't need gear. That's like less than 30 feet up. So you can still like fall and just it'll hurt, but it won't like kill him. All right, that's where then. That's good. It's practicing. Just risk of paralysis, not death. Oh, okay. Said so. Musk requested an important design change to robo-taxi front. Or? So you're getting a robo-taxi headline. Microsoft flushing too for some reason. Again, Amazon was already on the low. And then JP Morgan running up. We're still in rotation a little bit, honestly. I think a lot of the bigger names are starting to come down. High ticker still has a lot of financials. JP Morgan, Prudential, Bank of America, they're holding up. But then the other names are all pulling us down right now. So it's a very, very big a big reversal, and then once again, Russell's up 1.9, and now the NASDAQ's only up 0.42. Earlier, the NASDAQ was up like just under 1%. So you do kind of have the reverse rotation in effect, and then that just idea of small caps value holding up from the morning, that's still in play. You're going for the bounce play with the QQQ daily. I mean, if Powell says the right things, it'll help out. But right now, this is like the 50-50 point, believe it or not. You're like halfway from the high, halfway from filling the gap. So it's a very, very interesting spot. Musk says extra time allows us to show off a few other things. I think banks leading up are the interesting part here. A lot of them are moving. And then again, we have Jerome Powell in what, like 10 minutes? I hope Jerome Powell is going to be live. Yeah. All right, he will be. Because sometimes the Economic Club, they don't play it live. They hoe us. My name's Jerome Powell. And I hate you. And I hate you. And I hate all you traders. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. I just know when I made this album, I thought about all the traders in mind that wanted to front run bonds, and I was like, I fucking hate you guys. So I made it my life mission to have strategic ambiguity and never tell you guys what I'm doing with policy. I call this one, this is my next song, I call this You're Effed by Powell and the Fun Bunch. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're screwed, you're screwed, you're screwed. You'll never know when we will cut. You will never know when we will cut. You still suck, you suck, you suck. We'll never tell you. We said 1, but we meant 3. Now we mean 2, but maybe 4. Either way, I am scared, so close the door. You're fucked. You're fucked. You're fucked. You're fucked. I'm sorry. That's, yeah. I just inspired you to level up my climb. I hope so. You should level it up with like a helmet. You know what I'm saying? Why don't you level it up with like safety and like insurance? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so Jerome Powell comes on here in about 8 minutes. That was just the intro music. I don't know. It might be interesting. To be honest here, this one could be a wild one. And Q is still high. You're trimming the long term for real estate with Amazon, Netflix, Meta, JPM. Left to trim, would you sell 2/4 or half of each, all up 600 or 300? I just go with whatever. As long as you reach your goal. I mean, I would start with some of even the loser ones too, if you can. Names that you think you would never buy again if you're selling for long term. You could start with those and then go with some of the names and then try to identify the names you'd want to hold. But the general idea, just get what you need to achieve your goal to make your purchase. Come climb with me. I'm not climbing with you, Arturo. You are not an example of safely climbing. You got no harnesses. You are typing while climbing. You know I'm hella conservative. You think I'm going to show up to this rock climbing with you as my instructor? I bet you put in like 5 super chats while climbing a boulder. You said no safety harness. Sir, I'm going to go climb rocks on virtual reality. Bouldering isn't that dangerous. Tell that to the guy who got stuck in the boulder. You don't remember that movie? I do. I never watched it, but shit, I know the theme. I'm out, bro. I ain't doing none of that shit. I don't like endangering my life for anything. The most dangerous thing I do is sit outside by a pool. Not only can you drown in the pool, but the sun can also burn you. That's fucked up. So that's dangerous. I don't want to do anything but that. And even then, that's pushing it. So other than that, I'll see you on 2K. Thank you. What? Mm-hmm. Stretching, I did. I low-key got hurt stretching. I'm not going to lie to you. It definitely was more dangerous than I initially forecasted. Zap is running up again. TSM red day. Gold came down a little bit. How do you not get tired of talking every day? I mean, don't you talk every day? You know, I just talk pretty much more than the average person. But the Lord has put a lot on my mind. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I really have a lot to say every single day. It's kind of effed up if you really think about it. But other than that, it's pretty chill. You guys know I left the stream on Friday. And, like, that's what some of y'all don't get. Like, even on stream, I accidentally left the Twitch on Friday. And all I did was just play a game and shut up. Like, I don't think you guys realize, like, I do get quiet. Like, usually I'm in my own, I like my own peace. I like my own quiet. You know what I'm saying? So, like, usually, you know, and if there's good conversation, that's why I appreciate some of y'all. I love a good conversation. I love a good chat. I like to go back and forth. But, like, also, too, when I'm not, like, live, like, I just shut my mouth, bro. I eat my food. You know what I'm saying? I pray. I think a lot. I talk a lot to myself in my head. But, yeah, it's chill, bro. You have very little to say. Nah, you probably got a little bit more to say. Like, you probably got a lot of thoughts in your mind. You know what I'm saying? It just, you probably don't have the right place to put them out. That's where you got to really think about it. Because I'm sure if you were around the right group of people, you probably don't shut up. You know, and that's why it goes a long time. Voice of Answers coming to Netflix 2025. Yeah, Friday was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun on Friday. We had some good trades. The market was crazy. I think it was funny, too. We cracked a lot of jokes. And then who would have thought? And there's a damn assassination, bro. An assassination attempt on Donald Trump. It's crazy. NVAX green shoe. Well, watch the big tech names, too. Remember, that concentration effect, we'll see. Powell, that's crazy. Bloomberg has a countdown till Powell. They literally have a robo-taxi requested. What I think is an important design change to front and extra time allows us to show off a few other things. Ex post. Powell should be coming on any second now. So I have the live video. This is what I was playing, but Homeboy is not live yet. Honestly, unless you know why you're using margin, I wouldn't use it. Or literally, unless there's like such a big discount where it makes sense to go for margin, you know, I really probably wouldn't touch it. So it's up to you, my brethren. It's up to you. Come on, Powell. Yeah, if you haven't negotiated your margin rates, you shouldn't go on margin. That's probably a good idea, too. A lot of people aren't aware of that. Deeper puck. Well, I mean, I told you guys this. There will be a time where I will tell you all to use your margin. I think it'll be a time where the yield curve has uninverted and stocks are really, really cheap. And it'll make sense to get some margin on some of those names. But until then, I wouldn't really force it. The piano music was Powell. We're just waiting. Again, Powell, I think maybe it'll start in like 2 more minutes, but it should have been on about now. So we're still waiting. I kind of like listening to it. I'm not going to lie to you. This sounds like fucking Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. No? Let's see. It took it too long. I mean, it's still what, 9:30? We got a lot of time left. So we'll see. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. I like the cool jazz. Hello from Ibiza. Wow. Do you know Ibiza has the most missed flights? It was fun fact. Everyone misses their flights in the morning. Makes sense. You saw that yesterday? Yeah, I saw something on it, and it was like a fun fact. But, I mean, it does kind of make sense. Man, where is this guy? 9:30. All right, it's past 05. SPY or gold even came back up. But I think more people were expecting to hear from him by now. But we have not heard anything from Powell. This has been the most amount of pianos that I've listened to in a while. No, Powell still has not spoken. He's not said a word. I took a pill in Ibiza just to show Powell I was cool. He said he still cut rates and restrictions and it's still restricted, but nobody believed the message. You don't want to really cut rates like no. No? Okay. All right. So SPY holding below VWAP. Ooh, saxophone now. Bonds coming up. Looks like NASDAQ 0.67, Dow 0.62, and then SPY 0.56, and then the Russell literally right below 2% again today. So another wild day, my brethren. And again, the small caps in value, those are still leading the way tremendously. The Trump has selected J.D. Vance. I don't see that yet. People were speculating that today, but I don't think that has been confirmed quite yet. But we will see. Trump did say he is going to announce who his vice president is today. GME, Vivek. Oh, there it is. All right. Powell is here.
Over the weekend, there was tragic events in Pennsylvania. Some people wondered whether that would affect the markets today. Can you give us any insight as to whether you think it's had any impact on the markets?
David, I think I'll leave the markets out of it for a second, if I can, and just say that it was really a very sad day for our country. Political violence has no place in our society, and I
that's
condemn
like
it
this.
In the strongest
You guys
terms.
know that's like strong and resilient or whatever.
A man died.
Political violence has no place. That's the
rally.
phrase.
Two other people were critically injured. It's just a sad day. And I'll say that I'm grateful that the injuries to the former president were not more serious. I'd rather not comment on the markets. It's too...
Okay. So let's get another answer that you don't want to give.
I went long.
No foreplay, huh?
Foreplay? What? What did you just say?
There are a few.
My mom would beat me if I said that.
Who are waiting to see what interest rates
Powell
are going to
just
be
said
doing.
foreplay.
Do you have any insights on where interest rates might be going?
Oh my goodness.
I'm going to take that as a great opportunity to talk a little bit about the economy and then talk about where that leaves us with policy. So I would just start by saying that the U.S. economy has performed really remarkably well over the last couple of years. 2023, last year, was a year in which the economy grew well above 3%. The labor market remained very strong, unemployment remained very low, and inflation came down at quite a sharp pace, particularly in the second half of the year, by a very large amount. And that forecast was almost unheard of. It was unheard of before 2023. So big upside surprise that year. This year, we had expected the economy to slow a bit gradually, the labor market to continue to gradually cool off after being overheated a couple of years ago, and inflation to continue to make progress. And something like that is basically what has happened. The economy is growing now at about 1.5% in the first half of the year. Most forecasters have about a 2% growth rate for the full year. The labor market, again, has moved into better and better balance to the point where I think you can now say it's essentially no tighter than it was in 2019 before the pandemic. Remember that the labor market of 2019 was a very strong labor market. So we're back to that place, no longer overheated. On inflation, in the first quarter, we didn't make any more progress. The second quarter, actually, we did make some more progress. Okay. We've had now 3 better readings, and if you average them, that's a pretty good pace.
Okay, bonds
so turning to policy, your question, what we've said is that we didn't think it would be appropriate to begin to loosen policy until we had greater confidence that inflation was moving sustainably down to 2%. We've been waiting on that, and I would say we didn't gain any additional confidence in the first quarter, but the 3 readings in the second quarter, including the one from last week, do add somewhat to confidence. We've also said that we're a dual mandate bank. For a long time since inflation arrived, it's been appropriate to focus mainly on inflation, but now that inflation has come down and the labor market has indeed cooled off, we're going to be looking at both mandates. They're in much better balance, and that means that if we were to see an unexpected weakening in the labor market, then that might also be a reason for reaction by us.
Okay, I think I understand. So to put it in terms I can for sure understand, the markets are suggesting, the futures markets, that there's a 90% chance that the Fed will lower its discount rate in September. Do you think the markets know what they're talking about?
So today I'm not going to be sending any signals one way or the other on any particular meeting. So just to ruin the fun right at the beginning. I simply, we're going to make these decisions meeting by meeting, and we're going to make them on the basis of the data as they come in, the evolving data, the evolving outlook, and also the balance of risks now that the 2 mandates are basically close to being in balance.
Yeah,
there are some people who say that the Fed would not like to lower interest rates in a presidential campaign period because you could be criticized for helping one party or another. Do you have any comment on whether that's an accurate view?
I do. So our undertaking at all times is that we'll make our decisions based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, balance of risks, and only on that. We don't take political considerations into account. We don't put up a political filter on our decisions. That would not, it's hard enough to make these decisions based on the appropriate factors. If you're going to add a whole different filter in an area where we're not experts, that's not going to improve the quality of our decisions, and it's also not the orders we have from Congress. Our orders from Congress are to use our tools to foster maximum employment and price stability, and to do so without political considerations. That's what we're always going to do. If you look at the modern record, that is what we do, and we don't think about election cycles or anything that's political.
Okay. So the Fed has set a target for inflation of 2%. Now,
he's
can you
oddly
clarify,
trying to
does
just
that mean
avoid
that
policy
the
talk.
inflation rate has to be at 2% before you're ready to move, if you are ready to move, or does it have to be within sight? And what does it mean to be within sight?
So when we change interest rates, that tightens financial conditions, and that in turn affects economic outcomes, growth, labor markets, and ultimately inflation, but with lags that can be long and variable, as Milton Friedman famously said. And the implication of that is that if you wait until inflation gets all the way down to 2%, you've probably waited too long, because the tightening that you're doing, or the level of tightness that you have, is still having effects which will probably drive inflation below 2%. So we've been very clear that you wouldn't wait for inflation to get all the way down to 2%. Our test has been for the past quite some time that we wanted to have greater confidence that inflation was moving sustainably down toward our 2% target. And what increases that confidence in that is more good inflation data. And lately here, we have been getting some of that.
Okay. So when you say we, let's talk about who we is. The FOMC, for those who don't follow Washington acronyms, it stands for what? What is the FOMC?
It's the Federal Open Market Committee.
Okay. And who is on that committee?
It's a little bit complicated, our structure is. We have 7 governors here in Washington, all nominated by the president and confirmed to staggered 14-year terms. And we have 12 Reserve Bank presidents at reserve banks around the country. All 19, 7 plus 12, are participants on the FOMC. In any given year, all of the 7 governors vote, and 5 of the 12 Reserve Bank presidents vote. But one of the voters is always the New York Fed.
Okay, and so when you have an FOMC meeting, how many do you have a year?
We have 8 a year.
Okay, so you have 8 a year, and when you get together for 2 days or so?
We do. So it generally starts at noon or in the morning of a Tuesday, and we go all day. We generally talk about the economy, the financial stability issues, whatever special topics there may be. And at the end of the day, each person speaks on those things, and I speak at the end of that day. Then there's a brief presentation on monetary policy, and then we go to dinner upstairs in the Martin Building, and we come back the next morning. We come in at 9 o'clock, and we talk about monetary policy until we're satisfied with the outcome on monetary policy, and that usually takes most of the morning.
Okay, so when you go into an FOMC meeting that the first day, do you pretty much know where you want to come out at the end of the second day, or you want to listen to everybody and you haven't made up your mind yet?
You know, the way it works is that, you know, I talk to the other 18 participants regularly, and I talk to all of them at least once in the 10 days before the meeting. And I'm thinking about this 3 or 4 weeks before the meeting. You know, what should we want to achieve? What data do we need to see? How do we want to change our communications? All those things. And so I talk to people, listen to them, and I try to put together an answer that has broad support on the committee. And so when we go into the committee on Tuesday morning, you know, I'm confident usually that I know where this is going to go. But, you know, things happen. We get data during the meeting sometimes. Events happen. But largely you go in kind of knowing what the likely outcome is. Okay. And that's the design of it.
So normally, you know, if somebody calls somebody, you call all the other board members, FOMC members from time to time. When you call them, do you have a trouble getting your call returned, or you get a call right back, or do they take your call right away?
These calls are scheduled generally, and they go all day long. I have, like, the Friday before the meeting, I think I have 11 half-hour calls, and it's pretty, you know, we talk about the economy. We talk about very specific aspects of the economy, about our mandate, and then we talk about policy. So there's a lot to talk about. I take pretty careful notes, and people think, but by this point, they've read all of the preparatory materials probably twice. They've talked about it with their staffs, and so, you know, you get a really good sense of what people's thinking is. It's a very good process.
But you don't feel you have to have unanimity when you make a decision, right?
No, I always try to listen carefully to everybody. And I find that if you do listen and understand people's points and try very hard to incorporate them into what we're doing, for most people, most of the time, that's going to be enough. People do dissent. That's completely fine. We actually have, given that we have 12 reserve banks with their own economic staff and people with different backgrounds on the board and among the reserve banks, we have a disparity of views at every meeting on every question. But people do. I mean, I think there's a you want to dissent on important things, and so people are perfectly able to dissent, and when they think that's appropriate, they do.
So a lot of people in Washington, government agencies, are very good at leaking things. You're not that good at that. Why doesn't the Fed leak more? Why don't you kind of leak a lot more about what you're going to do? You just don't leak that much.
I'm kind of proud of that, actually. We do take our obligations to confidentiality very, very seriously, and because we know, you know, how consequential it would be for someone at the Fed to be leaking. You know, our whole success depends on having the public's confidence that we're ethical and that we're working on behalf of all Americans and not on behalf of ourselves, and we're not leaking and that kind of thing. So we do have a culture. When we're working on for example, a regulatory matter or some, you know, matter involving one of the banks, it never leaks out of the Fed. So I am proud of that record.
Okay, so if you go back in history, when inflation began to arise after COVID, at some point people said, including you, that it was transitory. In hindsight, what do you think people missed about the nature of the inflation? Why was it more enduring than people initially thought?
So this is a question that people will be writing papers about and debating long after all of us are gone. And it's early to say. It's actually kind of soon to be answering it. But I think so. Here's my answer to that question. When inflation arrived in March of 2023, it was really coming out of the goods sector, and it was connected to really high demand for goods, and it was, and you know, the supply chains, global supply chains, which account for most manufactured goods, collapsed because of too much demand and because of COVID, and you know, so. And to us, that looked like a temporary, fleeting situation. We also lost several million people out of the labor force. So wages went way up as the economy really boomed when we reopened the economy. And we thought, you know, vaccines were coming in, and we thought that would fix itself too. Kids would go back to school. We essentially overestimated how quickly the economy would return to normal. These things finally did happen in 2023, but they didn't happen in 2021 or 2. And what we meant by transitory was that it would go away fairly quickly without the need for our intervention. You don't want to intervene with interest rates if something's going to go away quickly without us intervening, because monetary policy, as I mentioned, works with long and variable lags. So the lure is you look through things like a temporary oil shock. So that was the mistake, was that it actually didn't reverse itself. The problems with the supply side didn't reverse themselves until 2023, when they really did, when we got a big burst of employment, and also the supply chains were fixed.
So in hindsight, now knowing everything you now know, would you have done anything differently? Would you have had less quantitative easing? Would you have changed interest rates differently? What would you have done differently now knowing everything we now know?
It's almost unfair. Hindsight's always 20/20, right? We remember what we were doing in real time. We went from a really nice economy in December of 2019 to a global partial shutdown of the economy. And we were contemplating, there was no thought that vaccines were around the corner, the economy's closing down. We were looking at severe and perhaps prolonged downside risks. Literally people thinking and doing work on, are we going to have another depression? Is it going to be the 1930s? So governments around the world, and in particular the United States government, really went to work to provide a lot of support to the economy. We did everything we could, including many things that were red lines that we'd never crossed. We crossed them to support the economy and support the financial system. And it was all done because we were managing severe downside risks, which did not materialize. We did not have a depression. And part of that is because of what we did. Then the economy reopens, and demand is very, very strong. And we saw a big burst of inflation everywhere, including in the United States. It was different in different places, but so that's what happened. And it's not. That's how I would answer that.
Okay, but so what you did, you're happy with what you did in hindsight, you would say?
In foresight, I think that the work that we did in 2020 in response to the pandemic will stand up very well in history. I think people will look at the things that we did, and essentially the financial system was grinding to a halt all around the world. We acted. We were the first central bank, and we were the most supportive. And I think that work will hold together when historians are looking back on it in a long time. I think when you get to the inflation era, that becomes a different question, and people are going to be arguing about that for a long time.
As a result of the action you took, and the economy was thought to slow down a fair bit, and many people use the phrase hard landing to describe, hard landing is a euphemism for a recession, I guess. People thought in 2023 we might have a hard landing. People thought in 2024 we might have a hard landing. And none of these people were economists, professionally trained economists, but they seem to be wrong. So do you rely on these economists very much in the future when you're projecting whether you should listen to their views on where the economy is going, or how do you react to the fact that we haven't had a hard landing and disappointed all those economists?
So I'll just say that as someone famously said, predictions are very difficult, especially about the future. Right? And also, I know a lot of economic forecasters, and forecasters are a humble lot with much to be humble about. It is extremely difficult. Every good forecaster will tell you that it's very, very hard to know what the economy is going to do. I'll give you a good example. In our Teal book, every FOMC cycle, there's a book that goes out, and there's a baseline forecast in that. And our forecasters are really, they're really
Roku, Big
the
Pop,
top
and
people in the
Coinbase.
field. And they give you that baseline. They also give you a section in that book which shows 7 or 8 alternative scenarios, which they also regard as plausible. So it's always a probability thing like that. It's not we've identified this one thing. So last year was a big surprise, and it was a big upside surprise. So of course we welcome those. We'd be happy to have more of those. But it just was one of those things where where things turned out much better for a whole variety of reasons. I will say that on the hard landing question, I have always felt like that there was a pathway to getting inflation back down to our 2% goal on a sustainable basis without the kind of pain in the labor market, the kind of high unemployment that has been typical of tightening cycles and getting inflation down. And the reason why my colleagues and I thought that was that the labor market was so overheated that it could cool down quite a bit without having to. There still is apparently no slack in the labor market. The labor market does not have slack. Essentially, you're at equilibrium now.
Market likes this labor market talk.
Inflation's at 2.5%.
I don't know if I want to read too much into that.
This was in defiance of a lot of conventional wisdom, but we thought that was right. And that says that you have to be, one thing you learn is humility in forecasting, so I wouldn't rule it out, but I would say that the kind of hard landing scenario is certainly not the most likely or a likely scenario.
So you have said you have a target of 2% inflation. You want to get it in sight of 2%. Do you have a similar target for unemployment? If unemployment went to 4%, are you saying, well, that's okay because we don't need to do anything because 4% is tolerable? Or do you have such a similar kind of target as you do with inflation?
So you can't reduce unemployment to a single number because for a couple reasons. First of all, the natural rate of unemployment probably moves through the cycle and over time. Maximum employment is a function of many, many different variables. It doesn't reduce itself to a specific number that would be durable over time. So inflation has 2% inflation some years ago became the global standard that everyone aims for in one way or another.
Some people have suggested that the Fed's independence is not as good as people talk about it being, and that maybe we better have more White House coordination with the Fed. I'm sure you've heard about this.
I think that...
is he talking about 2025?
Any comments on that?
I'd be happy to comment on what independence, on the point of central bank independence.
He's trying to subtly bring in the 2025
I think a long time ago, people have learned that a central bank that's independent of political consideration does a better job getting inflation under control. And that is accepted wisdom in all advanced economies around the world. It's also a principle that has very, very strong and broad support where it really matters, which is in Congress. You talk to senior leaders in both chambers, in both political parties, and they all understand that you want an independent central bank that doesn't run monetary policy to support or oppose any particular politician or political party.
Independence is one thing, but you still have some information sharing. So how do you coordinate or share information with the administration? Do you regularly meet with the Secretary of Treasury or White House staff people, or how do you communicate with them?
So there's a very standard set of relationships which doesn't change at all, administration to administration, and you could start anywhere, but Council of Economic Advisors is in the White House. We have lunch with them every month or so, although they get canceled sometimes because we're all busy. That's one thing. I have breakfast with the Secretary of the Treasury every week, unless she's traveling or I'm traveling. I have, since there was a National Economic Council, there's been a regular / sometimes irregular
I don't know if that's awful
breakfast
or not.
with the head of the NEC, and I do that too.
Do you ever get a call from the President of the United States saying interest rates are too high or something like that?
So, ever? No, I would say that meetings with the president are rare and appropriately so.
Okay. So you were originally appointed to the board of the Fed by President Obama,
yes.
And you were appointed chair by President Trump and reappointed by President Biden. And your term as chair goes through, I think, May of 2026.
That's right.
So, any thought about staying all the way through May 2026? You're going to do that?
Yes.
Okay. And if some president came along and said, well, you did a great job, I'd like to reappoint you, would you consider that?
I have nothing for you on that today.
Okay. All right. And
clap it up.
Is being chair of the Fed a enjoyable job or not so much?
It is, actually. I think I enjoy it. I enjoy it quite a bit. I do. First of all, it's a great honor. It's incredibly interesting. I love the people we work with. I love the institution. At this time in my life, it's just been a great thing. I'm in my 13th year there now, and it's been really challenging and all that. But what else would you want? I'm very happy doing the job.
So you're obviously in pretty good shape. How do you stay in shape? Do you walk a lot, or you ride bikes, or what do you do?
Yes, I do those things. I swim, I ride my bike, I go to the gym a lot. I try to stay fit, as you will remember from our days together.
Right. So but when you were, let's say, riding a bike, do people, get out of the way, or do you have...
Yeah, bro, Spy I don't think it's off any headline.
Nobody knows you with a bike helmet and goggles on. You're just another person on the road.
So I think you have said somewhere that when the Fed does lower interest rates, not saying that you're saying it's going to do that, but if the Fed does lower interest rates at some point, you didn't think it was ever going to go back to kind of the free money practically of years ago when interest rates are almost zero. Is that a fair statement, that you don't think it's a good idea to go back to interest rates as low as they once were?
The period between the global financial crisis and the pandemic was historically unusual from the standpoint that we had ever lower interest rates through that era, including a part of the era when, for example, sovereign debt of major European sovereigns was trading at a significantly negative rate. And so that was quite unusual. And still, even with rates that low, inflation was very low, below target. So the question is what caused that, and are the forces that caused that gone for now? And I think most people attribute the low inflation era to slow-moving forces like demographics, globalization, technological evolution, things like that. And those may or may not have changed. But nonetheless, I look at where we are now. Our funds rate is 5.3%, roughly, give or take. And it feels like it's restrictive, but not severely restrictive. So it tells me that rates, at least for now, the neutral rate must have risen, probably has risen from where it was during the inter-crisis period. And I think instinctively, I can't prove this. We're gonna learn about this empirically, but it seems to me that the neutral rate is probably higher than it was during the inter-crisis period, and so rates will be higher.
So the Federal Reserve, without saying you're going to lower interest rates at this point, if you did lower interest rates at some time, I thought you had said you didn't want to lower interest rates and then maybe say, well, maybe we made a mistake and we're going to increase them again. You want to have a policy that's fairly consistent for a while. In other words, lower interest rates but not bounce back and forth every FOMC meeting. Is that a fair summary?
That wouldn't be a great outcome, but we don't want to be too risk averse. I think we want to, we know that the economy is unpredictable, and the test we've set is we want to have greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably down to 2%, or alternatively, if we see unexpected weakening in the labor market, or some combination of those two. And when we see that, and the data really show that,
I have no idea. This has gone on for.
That's reflected in our confidence and our understanding. Then it'll be time for us to move.
25.
We won't worry. Of course, it wouldn't be great if you were moving
25
up and
minutes
down
ago?
Quite a bit. That wouldn't be ideal.
Some of your predecessors used to speak in what I call Fed speak, which is to say incomprehensible to the average person. You try to actually explain things. Is that because you're not an economist, or you just like to explain things better because you actually sort of explain what you're likely to do at the Fed and then you actually explain it afterwards? Does that upset a lot of people at the Fed that you actually try to put it in English?
No, I don't think so. No, as you know, I enjoy communicating with people, and I didn't have a career as an academic economist. I'm not a trained economist, so I don't speak like one. And that seems to, I do hear a lot from, for example, people on Capitol Hill that they really appreciate that they can understand what I'm saying.
So today, the ECB lowered their interest rates recently. So why do you think the ECB lowered interest rates before the Federal Reserve? Their economies weaker than ours, or what?
Yeah, so they're different. There are differences if you look around the world.
I think there is a 20-year bond auction,
between the United States and many other nations. It's just that our economy
should have
has
been
so
5
much
minutes
stronger.
ago.
Europe went through the European Union went through significant significant period of very, very low growth, while we were growing 3% plus last year. So we're in a different place. And I mean, actually, what's more remarkable about the current situation is how much there is in common between what happened. Inflation broke out everywhere. Central banks did kind of very similar things. There's little differences in timing in terms of starting to loosen policy, but really the era, I think, will be known much more for its commonalities than it is for its differences like this.
So when the FOMC makes a decision, let's say to increase rates or lower rates, they finish their final meeting, you are authorized then to go out and explain what
20
it
years
is.
on
How long
Wednesday?
before,
I'm tripping then.
after the meeting ends, before you go out and in public explain it? Is it 20 minutes or so?
It's 3 or 4 hours usually.
3 or 4 hours?
Yes, because the meeting might end at, I'm out at 2:30 p.m. That's when the press conference starts at 2:30. So I'm usually the meeting's over by 11.
And you don't worry that things will leak out in that interim period of time, I assume?
No, I don't.
Okay.
People know better than that, I think. And
so in some parts of the society these days, people are making decisions based on something called artificial intelligence, AI. Have you thought about, calling up ChatGPT and saying, here's all the data we have. What do you think about would be a good idea? Have you ever thought about that, or they're not going to likely do that?
We haven't done that. I mean, we have done little things like we've asked ChatGPT to generate questions for the press conference.
Oh.
And I'm happy to report for any journalists who are here that the questions were not as good as the ones we get from real journalists. So,
what about my questions? How do they compare to my questions? Okay.
No comment.
Right, so they weren't that great. Okay. So today, at the Federal Reserve Board, you are not involved in picking anybody who's on the Federal Reserve Board. The president makes those decisions. Do they ever call you for advice on who you might pick or they might pick?
it has happened, but it's, I would say, not the norm now.
Okay.
The Reserve Bank presidents are different. We play a role with the search committees from the Reserve Banks on that.
So every summer there's a meeting of the Federal Reserve people out in Jackson Hole. What do you all do out there? I mean, I always wonder, you wear cowboy boots, you go on ride horses. What do you all do? Why do you need to go to Jackson Hole? Why not go to, someplace closer than to Washington, D.C., Baltimore like?
Cowboy boots are worn by some, but not all. I don't wear them myself. But it's what it is. It's an academic conference. So the Kansas City Fed, which puts this on, they'll pick a topic, and then they'll find really top economists to write papers about that topic, or more than one topic. You come to Jackson Hole, they present their paper, people critique it, they praise it, and that kind of thing. And that's the mornings. And in the afternoon, people go take a hike. And let me be clear, this is not a rate hike; it's an actual physical hike.
But you usually make a speech out there, I think,
yes.
every year.
That's traditionally, not every. I've done this every year, but not every Fed chair has done it every year. But I mean,
remember somebody was asking if there was going to be big changes at Jackson Hole. Maybe this is the.
And is it carefully worked on by the staff? You make sure you say something that sounds interesting, but you don't make any news.
No, actually. So I try to do. Typically, what I do is I talk about it's really focused on the economic outlook and that kind of thing at any given point in time. At Jackson Hole, I've tried to take a step back or move to a higher level and try to say things that have a little more generality to them and see what can we learn, for example.
Now, the Federal Reserve is over 100 years old. It was created under Woodrow Wilson. If you were around then, what would you have suggested they do better than they did in creating the system? Or do you think the system works pretty well after 100 years and you wouldn't change it very much?
So I'm giving myself perfect hindsight here. I would do what Congress did in 1933. So the original Fed didn't have an FOMC, and it really didn't function very well during the early parts of the Depression or during other. So in 1933. The current structure was put in place, and that's with the FOMC, with the number of governors and the voting arrangements. And I think that arrangement
I think it was bad China
really
news.
In the 70s,
that
the
China
dual
recovery
was
stuff
added,
just was pretty
but
hideous.
Ultimately, we're not looking for any law change. We think we have the authorities that we need. We think that the law is in just a fine place.
Okay, so basically, you think the system works reasonably well
I do.
as it is today. And today. What is the biggest economic challenge you think facing the country? Is it growth? Is it inflation? Hard landing potentially? Or what are you most worried about? What keeps you up at night, if anything, in the economy?
So I'll say in the short term, that's what keeps me up at night. Literally, the thing I'm thinking about in the middle of the night is always this balance we have between not wanting to, if we ease too early, we can undermine the progress on inflation. And if we wait too late, we can undermine economic activity, we can undermine the expansion. And, so we want to get this right, and getting it right is incredibly important for the people we serve. So that is really, that's what I spend a lot of my, thinking time on. Longer term, there are lots of things to worry about, but that's really what keeps
So
me
most
up.
people, they have dinner with friends or sometimes. How can you have dinner with friends without hinting what you're thinking about? And do you ever get suggestions from your friends at dinner, this is what you should do? And how do you respond when they kind of say, maybe you should lower interest rates? You just keep eating or what?
You might define the word friend to mean doesn't ask you about interest rates. So, no, people don't do that generally. You know, people I don't know will always say, hey, cut rates. Somebody said that in the elevator this morning.
Is it buy puts?
Did that influence you or no?
He is like just shooting the shit today.
You know, no, but I mean, you know, people say things, but you know, it's fine.
Okay, so today, for somebody that would like to be the chairman of the Federal Reserve Board in the future, is it a job you would recommend to your best friend or your best enemy?
I think it's a great job. I think, again, the last thing Chairman Bernanke said to me as he was that day, I went to see him that day, his last day at the Fed, he said, you learn so much at the Fed. And remember, Ben Bernanke was a top 5 monetary economist in the world when he arrived at the Fed. So he learned a lot at the Fed. So can you imagine how much I've learned, you know, starting? So it's never felt like work. It's so interesting all the time. And also, you know, the dedication of the people who work there, and the staff, these are people who have chosen a life of not being in the public spotlight. They just want to do their work and serve the public, and they're very dedicated. It's a wonderful place, and I would recommend the job.
So the Fed is also responsible for, the way the Fed is set up, you're worried about a stable currency, I assume, and stable, well, not currency, you're worried about,
stable prices.
Inflation.
Yeah.
And you're worried about unemployment, but you have you don't make any decisions about what the impact is going to be on the currency or the dollar. In other words, the impact of what you decide to do on the dollar is not something you're mandated to worry about. Is that right?
That's right. The administration has that portfolio, the management of the dollar, for what that is. It used to be something different than what it is now. But for us, the effects of the things that we do or don't do on the dollar are just another financial variable, like equity prices or things like that.
Hey, but do you worry, if you worry about inflation, as you obviously are, what about the
Europe
debt
already
the United
closed
States has?
about an hour or two ago.
$35 trillion of outstanding government indebtedness, and we're adding about $1.6 to $2 trillion more or less every year. Aren't you worried about that on the impact of the economy on inflation?
So I am very worried over time about the deficits that we're running. It's not the Fed's job. We don't give Congress advice, but let me just say that we're on an unsustainable path. That doesn't mean that the level of debt we have is unsustainable. It's not. But the path we're on, where we're running, you know, large deficits at a time of full employment and healthy growth, is not a sustainable one over time. And we really need to get to work on that. I would hope this is a top line issue for elected people whose job it is not our job. And I believe that I do talk to quite a few elected officials in Congress, and I think there is a rising sense that it's time to do something about that. And it will take bipartisan action to address.
Let me ask you, in dealing with Congress, you testify, I think at least twice a year before members of Congress. You do the House side and the Senate side. Have you ever suggested them having a joint committee so you don't have to say the same thing twice, or they don't like that?
Traders trim bets
this is in
on
the
July
law.
Fed cuts. As
it's
Powell
twice
speaks.
in February and twice in July, so it's 4 times a year. This is the Humphrey Hawkins put that in, and you know it's a tradition. And so the Senate went first last week. The House went first in this March, so they alternate. I think it would take, I don't know what it would take.
Do you get a lot of questions from members that you think are really adding a lot of good advice to you? Or?
I think the members ask excellent questions, yes. Thank you for asking. They do. I'm generally very much pleased.
But you spend a fair amount of time with members of Congress compared to some of your predecessors. Is that because you think that they add a lot of value, or you just think it's a good courtesy to do that?
I think it's part of our job. You know, in our system of government, it is the legislature that has oversight over the Fed. It's not the executive branch. In a parliamentary system, they're sort of one and the same. So it's the 2 committees, and so I spend a great deal of time up on the Hill talking to people in both political parties, House and Senate, just finding out what's on their mind and really trying to take on board their thoughts on the economy and on what we're doing. And I think they appreciate that. And I think that to me is really a big part of this job.
The Fed depends on data, but how good is the Fed data collection efforts? In other words, are you using the same data collection methods you used 20, 30 years ago? Or do you, because of technology, you have better data collection methods than before? And are you convinced you have data that's as good as the private sector has?
Most of the data that we get is the same that everybody else gets. The unemployment data, the inflation data, not collected by the Fed. We do some data collection, and we've actually been, dabbling in big data efforts for more than a decade. So I think we're very focused on the quality of data and collecting different kinds of economic data. During the pandemic, of course, it became necessary to do all kinds of, find all sorts of, different sorts of data to reflect what was going on in the economy. We did a lot of that too.
So when you became the chair of the Fed, what was the best advice somebody gave you who was a previous chair of the Fed?
What comes to mind, I can't think of one thing. I thought that what Chairman Greenspan said was get a set of earmuffs.
When you eventually are not the chair of the Fed and somebody succeeds you, what would be the advice you would give them about how to be a good chair of the Fed?
To me, I think it's a very special American institution. And it's one that works to serve all Americans. And absolutely critical to that is staying in our lane, sticking to our knitting, not running to reach out to the big hot political issues of the day. And I think that's critical, because once you do that, if that's going to be what you do, what's the case for your independence? Congress has given us these powers. They've left us alone to do it. And really, we need to do those things and resist the temptation to expand that mandate. That's what I probably will say to my successor.
Now, when you want to go out to, let's have a dinner in a restaurant, do you worry that people are listening to what you're saying, they're eavesdropping, or you don't say anything that anybody has to make you worry about?
So that is exactly what I worry about. I have found that I get recognized now, and people at the next table are always listening. So we don't really go to restaurants.
So what do? You just go in a private room, or you don't go to restaurants?
If you're at a restaurant, you need to be in a private room, because of course the people.
Dang, son.
And by the way, if someone at your table were to be well served and start to speak loudly, everyone's hearing that too. So
even the people I'm with, they can't even drink too much and talk too loud.
We go to
He said private room, or I ain't going out.
Okay. Well, your wife is here. Where is she?
Well,
right there.
sir. He said, clap it up for my wife.
How long have you been married now?
Woo! 39 years.
30, you had to add that up.
Do the arithmetic, yeah.
39 years. And you have how many children?
3 children.
And any grandchildren?
We have 3 grandchildren, 3 little boys, the oldest of whom is 3, and all in the same family. So this is going to be quite a little place to visit.
Okay. Well, look, we've known each other a long time. I congratulate you on doing a great job at the Fed and avoiding the hard landing. And thanks for earlier telling me when you're going to lower interest rates in our private meeting. I now know when interest rates are going to go down. No, actually, that's not true.
You said you wouldn't tell anyone.
Right, okay. Of course. Jay,
this
thanks
is
for a great job.
Joke. I don't think people know.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. Very weird way to end it with that joke that everyone's like, wait, what? Is that a joke? What do you mean he told you? That's weird. Is there anything else? That's it. That was fun. Honestly, not much. There's a couple of quotes related to unemployment in the jobs market. Yeah, that's over. Look at him smile. There it is, Jerome Powell. He did not tell David Rubenstein when he was cutting rates. That was a joke there at the end. Again, he joked about it in the beginning. He talked about a lot of stuff. I think it was more of a fun interview than not. It was at the Economic Club of D.C. You got a little bit of quotes. I mean, some could argue there was some foreplay in there. That's how he started it off. That's Powell's words, not mine. Don't get mad at me. But other than that, it's pretty chill. That wasn't, I don't think anything was too, monetarily telling. You didn't get that many headlines from that. But again, the comments on the that little pop here was related to employment, and he's saying how the employment market has a lot of slack, even though it's tightened up. But other than that, you're good. You're good to go. Private, dude, he said we got a private room just in case someone gets well served. That was cool, though. It was really cool to hear from Powell in like a different context. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. I'm in the coat. Hey, happy holidays. Always noted. That room is booked. Well, that one, I mean, I think they were just doing their thing, you know? Hey, happy Honda Days. What's going on? We actually have a real Josh AI now. That's why we've gotten rid of old Josh AI. Yeah, Powell's a fun guy, man. That was a lot. Damn, I can't. It's already 10:30? No way. Ay, Chatadonia. Well, it is already 10:30. I did not know that. My goodness. Baidu, I think I answered that for you earlier, so I don't know why you keep asking if you don't really care about the answer, but there isn't anything really pinned down to it as much as I think it's fade some of the anticipation of the third plenum in China. So if you're not familiar with that, there is a big event going on in China this week. Oh, I forgot. Earnings previews. Yeah, UNH and Bank of America. I don't know, man. I'm even looking at the timing here. We're a little bit behind schedule. I don't know how today got ran from us. It's already 10:40 or 10:30. So give me a second. Let me see. He was joking about cutting rates. That's why, again, it was kind of weird because half the people knew he was joking, the other half didn't. So, but yeah, Powell was not serious about when he was giving the rates. All right, give me 1 second. Let me go to the bathroom if possible. Yeah. Michael McKee, he's in a weird hotel room right now.
Anybody to open up the Federal Reserve Act.
Why does it look like he in a Motel 6?
Things could happen in terms of Fed independence.
My dad has that shirt.
Well, and that is kind of what we heard from the chairman at the end there.
I'll be right back.
He talked about Fed independence and the idea that if he were to give advice to his successor, that they should not risk the temptation around expanding the mandate, which of course right now is just maximum employment and a 2% inflation target. As we think about the balance between those two sides of the mandate, though, hearing the chairman talking about the labor market there, is it now more really about the jobs picture than about the inflation picture, given where inflation levels have been able to come down to, even though we're not yet at 2%?
Well, it is to the extent that we see inflation continue to move down. Of course, any upward surprise would change the calculation. But right now, they are keeping an eye on the unemployment rate because it has risen. We're at 4.1%, which is where they thought we'd be at the end of the year. So if it goes significantly higher, that might pull forward a rate cut, make September definite, make July a possibility. We'll get the first week of August, the July unemployment figures. So that's something to keep an eye on. But his view was today, as it has been all this month in his various appearances, that unemployment and inflation are pretty much in balance now. They're positioned to move either way, depending on which one moves. But it's no longer that the unemployment rate is too low and that we have a very tight labor market that's pushing up inflation. So that's an encouraging sign for investors.
Michael, it's great to have you with us here at Bloomberg's Michael McKee on a special edition of Balance of Power live from Milwaukee. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons.
Oh, that's why.
As we keep our eyes on Pfizer Forum, where
he's getting ready for the RNC. That makes sense. I was like, where is he? Why are they getting ready for an event? They got him on the move. That makes sense. The Milwaukee Republican National Committee. I like Mike McKee. He's a good guy. I don't know. He's very knowledgeable, and he just seems like a good American. Does that make sense? He just reminds me of like an American neighbor in like a movie. You know what I'm saying? Like he's just always like he should be the vice president. Now that I think about it, that'd be great. Michael McKee. I feel like Mike McKee is related to Jerome Powell. I don't think he's Wilson from Home Improvement. That's really funny. RFK for VP. That'd be insane. But again, a lot of people are already forecasting who Trump is going to select. So we'll see. Wait, that's weird. Oh, what did it say? It said futures are going down more than the actual SPY, but that didn't make any sense. We're actually below the open. So SPY is just holding the gap up, but we are trading at a very interesting price right now. Alex Jones's reaction? No, I did not. But I saw a lot of Alex Jones reactions in the chat this morning. So I didn't see the actual Alex Jones reaction, but I mean, I feel like a lot of people took it upon themselves to react like Alex Jones. And there's a lot of conspiracy theories in the morning. They're like, it was fake. Nobody reacted. I'm like, okay. Calm down, Alex. Calm down. And then SPY coming back down. You got a little M in the chat or an M on the chart. But yeah, you are coming back towards the lows again. Hi. All right. 10:30. It's a good time. We'll see if we hit a new low off of this, and then we'll begin moving on. I think we'll still have till like 11 too. We got a long way to go. Every time you do that, you think my girl showed up to the office when I do what? The Netflix documentary on the election? Or on Powell and rate cuts? The Apple news was the India iPhone sales. That was another set of good news. I mean, there has been a lot of there's been a lot of those headlines back and forth. We still have earnings. Yeah, all day. We have a couple of earnings previews to go over. Russell, it's actually coming back down. So it's still holding up the 1.7, but as the SPY is slowly edging down, it kind of came off the highs. It looks a lot better, though. It was just a little bit lower, but still near a new all-time high. MPW, I mean, they've been going through a lot of bad news. They just had their divvy payout, but the drop started after they announced that like UNH was backing out of the deal, but they popped up. I think it was over here when they said that UNH was backing out, but they're going to have to confirm or deny on earnings here. Otherwise, if rates can do good, I think all of the real estate ones, they could get a little bit of a boost there. They could use it. I'm going to send you the X link for what? Hopefully it's appropriate. Don't send me no weird shit, you know. Nike worst performer. Yeah, Dow. I mean, Dow did pretty bad all day today. Let me see. I think Intel was another one. Yeah, Nike and Amazon, and then Verizon, Caterpillar, JP Morgan, Chevron, the best on the Dow. Dow has 13 green, 17 in the red. SPY 51 in, or NASDAQ 51 green, 50 in the red. And then SPY hitting a new low right now. SPY 283 in the green and 220 in the red. Ay. Yeah, so NASDAQ and SPY both dumping. SPY is now falling below the open, so we're getting here to the gap down, but now you're just in the range of where we were at on Friday pretty much. Ay. You might fill the gap. You got a long way to go there, but it's doing it now. And everything else is playing along with it. Russell's coming down now 1.6. NASDAQ's up only 0.3 now. SPY is the worst on the day. Russell the VIX and the bonds, those are still all green. I know that first put play or the first short from the morning, if you held that, that would have been amazing. But the Netflix play, can you elaborate how you think it's similar to Nike and may follow suit? You compared it not to Nike, but the sector. Well, I said it would be harder just because the thing I was saying with like Nike and FedEx this morning, I think you might have misheard me. I was talking about like consumer plays in Europe. So today we saw Burberry guide down, and they did really bad off earnings, and that's where I'm like, okay, luxury clothing names may do good. We do have some consumer element tied into Netflix and AXP, but they are still a little separate. So in general, I see the idea, but it's not necessarily, I think they're a little too separate to compare the two. But we did wake up to another consumer slowdown in one area today. Don't judge me. I just followed you. Oh, okay, watch out. You may get a bunch of fake Joshes. They may hit you up. What time is it, man? It's only 10:30 still. No, we didn't do PHILO yet. The schedule got in the way. I don't know. I think I might push back to PHILO today. We'll see, because it's already 10:30. Yeah. Secretary Blinken met with assistant secretaries today to talk political violence. Yeah, that Powell thing was weird. I mean, again, he came out, it seemed a little bit more casual than formal. And, Fed type beat was a little bit of reaction, but he didn't say much. And then the market only went down, but it was already going down before it. We will have earnings previews, assuming all likes requirements are met. So you guys did hit the likes today, so we will be going over that. That's why I'm saying I want to have the PHILO, but the timing of it, that Powell thing kind of pulled us. So, what is that noise? So we might have to push it. All right, cool. Starbucks chilling. Vichi's on the high. It's always, man, a lot of REITs have went up here today. I don't know if Powell's trying to I mean, it worked kind of in a weird way. It kind of took some of the pressure. I mean, Powell did say he didn't want to talk about certain things, but there was some elements there that I think kind of did lighten the mood. And I think Powell wanted to avoid talks on, he didn't want to talk about the market's reaction to Donald Trump and what happened there over the weekend. That last joke was weird because he made the joke in the beginning, but then I think if you weren't listening, the joke it was a very, it wasn't a tasteful joke because it was a joke that if other people heard it and they didn't really quite understand it, and then, why would you even joke with the Federal Reserve Chair? I don't know if you guys noticed that. You don't think it's weird that the interviewer, which is the owner of the Baltimore Orioles, it's just he kept asking about leaks and stuff, and just I don't know, he was so adamant and saying, Powell congratulating him on not having leaks and shit like that. But it's wait a minute, isn't that borderline illegal? Why would he want leaks and shit? I don't know. It gave me a weird, it rubbed me the wrong way. But yeah, a lot of jokes out of Rubenstein for some odd reason, and I don't know if Powell flew with it. But then again, it was a very informal interview, it seemed like. Keep asking questions. If I took you to lunch, would you tell me? Yeah, I don't know. It's just really weird. It was in the format of everything, but he made a lot of jokes. All right, let me see, man. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Glenn Youngkin has the second best odds to become Trump's VP. Who the hell is Glenn Youngkin? I thought J.D. Vance was with J.D. Power and Associates. Who the fuck are these people? I listened to something the other day, and I just started laughing so hard. Because they're like, why are the Democrats trying to find out who would replace Biden when clearly we already have it? It's Kamala Harris. It went off on how Kamala Harris is already the next pick and how the Democrats don't need to find anybody. And I was like, wow, that's very, we're going all in on our girl, huh? All right, fair enough. Fair enough. You missed the Friday game. Bring it back. Well, we were going to bring back another game, but if we do a game, I'm down for Friday games. They're just not going to be for real money. Unfortunately, we had too many people abuse that. But I'm kind of down. But I have something better for you. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. What's going on, Chattadonia? So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you guys are feeling good. Honestly, I don't know where today went by, bro, because we still have so much more to do. And I had another PHILO, and then the fact that we kind of fell behind here a little bit, it had me looking, and then it reminded me of something that this morning inspired me. So I'm going to just give you a quick little PHILO. And this PHILO, I'm very glad, actually, because I think it'll give you a little reminder, and then we're going to get into earnings previews. So there's a lot for everybody here now, but before I get into any sort of PHILO, can I use this time to say big shout out, man, and thank you to you guys who have made an opportunity for PHILO. Those of you who have given time out of your day, who have came here in the chat and have helped us create a moment of communion and real communion, bro, and people really being real and not on some weird stuff and sowing discord. And there's so many things and everybody tries to get their own little thing out of it, but like for real, man, those of you who have been a part of the PHILO actually spread it and live by it and done a lot, man. It goes a really, really long way, and I am very, very blessed to have this moment. You have no idea, man. It's one thing that we've created a community where we could share a lot of things with each other and talk about a lot of different factors, but the fact that like we could talk about life, I share with you guys my beliefs. I share with you, so many things, and the fact that we have that and there's thousands of you here now, that's amazing, bro. So thank you, for real. And I love you all. And I hope that every day you guys are encouraged. And remember, everything is an everyday mission. You know what I'm saying? There's no such thing as you do something one time and then it's over. The journey to bettering yourself, it's an everyday thing. And it's not just, oh, okay, I did it and now I'm done. No. It's going to keep happening. You have to keep making small good decisions. Remember, what happens today, what has already happened, it has nothing to do with your next move. So don't ever forget, your next move is borderline just as important as everything you have already done thus far. So, Chattadonia, that being said, thank you all. I hope you're locked in. God bless every single one of you. But today, we get to talk about my favorite thing, actually. And again, I this wasn't my PHILO today. I'm not going to lie to you. This morning I woke up and I read the verse of the day in the morning, and the verse of the day gave me my whole entire PHILO. Now, granted, I didn't have time to think about this one, but it's quick. And that's why I'm like, all right, given the time, I was about to skip PHILO today. But, you know, it's funny how this verse came by, and I can't shake it for some reason. But here's the deal. The first part, before I get into any part about the PHILO, I do want you guys to think about something. I mean, tell me, when was the last time you gave yourself time to pray by yourself? When was the last time you spent 30 minutes by yourself meditating? When was the last time you gave yourself that quiet place? Yeah. I just pulled it out again. Every day, baby. Amen. Amen. Honestly, if y'all said yesterday, today, you guys are awesome, but enough of you goody two-shoes. We don't have time for y'all. No, I'm just messing with y'all, but that's good. I'm glad. I'm very, very glad to hear. But I thought I would use this quick PHILO to remind you guys. Remember, that secret place, that time that you give yourself, have you been actually using it? Because this is something I think it's very easy to get exhausted. You know, I'm even sharing with y'all, man. I'm telling you, you have no idea. Like, that's why I was really laughing. You know, the way some people were coming at me this morning because they're like, "Oh, are you bothered?" I'm like, "No, man. Like, I'm actually so at peace compared to a lot of other weeks because, like, I finally got rest. My family, they finally left town. I was going the last couple of weeks, bro. I would be going on the weekend. I'd still be tired. Like, all I did was sleep. I did a little bit of work. I chilled with the fam. I'm like, oh, man, I feel amazing. And and the rest is so important. And I could only imagine, bro, we were just talking about how not to get exhausted by this market. And I really hope some of you guys are giving yourself that time. Now, is that the main PHILO? Yes and no. I want you to think about it, but here's the deal. Here is the deal. There's something I love, man. There's this PHILO I want to talk about today. And this is just, I hope it's quick. I hope it's sweet, but the verse of the day, I'm going to just read it to you guys. Okay, are you ready? Psalms 40. I waited patiently for the Lord. He turned to me and heard my cry. He lifted me out of the slimy pit, out of the mud and mire. He set my feet on a rock and gave me a firm place to stand. He put a new song in my mouth, a hymn and praise to our God. Many will see and fear the Lord and put their trust in him. Blessed is the one who trusts in the Lord, who does not look to the proud, to those who turn aside to false gods. Many, Lord my God, are the wanderers you have done, the things you have planned for us. No one can compare with you. Where do I speak and tell you of your deeds? They would be too many to declare. Sacrifice and offering did not desire, but my ears to you have opened. Burnt offerings and sin offerings you do not require. Then I said, here I am, I have come. It is written about me in this scroll. I desire to do your will, my God. Your law is within my heart. I proclaim to your saving acts in the great assembly. I do not seal my lips, Lord, as you know. I do not hide your righteousness in my heart. I speak to your faithfulness and your saving help. I do not conceal your love and your faithfulness from the great assembly. Do not withhold your mercy from me, Lord. May your love and faithfulness always protect me. For troubles without number surround me. My sins have overtaken me and I cannot see. They are more than the hairs of my head and my heart fails within me. Be pleased to save me, Lord. Come quickly, Lord, to help me. May all who want to take my life be put to shame and confusion. May all who desire my ruin be turned back in disgrace. May those who say to me, aha, aha, be appalled by their own shame. But may all who seek you rejoice and be glad in you. May those who long for your saving always say, the Lord is great. But as for me, I am poor and needy. May the Lord think of me. You are my help and my deliverer. You are my God. Do not delay. Wow. I love it. And that's the verse of the day. I read this morning, bro. This was and this is all I thought about. The ending part of it is what I told you guys right off the bat. What does he end it with? He says, as for me, I am poor and needy. Do you not remember when I was telling you guys about the whole meditate? The whole point is you need it. Oh, I hope you feel me. If you don't think you need to pray and meditate, you're not going to do it. I hope a lot of y'all realize this. That's why it's so funny how our arrogance as ourself, it hurts us so bad. Because there's so many little things and we're just like, I don't need that. I don't need that. I ain't like that. I don't need any help. And it's funny because in that arrogance, bro, it keeps us away from what we truly need. So remember that. And honestly, you know what stuck out to me? This is all I was thinking about this morning. I read it. And I was just like, it made me happy. Because that whole verse, man, that's how somebody in need sounds like. And honestly, man, all the people, man, who benefit off of the Lord, bro, this is what they sound like. If this don't sound like some God stuff to you, oh, man, I love it. You know why? Because one moment, he's talking about, I don't hide my righteousness. I speak of your faithfulness. I proclaim the sayings. And then in the next corner, he's like, yo, Lord, don't withhold the blessing from me because I'm needy and I'm poor. Have you noticed that? That's why I like Psalms. That's why I like David in general. Because when you really look at it, bro, 1 minute he's complaining, the other minute he's being thankful. 1 minute he's like, oh man, they surround me and attack me. The next moment he's like, nothing can touch me. Have you noticed that? Because I love it. You know why I love it? Because I don't feel as bad about my own behavior. To be honest with you. Yeah, he's really in his feelings, but it's real. Because I know damn well. I can be like, God, I failed. Then the next moment I'm like, but I'm strong and I know who I'm repping. But I know, look at, man, I'm getting pressed on from every corner, every side. I have to deal with this. I've been rejected, but my God is amazing. Like, if that don't sound like a real prayer, bro, come on. And that's why, too, I'm like, hey, man, I hope this little verse here could remind you what real need sounds like and what it really looks like. And that's what that verse this morning, honestly, it spoke to me. This is Psalms 40. So, Chad, to start off this week, man, if I could give you a reminder to pray and meditate, a reminder that, do you realize, and I told you guys this the other week, man, like, think about it. Your righteousness, it's not because of you. The righteous man will get up 7 times, and you're not righteous. The only thing that makes you righteous is somebody else. So if you don't get what I'm trying to tell you here, man, for this week, I hope you give yourself that time to meditate and pray and to restore, but do it out of your realistic need. And remember, until you realize that you need something, why are you going to ever seek to get better? If you cannot realize your need and your arrogance gets in the way of what you think you need, my brother, you are going to get left behind. You will live this life, and this stubborn life of thinking we don't need anything, when all the while, the fact is, once we open our door up to need, a lot more is going to come our way. So, Chad, Psalms 40, I hope you feel me. I hope you take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist in my channel. First link for the Scream-A-Lots boat comp and real estate course. Game time. All right, man. Let's get some Powell. Powell.
To the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about perform. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing, then it's deeded. And my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it. Let's just say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you're willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm.
Bro, today's flying by, bro. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Oh, I should have got earnings previews while that was playing. I forgot. I only got a couple, though. We only have the ones for the morning. RNC. Damn, is the RNC happening during the day? All right, let me play you this mother effer.
Gaza be resolved.
He hates his
job. It's also
job.
important that we find a way
And
to
it's
reopen
fun to
the
watch.
Rafah border crossing.
But I'm gonna just get you your screenshots of all the previews
with Egypt and with Israel
so that you're
about
ready to
how
go.
to accomplish all those
Not
objectives.
missing
but
anything.
I don't have any announcements to make today
Living
with
life
regards to the
beautifully.
agreement. It's something that we're continuing
You know
to
what I'm
work
saying?
Okay. Next question, please. When will the United States condemn Israel targeting of civilians in Gaza, especially considering that U.S. administration is providing Israel with the weapons that killed the Palestinian civilian?
We are incredibly troubled by the ongoing deaths of Palestinians in Gaza. I've made that clear. I spoke to that
Yes.
earlier in the briefing in response to a question from one of your colleagues.
Yes.
As I said, it's an incredibly difficult situation. It remains an incredibly difficult situation. When you have not just Hamas militants, but if it turns out to be true that Mohammed Deif was actually hiding among civilians, one of the leaders, the number two in the leadership of Hamas in Gaza, was hiding among civilians in Gaza, it just shows the very difficult challenge that this war poses. Obviously, he is a legitimate military target. He has tremendous blood on his hands, including the blood of American citizens, I should remind everyone of. And so he is someone that Israel should be allowed to target and go after, but they have to do it in a way that minimizes, that prevents civilian casualties. And it's very difficult operating in this environment, but that doesn't in any way alleviate their responsibility to do so.
But is this justify to kill civilians, children?
There is no justification for the death of civilians. No, absolutely not. We don't want to see any civilians die. There is justification for strikes on military targets and militants, including the leadership of Hamas. And those are strikes that we support, but they need to be carried out in a way that, to the maximum, to the furthest extent possible, minimizes and prevents civilian harm. That is what we continue to press upon the government of Israel. As I said earlier, civilian casualties have come down fairly significantly from earlier in the war, but they still remain unacceptable. And that is why we continue to push for a ceasefire. It's why a ceasefire is so important, because then you wouldn't have kinetic activity inside Gaza that was leading to these civilian deaths day after day after day. You would have a pause in the conflict, a ceasefire that hopefully we could widen into an actual end to the war.
And also Israel needs strong words from the United States to condemn killed civilian, not only not allowed.
And I think I just made very clear that we are incredibly troubled by the deaths of civilians. And I can tell you, Secretary Blinken made that very clear in his meeting with senior Israeli officials earlier today.
But the United States wouldn't do something like this. I mean, there was time and time again that they actually held back striking, both in Syria and Iraq, because some civilians were compromised. They have done that a number of times. So would the United States do what Israel just did?
I cannot speak to the exact circumstances about how targeting decisions are made. I spoke to the principles that we believe in and will continue to. Go ahead.
Sir, the Pakistani government has announced a ban on former Prime Minister Imran Khan's political party, Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf. The information minister says that Imran Khan and his political party involved in anti-state activities. You always talk about democratic values. What are your thoughts when you see such kind of undemocratic moves in a country like Pakistan?
I don't know if you walked in late, but I got this question about 10, 12 minutes ago from Ryan and spoke to it.
He was missing up with many questions. So
what's that? Oh, well, it's okay if you were surfing your phone instead of listening to my answers. It's fine. I'm happy, always happy to repeat myself. What I said in response to Ryan's question is that no, we've seen the reports and the statements made by the government. Our understanding, this is the beginning of a complex process, but certainly the banning of a political party is something that would be of great concern to us.
I think Ryan also asked about the Supreme Court decisions. The State Department expressed concerns after the elections in Pakistan and asked for the investigations. So when Supreme Court now handed over these 20 seats to Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, but this is something State Department was looking, that kind of investigation.
So as we've said, we support the peaceful upholding of constitutional and democratic principles, including respect for human rights and freedom of expression. We support democratic processes and broader principles, including the rule of law and equal justice under the law. And as those internal processes continue to play out, we will monitor these decisions and further decisions by the courts.
After Indian Prime Minister Modi visit to Moscow, both the countries decided to boost.
Okay, thank you. Well, Chatadonia, it's time. It is time. We only have a couple. I'm surprised there's even this many here today. I didn't think there was going to be that many, but tomorrow morning we are going to wake up to a couple of earnings previews. You do have a couple after the bell. So I'm going to go over Bank of America, United Health, Morgan Stanley, Charles Schwab, and then State Street. Those are the ones that report tomorrow morning, and then that's it. And then we go from there. And then we are done. So we're going to do the earnings previews. I'm going to go over pretty much how they've reported, what their expectations are, all that good stuff. And then we'll go over what's priced in. If it makes sense, we'll do the pricing. But if you go and watch the video, I believe it's in the description, how we find or how to price in options, that'll tell you the whole strategy. You could search how we turned $600 or $300 into $6,000 or whatever. But the ghetto standard deviation, that is the tutorial explaining what we are doing on all of these, okay? Sound good? Sound good, man. Sound good. All right. So Bank of America, this one reports tomorrow morning. So this is going to be our first one. Bank of America, they're expecting revenue of $25.22 billion. Net income 13.88 versus guidance of 14. Non-interest income 11.43 billion. Provision for losses 1.49 billion. Non-interest expense 16.3 billion. Efficiency ratio 64.5%. EPS 80 cents. Net interest margin 1.94. Average earning assets 2.856 trillion. Net charge-offs 1.46 billion. Non-performing loans 6 billion. Ending loans 1.05 trillion. Ending deposit 1.901 trillion. Book value 34.27. Tangible book value 25.37. Since last quarter, April 15th, Bank of America is trading higher by 16.3%. S&P up by 10.3 and XLF by 6. Near-term options imply 4.3% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 4, loss of 1, gain of 2, and then gain of 4. Revenue has beaten 11 of the last 20 quarters with 4 in line. EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 with 4 in line. Yeah, that seems to be a lot. No? So if it's pricing in 4, literally Bank of America has not moved more than that ever. So $42. We're looking about $1.50, $1.60. It's about right. Yeah, 3.8. So it's kind of expensive. So 320 would be 2 standard deviations. They're cheap. Again, it's a small mover. That's up to you. I don't think there's going to be a play, though. You would need them to really, really surprise. Okay, the next one, I believe I played this last time and then it didn't hit. But I think if you got like closer to the money, you ended up hitting on it. But UNH, and it's crazy. People are tying this into the Trump stuff. But UNH, they're expecting revenue of $98.7 billion. Ratios consolidated MCR 84.5, operating costs SG&A 14, EPS $6.67 a share. Full year guidance revenue of $400 to $403 billion, EPS $27.50 to $28 a share. Since last quarter, April 15th, UNH is up by 13.2, S&P is up by 10.3, and XLV is up by 6.3. Near-term options imply 5.6% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 5, loss of 3, gain of 3, gain of 7. Revenue has beaten 20 or 14 of the last 20 quarters with 5 in line, and EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. AMD's flushing on the low. What? What song is this? Yeah, the RNC thing is supposed to be happening, but we aren't seeing anything. But anyways, so UNH, I think they're pricing in 4, 5.15, 24.80, 25. I'll use $25. I think that's about 5%. $25 divided by 517.28, about 4.8%. So $50 would be 2 standard deviations. That'd be like 567. Whew, that's expensive. Yeah, no cheap for you, buddy. Sorry. Yeah, so UNH still pretty expensive. The standard deviation equation. Go check out the tutorial. If you just search ghetto standard deviation, that'll probably explain everything. Because right now I'm doing the live examples, you know. So I'm kind of assuming most people know because we've been doing it for like a year here. What company is this? Oh, MS. I can't even read my own handwriting. Okay, next one's Morgan Stanley. So Morgan Stanley, they're expecting revenue of $14.31 billion. Institutional securities 6.1, global wealth management 6.8, operating expense $10.57 billion, pre-tax income $3.64 billion, EPS $1.65 a share, book value $56.37 a share, tangible book value $41.76 a share. Since last quarter, April 15th, Morgan Stanley's up 20. So, bro, I hope you guys are hearing these numbers. Remember, I've been telling you every bank rocketed last quarter, bro. These guys are all killing it. But Morgan Stanley's up 20% on the quarter. SPY is up by 10.3. XLF is up 6. The near-term options imply 4.3% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 2, loss of 4, loss of 7, and then gain of 6. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters. And EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. So yeah, honestly, I don't think I'm gonna play any of these. They're literally all up so much on the quarter. They've outpaced everything, and then they're still pricing the highest point. So like literally every single bank earnings is pricing pretty much the second highest they've moved, because most of them don't even move 4 or 5% off the earnings. What is that? 383, 384. Yeah, right on the money. So 383 divided by 105.75. About 3.6%. That's lower than what it says. So, honestly, Morgan Stanley might be possible because it's pricing in like 3.5 right now. So 2 standard deviations is 7. 3 quarters ago, it moved 7%. So I don't know. Morgan Stanley, that one could be interesting. That's MS. At least I know I'm free. Was that like 112 to the high side? And then $98 to the low side. At least I know I'm free. That's weird. Those all went up. All right, let's try it. Those are next week, right? Yeah. All right, I'm down. All right, I'm going both ways, Morgan Stanley. That's the only one I like. Just because I think 7 is a little out of the question, but with it being $100-something stock, double book value, I think they got a little bit more. And then I spent like what? I think like $30 for both ways. Nike hit the low again. Morgan Stanley, both ways, 2 standard deviations. I went for that. And then the final plays. What play is this? Schwab. SCHW. I could not read it. At least I know I'm free. Why won't the stock load even when I put the ticker? All right, so Schwab, their revenue $4.68 billion. Net interest revenue $2.17 billion. Total expenses $2.94. EPS 72 cents a share. Average interest earning assets $419.8 billion in assets. Net interest margin 2.07. Ending client assets $9.34 trillion. Since last quarter, April 14th, Schwab is up 7.6. SPY is up 9.9. XLF is up by 7.1. Near-term options imply 4.9% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 2, loss of 1, gain of 5, gain of 13. Revenue has beaten 10 of the last 20 quarters with 5 in line. EPS has beaten 11 or 13 of the last 20. That one just doesn't look good. I don't like Schwab. Honestly, their chart is pretty interesting, but that one is pricing in a lot. And then the final one is State Street. Let's see. I know I'm not doing a play on Schwab. I think it's pricing in a lot compared with how it moved. The last one here is State Street. So they're expecting revenue of $3.15 billion in revenue, 2.45 in fees versus 1.2% quarter-over-quarter gain. Net interest income $692 million. Provision for credit losses $19 million. Total expenses $2.27 billion. EPS $2.03 a share. Net interest margin operating 1.10. Average earning assets $253.9 billion. Ending assets under CA and ending assets under management $44.53 trillion and $4.41 trillion. Since last quarter, April 11th, State Street is up 3.5%, SPY is up 7.4%, XLF is up 4%. Near-term options imply 5.2% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 3, gain of 2, gain of 2, loss of 12. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters with 3 in line. EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. Wow. I went with Morgan Stanley each way. Yeah, that's it. Or at least I know I'm free. The State Street doesn't even have weeklies? Yeah. So again, that's pricing in about 5%. Seems to be about right. Alright, that's it. I don't think I'd go only Morgan Stanley. Even then, I'm 50-50 on the banks. 'Tis the season, indeed. All right, man. That's all of our earnings previews. We are done. Excel, you could, but if you haven't noticed, like all of these financials have moved up a lot leading into earnings. So that's what I don't like about them. And then it's like you're pricing in the highest end of how they've moved after a lot of them are just literally running through the roof right now. So it puts them in a very, very weird spot. So it's up to you if you want to go for them. I like Morgan Stanley because it's a more expensive play. And then even 2 standard deviations, it's kind of actually moved there. But other than that, it gets a little weird. Ms. Powell, he did not have much to say, no. There was a lot of jokes about telling people when to cut rates, though. So, unless you were looking for that. But, yeah. Many men. It's already 11:20. That's crazy. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. All right. Should rate cuts are going to move directly into REITs? Maybe. I don't know about the REITs as much as I would play the bonds first. So I do think REITs will be a play in that fashion, but also too, you know, things play out a little differently and weird depending on what the actual process really is of like the rate cuts and how Powell and the rest of the fun bunch goes about it. What is this? So is the RNC starting now? Because people are watching it and kind of getting hyped.
Mr. Chairman, it is my privilege at this time to offer the following resolution.
It's the RNC. Why are they translating it to Chinese? You hear that? There's a Chinese translator in the background.
Become the permanent role.
I don't know why he's doing that.
And that the role be considered as read.
Oh no, that's Spanish, not Chinese.
And I am honored to yield my time to the chairman of the Committee on Credentials, Joe Gruters.
Let's go, Team Florida.
Equipo de Florida.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, Mr. Chairman. It has been my privilege to serve as the chairman of the Committee on Credentials. Alongside my co-chair, Jeannie Lucky, the Republican National Committee's contest met to consider contests properly filed with the Secretary of the Republican National Committee. The committee issued recommendations which were submitted to the Republican National Committee on July the 10th, 2024. The Republican National Committee adopted the committees on contest recommendations, which were incorporated into the temporary rule and forwarded to the Convention Committee on Credentials.
I can't do this, bro.
Was taken
This is, yeah, it's going crazy. Do they not have a normal one? I don't think they have. It's supposed to be the RNC, but
these changes were incorporated into the temporary rule. On behalf of all of us who have the privilege of serving as members of the Convention Committee on Credentials, it is my honor to certify the delegates and alternates to this convention who will serve to nominate the next president in the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And they try to shoot me. They can't shoot me. They can't. They can't get me. I'm here. Here's my vice president. Sign up now.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Congratulations to all of our delegates and alternates. The chair is now proud to introduce Jeff Kent, delegate from Washington and chairman of the Committee on Rules and Order of Business, to present the committee's report. Joining Mr. Kent are the co-chairs of the Committee on Rules and Order of Business, Brian Jack from Georgia, and Julianne Murray, delegate from Delaware and chairwoman of the Delaware Republican Party.
Mr. Chairman, fellow delegates, I offer the following resolution and ask for its immediate consideration. Resolved that the rules as printed and distributed be adopted as the rules for the election and the governing of the Republican National Committee, the rules under which delegates and alternate delegates shall be elected, selected, and allocated, and the rules which serve as the rules of the Republican National Convention. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I am honored to yield my time to my fellow co-chair, Brian Jack.
Well, thank you, Co-Chair Murray. My name is Brian Jack. I'm from Fayette County, Georgia, and I've had the privilege of spending the last 8 years of my life working for the greatest president of our lifetime, President Donald J. Trump. It has been my honor to serve as co-chairman of our convention's Committee on Rules and Order of Business. Thank you for enabling me, our committee chairman, Jeff Kent, and my fellow co-chair, Julianne Murray, to preside over our committee's work. And thank you to the 112 members of the Rules Committee for your tireless commitment to the rules that govern our Republican Party. Each of you were first elected by your Republican Party constituents.
How long does this go on for?
Delegates to this convention, and then you were elected by your peers to spend an additional week in Milwaukee with us. The rules package you overwhelmingly passed out of committee streamlines the way our party functions. It incentivizes greater Republican participation in our primaries, caucuses, and conventions going forward, and it enables us to nominate the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump. Congratulations on this committee's success, and I'm honored to yield my time to the chairman of the Committee on Rules and Order of Business, Jeff Kent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Mr. Chairman and delegates of the convention, the report of the Committee on Rules and Order of Business has been printed and distributed to the delegates. These changes adopted by the Convention Committee on the Rules of Order and Business, and I am honored to have served as the chairman of this committee, and I am proud of the committee's work.
And he's proud of being American.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time
the ring, that's the
and
one.
move the previous question on the resolution.
So wait, then there's nothing to watch out of this. Damn it. I turned on the 2K. I was about to get a 2K game in there, but nah.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair now recognizes the delegate from Michigan and the chairman of the Michigan Republican Party, Ambassador Pete Hoekstra, for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Pete Hoekstra from Michigan. In 1994, I had the honor of working with Newt Gingrich to develop the Contract with America. Soon, this convention will adopt a platform that will make America great again. I offer the following resolution and ask for its immediate consideration. Resolved that the report of the Committee on the Platform be considered as adopted. Mr. Chairman, for purposes of explaining the report only, I am honored to yield to the committee chairman and co-chair, Senator Marsha Blackburn and Congressman Mike Waltz.
I now have the honor of recognizing the chairwoman of the Platform Committee, United States Senator for the great state of Tennessee, Marsha Blackburn.
Delegates, I'm Marsha Blackburn from the great state of Tennessee. Last week, I had the honor of chairing the Republican Platform Committee, and I'm here today to report on our work. I would like to thank all the delegates who served on the committee and helped us produce a platform that all Americans can be proud of. It's a different kind of platform. It is not a laundry list of special interest wishes, but a succinct, clear agenda and a promise to the American people. I talked with our next president, Donald J. Trump, and he personally reviewed, edited, and approved our platform because he knows our platform is important. Every American can read our platform and know what we believe and how we will make America safer, stronger, wealthier, and greater than ever before. This platform is built on the values of our founders and great Republicans, from Lincoln and Reagan to Trump, who are committed to freedom, restrained government, and peace through strength. The platform contains 20 promises, including securing our border, getting inflation under control, restoring our energy dominance, defending our Constitution, protecting our Second Amendment
So literally,
rights,
1.3 million Teamsters
securing
Union
our country,
considers no endorsement of
restoring
Biden
our
or Trump.
military strength, and keeping boys out of girls' sports. And protecting life for the born and unborn.
Spies like, fuck yeah.
Our nation is in serious decline, taken there by the Biden-Harris policies that have put government
Tell
first
me when Corinne gets
and the
on.
people
Spies
last.
ripping out of nowhere.
The Democrats
So again, you were down there in the
have forgotten who
gulag.
they serve.
We did some of those
We
earnings
are here
previews,
this
and then you
week
just started rocketing up here.
To remind them and America that we Republicans serve the people, and we will not forget them.
Woo!
That's why our platform is dedicated to the forgotten men and women of America, and it will unite all Americans. It is of, by, and for the people. Our platform reflects the agenda of Donald Trump and the timeless values that have defined Republicans for generations. So let's unite and support our platform and our next president, Donald Trump. We all know President Trump will keep his promises, as he did in his first term as president, and restore American greatness. That is why we must return Donald Trump to the White House. Thank you. And now join me in welcoming the co-chair of the Platform Committee, the fantastic Congressman from Florida, Michael Waltz.
You know, I've never seen one of these. So, like, do the Democrats turn up like this, too? But I've never witnessed one of these, bro. I've never watched a national convention.
Hey, thank you, Senator Blackburn. It was such an honor to serve with you as the co-chair of the Platform Committee. This platform is historic because it was written with one group of people in mind: the forgotten men and women of America, you. That means something to me. Many of you know, and I'm proud to say, I am the first Green Beret ever elected to Congress.
Thank you, motherfucker. Thank you.
And I'm also the son of a single mother raised on the wrong side of Jacksonville who worked 3 jobs just to get us by. Me and my family were the forgotten men and women of America. And now I stand as a testament to the American dream. And I tell you that under the leadership of the Republican Party,
be an American.
No American will be forgotten anymore. It's over.
It's over.
On the strong foundation of this platform, and with President Trump and the Republicans at the helm at every level of government, we will overcome every threat facing this nation. We will close our disastrously open border. We will defend our justice system. We will restore our economy. We will unleash American energy and flood the world with clean, cheap American oil and gas. Drill, baby, drill. We will.
Oh, my bad. I didn't think. If you want to see.
And most of all, we will strengthen our depleted military and make it strong again.
He almost said maritime.
Folks, this platform, the leadership of President Trump, we will destroy inflation. We're going to send a cruise missile right into the heart of it, and we will bring back the American dream.
Fucking Republicans,
only in America.
dude.
Only in
Republicans
America can
are.
someone
We're going to
like
take
me
a cruise
stand up
missile
on this
straight
stage
into the inflation.
like this. The Republican
Yeehaw!
Party believes in the potential
We're gonna
of
fucking
every
cruise missile it.
American, which is why
That's all
this
you got to do. You
platform
wait till I
was
get my hands on that
personally approved
inflation.
by President Donald J. Trump.
We're fire in the hole, inflation.
So
wait till I get them on that little
So I
dirty
hope
little
you
sucker.
will join me to support this platform, that we will propel.
What are you going to propel?
our
A
party
fucking
and
submarine into
America
inflation?
to victory this November and get Donald J. Trump back in the White House. I thank you.
So we're going to fucking take a cruise
And please
missile.
join me in welcoming back our awesome RNC chairman, Mike Whatley.
Thank you, Congressman Waltz. Now to the delegate from Michigan.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
What?
I yield back the balance of my time
What are these weird cuts for?
and move the previous question
Then Spy
on
just
the
had a big red.
resolution.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed
Yeah,
signify by
Nasdaq and
saying
Spy
no.
took a red. Bonds are still getting clapped too.
In the
Everything is
opinion of
still
the chair,
green.
the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted.
America.
Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
I don't think we're going to find out,
Now,
are we?
It is my pleasure to introduce the chair and
We
co-chair
don't.
of the
I mean,
Committee
Trump
on
said he's going to
Permanent
announce the VP
Organization.
tonight, but
Please
I don't
welcome
even
Chairman
think
J.L.
I don't think he's
Spray,
going to announce
National
it.
Committee man from Nebraska, and co-chair Jessica Milan Patterson, chairwoman of the California Republican Party. The chair will now recognize co-chair Patterson for the purpose of offering a resolution.
CP at 1:30. Is that what it is? You have to wait till after the bell? Well, that's stupid.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Jessica Milan Patterson, the chairwoman of the California Republican Party, and I offer
You
the
sound so
following
annoying,
resolution
Jessica.
and ask for its immediate consideration.
And yeah,
Resolved
so,
that the report of the Committee on
and I'm
Permanent
really glad to
Organization
be
shall
here
be
for
considered
America.
as adopted.
Hello,
Thank you,
Republicans.
Mr. Chairman, and it is my honor to yield my time to the chairman of the Committee on Permanent Organization, J.L. Spray from Nebraska.
Jeez.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair.
It's
Mr.
me,
Chairman Whatley,
Jessica.
delegates, and distinguished guests, as the chairman of your Committee on Permanent Organization, I have the distinct honor to present to you the report of the Committee on Permanent Organization. I'd like to begin by thanking the members of the Committee on Permanent Organization, the staff and volunteers. The committee met last week to recommend to the convention the slate of permanent officers for the 2024 Republican National Convention. The committee unanimously adopted the slate as its committee report. Delegates, you can find a copy of that list in the order of business placed at your seats. You will see that the committee unanimously recommends that the permanent chairman of the convention will be Speaker of the House of Representatives, Mike Johnson of Louisiana.
Mike Johnson? All right, man. I just want the White House briefing. Is it starting?
The committee further recommends
I'm
that
waiting
all
for
other
that,
officers, including the
I don't
temporary
think-
chairman and all the
There's only so
temporary
much
officers
Republican
whose
shit
names
we
have
can
been
listen
entered
to.
into the record of this
Pfizer is
convention
coming back actually up
be
right now.
made the permanent officers of this convention. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Kanye? Why is Kanye getting involved?
At this time, the chair would like to appoint Kelly Johnson from Louisiana to the Escort Committee for the permanent chairman. Thank you.
Do I talk now?
The chair now recognizes the delegate from Louisiana for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Gina Gore from Louisiana, and I offer the following resolution and ask for its immediate consideration. Resolved that those elected as the members of the Republican National Committee under the procedures of each state, American Samoa, the District of Columbia, Guam, Puerto Rico, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the Virgin Islands, and whose names have been submitted to the Secretary of the Convention, are hereby declared ratified to serve as members of the Republican National Committee from the adjournment of this Republican National Committee until the successor committee has been ratified by the next Republican National Convention. Mr. Chairman, I reeled back balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
AMD was
Without
dumping
objection,
earlier.
the previous question is ordered. The question
So watch
is on
out,
the
the Chips are
adoption
kind
of
of
the
doing
resolution.
their thing there earlier, but
all those in
we haven't
favor
really
signify
gotten
by
any
saying
like crazy
aye.
move, but a couple have been trading
All
lower.
those opposed
SMCI,
signify by saying
that was
no.
the big news. I made that play earlier.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid
Bro,
on the
Pfizer
table.
is going straight up, 29-20.
The chair now recognizes the delegate from West Virginia for the purpose of offering a resolution.
I don't have any goal
Mr.
plays.
Chairman,
I want some.
I'm Josh Holstein from West Virginia,
Am I yelling
and
or
I
is
offer
it the
the following
Republicans
resolution and ask for its immediate consideration. Resolved that the Secretary of the Convention is hereby directed to prepare and publish for the Convention a full and complete report of its official proceedings under the direction of the Republican National Committee, and is authorized to make all necessary clerical, grammatical corrections and to make technical and conforming amendments as necessary in reports, motions, and resolutions considered by the Convention to reflect its actions. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution.
I can't believe, dude, MO, it's a
All
big
those in
level. You
favor
got to watch out
signify
there.
by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
I might have to take off
In the
DJT.
opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted.
Yeah, MO's
Without
at 48.
objection,
This big
the
level.
motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Delegates and alternates, ladies and gentlemen, I now have the distinct honor of introducing the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives and the permanent chairman of the convention, Speaker Mike Johnson of Louisiana.
Mikey J. Yeah, crypto did very, very big today. Again, part of that Donald Trump effect. Crypto is one of those. Again, crypto went up a lot off the Trump shit.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's such an honor to be here. Before we begin, I'd like to remind the delegates of the provisions of the rules, which require that each candidate for a nomination for President of the United States demonstrate sufficient support prior to the presentation of the name of the candidate for nomination. The chair wishes to inform the delegates at this time that it has been furnished in a timely manner and with evidence of sufficient support of the candidates who will be presented for President and Vice President of the United States in compliance with the rules of the convention.
Tab switch? No, not until I see it.
Also, as prescribed under the rules,
I want
the total
Jen to
time
come
for
up or
nominating
Corinne
speeches and
so
seconding
we can get rid
speeches
of
for
this
any
shit.
candidate for President or Vice President shall not exceed 15 minutes. It has also been the custom at past conventions to permit the chair to recognize non-delegates for the purpose of making nominating speeches and seconding speeches. Without objection, the reading of the roll call of states for presenting the names for candidates for nomination is dispensed with, and non-delegates shall be permitted to make nominating and seconding speeches. At this time, the chair now recognizes the delegate from Iowa and the chairman of the Republican Party of Iowa, Jeff Kaufman, for the purpose of nominating. Please give him a warm welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Kaufman, and I'm humbled and honored to stand before all of you this afternoon. As you've just heard, I come from Iowa, home of the First in the Nation caucus, where our party's nomination process
because I kind of want to see them, because I feel like I've heard these names, but I haven't necessarily seen these
which
people.
everyday Americans listen to the candidates, consider what they have to say, and then make a profoundly important choice on who should lead the nation that we love. Earlier this year, Iowa Republicans overwhelmingly voted for Donald Trump. Then the vast majority of Republicans in primaries and caucuses across the nation seconded Iowa's good judgment in a nominee. Today is the final step before Election Day in this venerable and time-honored process. As we all gather here in Milwaukee, it's important for us to remember
I don't think it's the
that
mattress
this
guy.
is a
Are you talking about the MyPillow guy?
Party. It's a party of the people, not a party of the bosses. Donald Trump has earned the trust of the people. He has listened to them, and Donald Trump has kept his word.
Yeah, Mike
Over the
Lindell.
next 4 days, we will hear about the many failures of the Biden-Harris administration. The sustained criticism does not proceed from a mean or narrow partisanship, but from the broad and sincere concern for the well-being and safety of our fellow Americans. It's part of our service to our country. More importantly, we will also hear about Donald Trump's broad and inspiring vision for our country. This is not a program just for Republicans, but one for all Americans. It reflects the value of America. It's a program that acknowledges that our nation has seen better days, and we can and we will blaze a brighter future. We love America, and we want to restore her security, her prosperity, and her excellence. I invite all of you to join me in supporting President Donald Trump in this great endeavor. This is an endeavor. This is an endeavor that's going to make America wealthy again.
He's really excited.
This is an endeavor to make America safe again.
Overheard
this
VP
is an endeavor to
is
make
coming today.
America
She's
strong
ready,
again.
so it's a girl.
And say it with me, fellow Republicans. This is an endeavor to make America great again. So here we go. It is my honor to nominate Donald J. Trump for the office of President of the United States.
He just had his voice cracked out. I get those all the time, buddy. It's okay. USA. Trump is supposed to speak, but I don't know if it's in like 10 days or something. They got something going on, bro. I think it's John Cena, too. That could be another one. Something about John Cena and Channing Tatum.
Amen to that. Amen to that.
Amen to that.
The chair now recognizes the delegate from Nevada and the chairman of the Nevada Republican Party, Michael McDonald.
McDougal Littell.
Good afternoon. I'm Chairman Michael J. McDonald from the state of Nevada. It has been an honor of a lifetime to stand by President Trump's side since 2015. In Nevada, we held the first in the West Caucus, where we blew the Democrats' narrative apart. That you cannot have voter ID, that you cannot have paper ballots, and that you cannot have results of an election on election night. In Nevada, a state that is resilient on service industry, President Trump has proposed to eliminate taxes on tips on day one.
Oh, day one. They're so hyped.
Unlike the Biden-Harris administration and the Democrats,
Nat gas, there was something on it this morning.
That increased taxes on tips.
But they've been trading lower. Again, even part of some of the Donald Trump stuff. Again, Nat gas and energy.
President Trump has transformed our party to the champion of the working men and women. We fight for what's right, not for what's easy. We're in a battle for the soul of our nation because we want the best future for our family and for our country. President Trump is our fearless leader who withstood the persecution of a weaponized lawfare and who has fought
what the fuck is weaponized lawfare?
To represent and fight for all of us.
Is that what did he mean to say that?
I ask all Americans to join me in taking back our nation by supporting President Trump as he leads us back to victory once again. It is my honor to second the nomination of Donald J. Trump for the office of the President of the United States of America. God bless you.
Oh, they got a video? Oh, no way. We got a promo vid? That's crazy. Yo.
Yes, I'm Donald. Glad to have you guys here. Ever since I've been doing RNC, ask your doctor if RNC is available. Ever since RNC in this live band, I've never felt quite well. Never felt this good about a democracy. I feel it. Do you feel it? We're going to do some great things, people. Great, great things, people. I'm telling you. That's how I feel. I feel like I'm in an Abby commercial. That's what it sounds like. Abby, ask your doctor today if the RNC and Republicans is what you need. Ask today if we can do anything. I know, it's good. Where's Jen? Can you get your doctor? Ask your doctor about Jen. Or Corinne, whatever her name is. I don't even know her name. This is quite sad.
What is this, bro? They literally got this band. I feel like the floor is getting stickier every 10 minutes this goes on. Can I still... I feel like this is a copyright infringement. No way they got the Ungrateful Dead. I'm gonna leave that unmuted. I'm gonna leave that muted until they come back with some real shit. The fuck is this? They say we got live music. If you guys just come on, hang out, we got live music. Fun for the whole family. This is crazy, bro. This is crazy. I know, Uncle should have... I don't know, though. That's intense, bro. Some live music performances. After your top... Didn't your top candidate just get shot in the face yesterday or something? And then we out here fucking playing U2 live? What is this shit, bro? I don't know how I feel about this. There's a lot going on. Oh, wow. Only 4 more minutes till power. I still got 1 more quarter, I think. I got 2 more quarters. I'm still waiting for Corinne to come in. Today would have been a much more different day if things changed. If anything negative happened from over the weekend, that would have been crazy. You like Pinduoduo. I like all the China plays, but again, they had a lot going on. And then the third plenum, they have this big thing going on with government. Although people are expecting reforms to happen from here, it's not as if reforms at the last couple ones. It's not like these were like big events where reforms were the name of the game, more or less. Oh, there he is. Who's this? Mike Johnson.
7 of the convention rules. Right. During the roll call, the states will be called in the order determined by the Secretary of the Convention. During the roll call, the chairs of each respective delegation or their designee will announce the vote of each state. During the roll call of the states, the Secretary will announce each state and that state's total number of available votes. Additionally, the chair would like to remind all delegates that the Secretary will record delegates' votes in accordance with their obligations under Rule 16 of the Rules of the Republican Party, state law, or state party rules, regardless of the delegation's announcement. The official results from each state are those announced by the Secretary. Lastly, just one reminder. We want to remind all our delegates, our alternates, and guests that maintaining order during the roll call is extremely important. If the convention is not in order,
Emma, I got that in the bottom right just because remember that $48 price. That
to
is
hear
a
the
big
vote
level.
announcement. Now, without objection, the complete list of votes recorded for president shall be considered as announced. To conduct the roll call of the states, I'm pleased to announce and introduce
So literally,
at this time
if
our
Emma has one
distinguished
more good day,
Secretary
I think
of the
it goes
Convention,
crazy.
Vicki Drummond.
Delegates and alternates, let us commence with the call of the roll of the states. Iowa, 40 delegates.
Dude, you gotta do it.
You gotta do what? Who the fuck is on that?
Madam,
Did you hear that?
Madam Secretary,
That sounded really
I speak
weird.
for the delegation from the great state of Iowa, the inspiring home of Caitlin Clark. And Madam
That's all y'all
Secretary,
have?
the great state of Iowa proudly cast all of its 40 votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Iowa, 40 votes, President Trump. Nevada, 26 delegates.
Madam Secretary, the great state of Nevada proudly casts all of its 26 votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pfizer going up here too. I can't believe he said Caitlin Clark, the home of Caitlin Clark. Y'all ain't got democracy.
The announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention.
Y'all got Caitlin Clark.
Nevada, 26
Well, I'm not even
votes,
playing 2K, bro. I got to check
Trump.
these things.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Oklahoma, 43 delegates.
Madam Secretary, I'm Nathan Dahm, Republican Party Chairman of the great state of Oklahoma, the crossroads of our country, and the first state to have a President Donald J. Trump highway.
Wow.
And the only state to have all 77 counties vote for President Trump 2 elections in a row, with a third time coming up this November. The state of Oklahoma proudly cast all of its 43 votes for President Donald J. Trump.
And then bonds are dying on all this. I don't know if there's some
Pursuant to
drama
the
effect from
announcement of the
yesterday or not.
delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Oklahoma, 43 votes, President Trump. West Virginia, 32 delegates.
Man, I wish I talked like I was from middle of America. I want to be able to be like, West Virginia. My name's Joshua.
Madam Chairman, on behalf of the West Virginia delegation, my name is Patrick Morrissey, and I am very proud to cast all 32 votes for the Mountaineers, where we're always
Sarah Sanders
free.
is shocked. I think somebody said a statement towards a woman And that's why I think people are
future
factoring
President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, West Virginia, 32 votes, President Donald J. Trump. New Hampshire, 22 delegates.
Madam Secretary, my name is Corey Lewandowski, and I served as President Trump's campaign manager in 2016 for that historic victory. I stand before you today on behalf of the great state of New Hampshire, the Granite State, the first in the nation primary state, the state that delivered President Trump's first election victory way back in February of 2016. New Hampshire proudly casts all 22 votes for my good friend, the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald John Trump!
Good question. John? I just heard the J. I didn't know we called him John.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, New Hampshire, 22 votes, President Trump.
Wow.
Nebraska, 36 delegates.
This is like a weird episode of the Grammys, I think. I don't know how
Madam
it
Secretary,
works.
my name is Eric Underwood. I'm the chairman. I present the great state of Nebraska. The good life is our motto, where agriculture, beef and corn is the lifeblood of our economy, where our medical field and university are amongst the top in the nation, but it is our people that embody a Nebraska nice, modest lifestyle. Now to announce our delegate allocation, our delegation co-chair, John Tucker.
Madam Secretary,
I can't shoot for
the great state of Nebraska proudly casts all of its 36 votes for President Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Nebraska, 36 votes, President Trump.
President Trump.
California.
California.
California, 169 delegates.
California represents nearly 5.4 million registered Republicans, more than any other state in the nation. From its pristine beaches to its soaring mountains, from expansive deserts to the redwood forests, the Golden State is responsible for securing today's GOP House majority. It will be the state responsible for returning a House majority to Washington this November so that President Trump has a partner in Congress to support his common sense agenda. With the largest delegation in the nation, Madam Secretary, the great state of California proudly casts all of its 169 votes for President Donald Trump.
I can't believe Corinne's not on yet.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, California, 169 votes, President Trump.
I love this lady's accent.
Just say 58 delegates.
Tennessee. Tennessee, 58 delegates.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. My name is Jack Johnson. I have the honor of serving as the Republican Majority Leader in the Tennessee State Senate. On behalf of our delegation chairman, the Honorable Bill Lee, the 50th Governor of the great state of Tennessee, I am happy to report that from the mighty Mississippi, Graceland and Bill Street, to the Grand Ole Opry, to the Great Smoky Mountains, Rocky Top and Dollywood, to Rock City and Lookout Mountain and Bristol Motor Speedway, and all points in between, we proudly cast all 58 of our votes for
Trump
the
picks
next President of the
Ohio,
United States, Donald
Ohio
J. Trump.
Senator JD as his running mate. Oh wait, what? How do we know? They ain't gonna announce it live and then be like, from California.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and rules and procedures of this convention, Tennessee, 58 votes, President Trump. Washington, 43 delegates.
Madam Secretary, Washington State, the evergreen state, where the people support law enforcement by allowing them to pursue criminals, where the people support families and children by putting into law a parent's bill of rights.
That's a game? Finally. That game took forever, bro.
Where the people
I can't believe Jen or Karim didn't talk at all.
taxes so that families and young people and small businesses can thrive. Washington State casts all of its 43 votes for the next president, the past president, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this
The White House
convention,
briefing isn't live yet.
Washington, 43 votes.
Oh, wait, no, it is.
President
I think
Trump
my thing just
wanted
fell behind.
Donald Trump to get
All right,
shot.
thank
there are
God.
conspiracy theories
Thank
proliferating online. How do you feel? How does the rank and file feel when they hear that?
So let me just say this. First of all, that is preposterous, and it is also dangerous to propagate rumors that are so unequivocally false and provocative. And as the president so powerfully said to the entire nation, we have to tamp down the
This is not
rhetoric
Jeff Bezos, no.
in this country. The rhetoric itself creates a threat environment that really is quite dynamic and evolving.
Mr. Secretary, what concerns you about the fact there were witnesses who had identified a gunman on the building? There was local law enforcement assigned to that building, and of course the Secret Service having the overall responsibility. Where do you think a breakdown may have occurred? Is it because you had to rely on local law enforcement, maybe not having the kind of synergy you might need? Where do you see the breakdown with witnesses saying there's a gunman and action not happening fast enough?
There have been statements by many people with respect to what did and did not occur. We're going to let the investigation and the review deliver the factual findings, and will act upon those. We rely upon local law enforcement and other assets, resources, and capabilities every day. And we are incredibly proud to do so, and we're incredibly proud of the courageous law enforcement officers upon whom we rely.
In the time that you've been here, the former president has selected J.D. Vance. What can you tell us about the security for the running mate?
So the United States Secret Service, when a selection is made, will provide the appropriate level of security.
When you say we're in a heightened threat environment, what's the underlying reason for that? What can you tell us more about that?
So this is something that both Director Wray of the FBI and I have communicated publicly, both in hearings and outside the hearing context. The threat landscape is very dynamic, both domestically, with the rise of domestic violent extremism. The rhetoric to which one reporter referred only contributes to that. And of course, we have seen the foreign threat environment increase as well.
Jen, thank you. You just said that you have 100% confidence in the Secret Service. Does the president share that confidence? Have you talked to him about it?
I will not speak for the president, but I know as a protectee, he's incredibly.
I'll speak to that when it's my turn. Go ahead.
Hi, Secretary. Thank you. Can you speak to any enhancements to the president's security for his trip to Las Vegas this week and other locations? I mean, how has that changed, if it's changed at all? And I have a second question as well.
So I'm not in a position to share particulars because we do not disclose tactics, techniques, and procedures. But let me say that adjustments have been made to the former president's detail, to the current president's detail, as well as to the vice president's detail.
And with social media companies, I mean, terms like deep state have been one of the most viral terms over the weekend on platforms like X, on Meta. Has there been any outreach to these companies from administration officials to try and stop the disinformation or kind of quell it in any way?
Deep state.
Well, the rhetoric that we hear, we are very mindful.
What do
of
you
the
mean
First
the
Amendment
rhetoric?
right, that is one of
What do you
the
mean? Whose
underpinnings of
rhetoric
this
are we
country.
getting mad
And
at?
so the balance between
The fuck?
respecting the First Amendment and actually rhetoric that is that can be addressed by these social media companies is something that we deal with on an ongoing basis.
Thanks so much. Law enforcement officials tell ABC News that the building where the shooter was on the roof was actually the staging area for the local police tactical team who's watching over the crowd. I understand you can't comment, you have an independent review, but why would the Secret Service not be tasked with overseeing that building with a direct line of sight at the former president?
So once again, I will not comment on specific facts or asserted facts with respect to the subject of the independent investigation. Both the review and the FBI's criminal investigation. But remember something, that local law enforcement with whom we work all across the country, including, for example, at national security special events such as the NATO summit that concluded successfully, that is something that we do all the time. It's a very well-defined protocol and regime.
Was the local law enforcement in direct communication in real time with the Secret Service, or was there some sort of breakdown there?
Again, I'm not in a position to speak of particular facts of what did and did not occur on Saturday.
Mr. Secretary, would the president dismiss his Secret Service director if this investigation returns findings of failures by that agency that could have been prevented?
I am not in a position to speculate, nor should I.
Is it that we are now about 48 hours out from this, just shy of that, and we still don't have any information on a motive? Is it that the investigators are withholding any information out of sensitivity to this heightened threat environment that you mentioned, or the political events that are happening right now?
So remember something, that the assailant is deceased. He was shot and killed by the United States Secret Service. The ability to identify a motive is something that, in this situation, is a result of extensive and intensive investigation. And so it is, in fact, only 48 hours after the tragic events of Saturday. And you will recall, I think, in the very, very tragic shooting in Las Vegas quite a number of years ago, because of the fact that the assailant then was shot and killed, a motive was not identified at all.
A motive there, Mr. Secretary. Are you suggesting
Correct.
that we might never find one?
I'm not suggesting anything. I just cited that as an example of the difficulty in identifying a motive.
And one more, sir. At least 8 Republican lawmakers have blamed President Biden for this. An additional 21 blamed Democrats, the left, and the media critical of Trump for driving the rhetoric that led to this outcome. How does the White House respond to that blame coming from some Republican lawmakers?
I will let Corinne answer that, but I think the president's comments with respect to the rhetoric that we need to tamp down in this country is responsive.
Mr. Secretary, you've said that there was a failure here. There's a criminal investigation up and running. What is taking time for the independent investigation to be up and running? And it didn't sound like you were giving a timeline of when that will occur.
We're going to commence the independent review as quickly as possible. We are going to be reaching out very, very shortly to individuals who will hopefully lead that independent review, and I will communicate to those leaders the need for swiftness of action in light of the fact that we are dealing with a security protocol.
But if that's the case, is this like days, weeks? What is your sense of timing of when this review will be up and running, given the security
Days.
To follow up on Matt's question, you say an independent review, you're reaching out to people who will lead that. Are you talking about people outside of government? Are you committed to somebody who does not work for you or for President Biden to lead this review?
I am committed to going externally of the department and externally of the government so that no question of its independence can be raised.
Morgan Stanley's the only play we made.
Thanks, Kareem. Secretary, I understand.
If I may, Peter, it's very important that this independent review have the confidence of the people.
Secretary, can you give us any details at all about what areas this review will be looking at in terms of the failures that happened on Saturday?
I would rather not until this review is underway.
Okay, we're going to start wrapping up then. Just quickly, if I may, Secretary, can you fill out any more of the timeline of what local law enforcement knew or didn't know before the shooting? This is in reference to this interview with an individual who said that he saw somebody crawling up the building, and we're still a little unclear on the timeline of how that information was communicated.
Why was he
I hate
in a
to
BlackRock
to
commercial?
end the session on an answer on a question that I cannot answer, and so perhaps Corinne will reach out for another question. Because as I mentioned before,
Yeah,
I
Morgan Stanley
cannot
going up
speak to what did and did not occur. The facts are the subject of an independent review, or will be, and also a criminal investigation is underway.
In that case, is there any
Oh,
progress
shit.
on cracking into the suspect's cell phone?
I fucked up, you guys.
So what do you tell them?
No.
I bought the Morgan Stanley plays on the long
You said
term.
that you have 100% confidence in the Secret Service. Do you have 100% confidence
Oh,
in Director
shit.
PHILO specifically?
Yes.
And Mr. Secretary, since Saturday, has anyone been reassigned or removed from Donald Trump's security detail?
I don't have knowledge of that. I do not believe
Yeah, oh shit.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is the U.S. Secret Service, they're responsible for, of course, protecting a wide variety of events. Are they considering changes to the type of outdoor events that will be coming up in the next
All right, I'm
4
selling
months of
them.
campaigning for candidates on both sides?
You have one day trade in the. I'm gonna get my
we
day
are
trades.
constantly.
Oops,
The
sorry.
Secret Service and the entire community.
You made 2 day
is
trades. You're allowed to
constantly
make one more day trade.
assessing the threat environment,
Yeah, I
the threat
forgot.
landscape, and making adjustments accordingly. And so that is a factor in our assessment of the landscape.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, what do you tell Americans who may feel nervous about going to political rallies now, sir? Amy?
Okay, thank you so much, Secretary. Appreciate it. I just have one more thing and then we'll continue. So I want to take a minute to thank Kelly O'Donnell, your outgoing president of the White House Correspondents Association. Kelly, the past year has presented no shortage of news, opportunities and challenges. You've been a great partner day to day here at the White House, and we've closely worked together on major events.
I got out. I think I made some
minor
money on that.
logistics and travel, both domestic
Nice.
and foreign. I want this room and the many members of the WHCA to know that you have had a trusted
We
ally,
lost $2
friend,
and then we
leader
made
in
$5.
Kelly O.
So we made some
And,
money, but yeah, I had to put it on the other account.
You have always advocated heartedly
Excuse me?
on behalf of your fellow journalists, and we are grateful for your service, and we are relieved you will still be on the beat here at the White House and in the briefing room. It has been a joy, and I've had the opportunity to know you for some time, even before being at the White House, and I really appreciated more personally your guidance, your mentorship in tough times. And so thank you so much, Kelly. And we are also looking forward to working closely with Eugene Daniels, the new president of WHCA, and we congratulate him as well. It has been a joy, and thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, Zeke, let's go.
Following up on Jay's question there, does the president have confidence in the director of the Secret Service?
So a couple of things, yes. So the answer is yes, but I do want to say the director is working hard to examine what happened and to ensure protectees have needed security. And she is committed to cooperate fully with the independent review that the president obviously announced and directed to move forward with just a day or so ago. Everything is moving so quickly. The men and women at the Secret Service have a hard job. As you heard the Secretary mention, they work tirelessly every day to protect the president, former presidents, and other people. Their mission is critical, and we need all hands on deck in this moment. Right now, we are focused on getting all the facts so we can get to the bottom of this, of what happened. It is important for the American people to know what happened. That's why the president directed an independent review, and direct the direct an independent review, and that's what the president asked for. Direct the Secret Service to provide Donald Trump and all other protectees the resources needed to ensure safety, and order the Secret Service to review all security measures for the Republican Convention, which is what you've heard directly from the Secret Service speak to in the past 24 hours or so. But yes, he has confidence.
And does he have confidence in Secretary Mayorkas, obviously, since Steve?
Yes.
And does the president have plans, or has he spoken with the family of the man who was killed at the rally?
They should be
So
coming
you heard
back.
me at the top, and you heard the president speak in his Oval Address, and one time before that, obviously, and he gave a heartfelt condolences to Corey's family, and the families obviously who were affected by the horrific shooting on Saturday. And so the president understands loss, obviously, as you all know. He understands what it means to lose someone that you love. Our condolences, our prayers go out to Corey's family. I don't have anything else to add. We want to be really, really mindful and for their privacy, protect and respect their privacy. I just don't have anything else to add to that.
And then lastly, the president last night said it's time for everyone in the political space to tone it down, to cool the political rhetoric. Does the president regret anything that he has said in the course of this campaign about his Republican rival or anybody else in the political space? Does he plan to adjust his rhetoric, or is it just a call for other people to make changes?
So I want to just be very clear, and you know this. I've been asked about anytime there's violence, sadly, that comes up across the country. The president has always spoken out forcefully against violence, always. Political violence has no place in America. You've heard the president say this. He repeated his thoughts in the Oval Address last night. He repeated his thoughts multiple times before then, and obviously throughout his presidency, throughout his entire career. We want to make sure that we are not politicizing this at this moment. It is not a time to do that. We want to make sure that we bring Americans together. When you think about why the president ran in 2020, the cornerstone of his presidency is uniting this country. And he also said that it is okay to have disagreements on agendas. It is okay to have disagreements on character or record, but we cannot have violence.
And then Morgan Stanley's
in this
still
country.
dancing.
And that is something that he's going to continue to be very, very clear about.
Does he or does he not regret anything that he has said about former President Trump or any of the other political rivals?
What I will say is the president has forcefully spoken out against violence. That is something that he has done over and over again, and he believes that he feels strongly about the stakes of this campaign. He feels very, very strongly about that. He wants to bring the temperature down. He wants to lower the temperature. It is important that we do that, and it is a moment that we come together, and that is what this president is all about. And he wants to continue to work on uniting this country. That's what he wants to focus on.
Follow up on that. Just last week in Michigan, President Biden called Trump a threat to this nation. Should we expect that he will not be calling out Trump with that kind of rhetoric going forward?
So what I will say is that it is important, right? We believe it is important to continue to forcefully speak against any type of political violence. That is what the president believes. And we do not want to politicize this moment. Politicizing this moment is unacceptable. We believe, and the president believes, you heard from him, in a very clear statement last night about the importance of uniting this country, the importance of continuing to do so, and that we cannot tear America apart to score political points. We cannot do that. And so we don't want to politicize this moment. We want to unite. We want to continue to focus on that, and that's what the president's going to focus on right now.
Will his messaging change this week?
His messaging is going to be really clear. He's going to continue to engage with the American people. That's what you're going to see in the next upcoming days, upcoming weeks. Nothing different than what he's done in the last almost 4 years. And lay out his agenda, highlight his agenda. There are differences. There are differences in our agenda and what Republicans believe, right? There are differences. And that is okay. And it is okay to speak to someone's record and someone's
I don't know why
character.
the weed stocks are pumping.
But we cannot accept violence. We cannot accept that. And
Good
so
to
the
hear.
president's going to
Maybe y'all
continue to
called
do
me.
that,
Y'all said a
highlight
lot
his
for the
agenda.
last
It's
couple
important for
years,
the
you
American
know.
people to
I
hear
may have started
directly
some
from him
violence.
what he has done the last 3.5 years and how he sees the future of this country. That will not change.
Speaking of that agenda, the president told a group of Democratic lawmakers on the phone this weekend that he has been working with experts on some Supreme Court reforms that he will be unveiling at some point in the future. Can you tell us anything about those reforms, when he might unveil them, and what he is seeking to achieve?
I appreciate the question. I'm not going to get ahead of the president, so I don't have anything to share at this time.
He also said in his press conference last week that he is looking at rent caps. What can you tell us about his policy when it comes to rent caps?
Again, I'm going to
Real
let the
estate
president
stocks
speak
going?
to that when time comes. Thanks, JJ.
Talk about that.
To follow up again on the Oval Office address and lowering the temperature, does the president want to see any concrete actions from former President Donald Trump to show that he too is working to lower the temperature?
I'm going to let the former president speak for himself and move forward with how he wants to move forward with his campaign, with how he sees the country, the future of this country. He has to speak to that. I'm not going to get into that from here.
And is there anything else you can tell us about the call between the president and the former president, what the tone was? Did the race come up at all? Did the former president mention anything about politics, or was it just well wishes?
So, look,
I hope
I'm
you're
gonna
okay.
stick to what we have
my
been able
bad.
to
My
confirm
bad for
all
calling
of
you
Obviously,
Hitler
the
for all the
president
time.
and
I
the
didn't mean
president said
for
this as well,
a weird little
that
white
they
kid to
spoke
go
on-
shoot
on,
you.
the
I'm
president
sorry
said this on
about
Sunday.
that.
Yesterday, he
I
spoke
hope you're
with
feeling
Donald Trump
okay.
on Saturday.
I know,
He is sincerely
Joey
grateful
B.
that
It's
he's doing
fine.
well
I feel
and
good.
recovering.
I feel
He had a
great.
good and respectful
You know,
conversation
sticks
with
and
him,
stones may
and
break
that the
my
president
bones.
and the first lady will continue
And
to
only
keep
a
them,
22 caliber will
keep,
take out
Mr.
cartilage.
Trump and his family
But
in,
still,
in their prayers.
it's good
Just
to be
don't have
here.
anything
Good to
else
be here.
add.
You
It
better
was a
watch
private
out, Joey B.
conversation, but
I'm
we
not the
were
only
able
one
to
with
confirm,
radicals.
to all of you
I guess
what
you
was
guys
put
got
out
some
by,
radicals
the
too.
campaign.
Yeah, no, it's fine. My bad, bro. I didn't think little
So,
homie would
it happened
fucking get
on
all
Saturday.
hyped up out
Don't
about it. He got
have,
all
don't have
uppity
a
after a
timeline
couple of
for
fucking
you.
Hitler
It was
comments.
a respectful
My
call.
bad. I didn't think
It
little
was a
homie would do it
good
like that.
conversation,
I know,
and
it's the
the
little
president's
homies,
gonna
the
continue,
little
and the first
guys.
lady's
They
gonna
keep going
continue
out there.
to send
They
well
keep going out. They want to make a name for themselves. I know, my bad. I tell him I
We're
put
not
him
gonna
in check.
politicize this moment.
Yeah,
We're just
fucking
not.
cuckoo.
The president's going to continue
My
doing
bad.
what he's been doing for the past couple weeks, for the past 3.5 years, which is going out there, engaging, talking directly to the American people about his record, what he's been able to do on behalf of the American people in the past 3.5 years, the economy, healthcare, continue to expand healthcare, continue to make sure that the wealthy corporate and billionaires are paying their fair share, and make sure that we're building an economy from the bottom up, middle out. That is what the president's going to focus on. We're not going to politicize this moment.
Lastly, we saw reports that he had met with Chuck Schumer over the weekend. Is that true? Anything you can say about that?
So what I can say about that is that I think Chuck Schumer put out a note on that. It was a good meeting, like the senator said, and I'm not going to read out beyond that. And the president is looking forward to continuing to work with Leader Schumer, continuing to work with Leader Jeffries in how we can focus on the American people, do the work that we've been able to do, that historic work, building on unprecedented record. That's what the president wants to focus on the American family, the middle class, and that's what I can say about that. Good, Michael.
Oh, I'm sorry. Senator J.D. Vance, whom Donald Trump has just picked as his running mate, put out a message on social media Saturday, about 2 hours after the shooting, blaming President Biden's rhetoric for the shooting. In fact, he said that rhetoric led directly to President Trump's attempted assassination. What's your response?
I mean, I've kind of gotten this question in many different ways. I'm not going to politicize this moment. We are not going to politicize this moment. It is wrong to politicize this moment. We have been, very clear on how sick. The president said this word. Saturday's events were sick. It's not acceptable. Political violence is not acceptable. And we have said that over and over and over again. And we will continue to be very clear about this. We need to lower the temperature. That's what we need to do. Lower the temperature. And
like the little weird white kids who listen to us are starting to act on the words we say. We should probably lower the temperature. Oh, yeah. Hold on. These unemployed people listening to all of the aggressive rhetoric are now reacting to it. Maybe we should turn down the temperature. Oh.
Look, it's really repeating what the president said. Now's the time to focus on uniting the country.
No fucking
You
way.
heard directly from NATO leaders just last week on how they appreciated and respected the president's leadership, especially over the last 2 years, more than 2 years, as we think about the war in Ukraine because of Russia's aggression, as we see what's happening in the Middle East, and in particular NATO. This is a president that has strengthened NATO and helped to expand NATO. And so that's what you saw from the leaders, that's what you heard from the leaders, and that's what you saw from this president, obviously, in his term here at the White House. We're going to continue to hear directly from the president. We got to lower the temperature. We got to unite the country. That's what the president's going to continue to focus on. Okay.
Thank you so much. Have the tragic events of this weekend shifted the president's sense of urgency or position on gun control legislation? And then secondly, there's been a lot of right-wing chatter about the female agents guarding the former president, specifically whether women are up to the job.
Did she really ask? She just asked the holster question.
But I mean, this is a talking point that is circulating. So what's your response?
That's ridiculous. To your second question, obviously, it's ridiculous. No.
She said we saw that the women cannot holster. Do you think they know how to use a weapon?
I understand why you're asking the question. The sentiments coming from that about women and not being able to do the job, that's ridiculous. Just to be really clear about that. And look, you heard from the secretary. These men and women put their lives on the line. What they're doing is brave. And we should not discount that. We should not discount that if it's a man or if it's a woman. And to have that sentiment out there is unfair and it's ridiculous. Now, to step back, there's going to be an independent review here. This is something that the president directed and asked for. We got to get to the bottom of this. Of what happened, and American people deserve an answer, and that's what the president wants to see. And so getting into these types of speculation is
then,
just
damn,
ridiculous.
we only have 30 minutes left,
It's
28.
Just ridiculous. Yeah. Oh, yes. Look, the president has been obviously a strong advocate on gun control. He has been throughout his career as a senator, as vice president, and now as president. As you know, we were able to get a bipartisan legislation done, the first bipartisan legislation to deal with gun control that we hadn't seen in about 30 years. And the president led on that effort and was able to get that done. There's a lot more work that we need to do. That is on Congress. We have to continue to get Congress to ban assault weapons, for example, and to do a lot more. The president has signed more than 24 executive actions because we understand and he knows that guns are an epidemic sadly in our country. It is an epidemic. The number one killer of our children is guns. And that should not be. That should not be. And so the president's going to continue to be steadfast on this. We have the White House Office for Gun Prevention, which the vice president leads on. That is something that was created here in this White House, never existed before. And that shows the president's commitment on dealing with this epidemic. Okay.
And speaking of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, in the past when there's been mass shootings or casualty incidents with gun violence, they've sent resources and had folks on the ground. Are there any plans to do that for the folks?
So right now, as you know, it's an FBI investigation, so they got to get to the bottom of it and see what occurred and see what happened and get answers to that. I don't have any information at this time on how the White House Office of Gun Prevention is assisting in the families and obviously the folks who attended. I would have to speak to them directly about that. But we need to get to the bottom of this. That's why there's an independent investigation. That's why we brought the secretary here to answer your questions, to be as transparent as we can be at this time. We got to let the investigation move forward, but it's important to do that. And hopefully we'll have more to share with you on your question. Okay.
Come on.
Isn't the White
25 minutes. So get ready, even the final plays. These are going to start being up here. Or literally the market may start
you're
moving.
Speaking to
it's crazy.
The announcement that came out.
Literally like around, I want to say the same prices as Euro close or a little bit post.
Justice is independent, as the president has said, even during
it was like
his
an hour
2020
after Euro
election,
close
he
we
said
got
that
into
he
this
would
range.
Want to restore the independence.
There's
of
a
the
couple
Department
of
Justice.
earnings
He's
after
done
the
just
bell
that.
and a lot in the
They make the decision on their cases independently, so that's a question that I would have to refer all of that to Department of Justice. Okay.
After the president paused his campaign events over the weekend, obviously he didn't go to Texas. Now he's heading to Las Vegas this afternoon. Can you give us a preview of what to expect? Are we anticipating a different tone out on the road than we're used to seeing with the president when he's out on the trail?
So as I mentioned a couple times before, and as the president has said, we have differences in our agenda. We do. What we believe is very different than what Republicans believe and how we see the future of this country. And that is important to have differences. It is important. It is okay to have differences. And so he will talk about each of those differences. It is crucial, though. It is important that we bring the temperature down. That's what the president has said. That's what he wants to see. And he's going to live through those values, and that's what you're going to see. Talk about his agenda, highlight his agenda. That's what you'll see in the next couple of days. Go ahead, Jackie.
Great. Taking another stab at the question you've answered several different ways, but I guess more simply, are we going to continue to hear the president in official events or on the campaign trail use the phrase threat to democracy specifically?
I want to be very clear. The president's always going to denounce violence, forcefully denounce it. He's always been against this throughout his career, throughout the last 4 years. We do not want to politicize this. It's unacceptable to do that. That's what the president has said. It is time to bring this country together, to bring American people together. That's what he wants to see. And so that's where I'm going to leave it. He wants to unite this country. And that is something that he's been saying since 2019.
That could be really hard to do, though, if you're trying to make a shift away from what has been the platform of this administration, of his campaign, in that the view is that Trump and the MAGA Republican agenda is a threat to democracy. So how do you get that message across while bringing the temperature down? How is that phrasing going to be replaced? Is it going to be replaced?
Well, look, what I can say is this. We have our differences, and it's okay to have our differences. And it is okay to speak to someone's record, to speak to someone's character. That is the difference of, that is important to be able to do, to show, right, what the American people, what you're all about. We're just going to continue to denounce violence. It is important to do that, forcefully be against violence. Political violence has no place in America.
No place.
It should not be. It does not have a place here. The president's going to continue to be very, very forceful about that. But we have a difference of agenda. That is the truth. That is the truth. And we're going to continue to speak to that difference, and the president's going to highlight his agenda.
Does the president view Trump's agenda as a threat to democracy?
Look, what I will say is right now we're not going to politicize what happened on Saturday. What happened on Saturday was horrific.
Now we're going to be really careful about what we say is a threat to democracy.
And we got to move forward in the way
we denounce all political violence.
That we don't
and
have.
Clearly we have differences.
This type of.
Okay, I don't know why y'all.
Can you bring us inside the room though, in a way that you're asking to bring down the temperature and have people consider the language that they use in order to dial back where we're at. So how are those discussions going on inside? Is there reflecting on language that's been used? What example is the president setting for others?
Well, I think the president has set an example on Saturday. No, but we can't also discount what's happened in the past 3 days, right? We can't discount what the president did on Saturday, right? We can't. He spoke to the former president. He was briefed by his team. He addressed the American people the same night, right? Came back to D.C. Yesterday, he had another briefing with his team. Right after that briefing, he went into the Roosevelt Room, spoke to the American people, and then used the Oval Office, one of the most important tools to use, important places to make
slide's coming right back down.
We
have 20 more minutes left.
An important address to the American people in prime time on a Sunday. I think that's important. He wanted to make sure that the American people heard directly from him, from the President of the United States, and also wanted to lay out that we should be able to have differences. Violence shouldn't be a part of that, right? He wanted to lay that out and say we have to bring the temperature down. I feel like those 3 moments that we've seen in the last three days shows how the president is moving forward. It does. And it is lowering the temperature saying violence has no part in our democracy in America, and saying it is okay to have differences. He also said that. He also said it's okay to have differences. Go ahead, Annie.
If we just take Jackie's timeline, the timeline that you just referenced, and move it back to 4 days before today, when the president was in Michigan, he said, over my dead body, it will happen, referring to Trump becoming president. He also said, another 4 years of Trump is deadly serious, deadly serious. And I think that's the type of language that we're referencing here. And would it be possible to get some sort of indication about whether that kind of language is what we'd expect to continue to hear from the president?
So look, what I would refer you to is basically what I told Jackie's the last 3 days. And what the president has said, you heard directly from him, what he's laid out, how he sees the future, how it's important to be able to speak to different agendas. It is important to speak to someone's record, someone's character. Violence has no place in America. Political violence is not okay. It is not. It is just not. The president said what we saw on Saturday was sick. I've said this about 3 times, used that word 3 times in this press briefing. It is not something that we should condone. We have to condemn violence. And that is something that this president has done throughout his career.
And I think we're clear on that. It's just, will the language shift from the president, given what you're talking about?
What I will say is you'll hear the president highlight his agenda over the next couple days. He will continue to do that. He will speak to the importance of the American people understanding the differences of where he stands and where Republicans stand. I got to be mindful here because it is a campaign that we're speaking about. And I think, though, if you look at what the president said, if you heard what the president said the last 3 days, and how he's led this country in this horrific time that we saw coming out of Saturday, I think that's important. And I think that's what the American people want to see. Toning down the rhetoric and condemning violence. I got to wrap it up. Go ahead.
I got to wrap it up.
Yeah, thanks, Green. So then, given the language from the leader of the free world, how does the president or the administration bear any responsibility for the environment that we're in?
What I will say is, and this is just a repetitive of what I'm saying here, we have to lower the temperature. You heard that from the president. There's no place in America for violence. It is important that we are really clear about that. We do not know. We do not have the answers to what happened on Saturday. What we know is a former president was shot. That is not something that should be accepted here, right? That is something that we have to condemn. That's what we know. There are a lot of questions that are still out there. But we have to lower the temperature.
But the president from the Oval Office said we have to look. Yeah, the president from the Oval Office said we have to lower the temperature, but he never said it starts with me.
When it comes to political rhetoric out there, when it comes to being mindful of how we are moving forward with our politics here, it takes all of us to lower that temperature. And I think that's important. That's important to note. Right? And I think that's what the American people want to see. They wanted to hear what the president said in the Oval yesterday. They wanted to hear what the president said on Saturday. Right? It is important to speak to the moment that we're in and say, we gotta condemn this type of violence. We do. Now, there are a lot of open questions here. We don't have answers to those open questions.
It is political.
Independent investigation will be thorough. That's what the president wants to see. We want to get to the bottom of it because there are questions.
So
that
15 minutes remaining, but you just had your little rally. You gained all of that in 5 minutes, gave it back up here after holding for 30.
The president is waiting for me, so I have to actually go. I'll see you guys on the road. Thanks, everybody.
Bye, guys. Bye, guys. Well, there it is. You had the RNC. Apparently, we have rumors of who Donald selected, and then you now had Corinne with her first press conference following the assassination attempt on Donald Trump's life. A lot of comments about lowering the temperature. There is no place for political violence. I'm sure you've heard that a lot here this morning. And then SPY is dumping. Again, bonds already near the low of the day. SPY, Russell, everything's green. Russell's actually above 2%. My goodness, actually. Yeah, Russell hit 2% and then kind of coming down here. Damn, I left a lot of money on the table there. I have an idea, so I'm going to wait till end of the day. I got 15 more minutes, and then we'll see what we do here. But the market should start moving. We'll find out. Or, I don't know. End of the day, bonds going up. I can't believe it's up to, yeah, I don't know. No, I gotta wait till it bounce. Gotta wait till it bounce. Did Vance announcement clap SPY? I don't know. I don't even know if it's really even confirmed. That's why it's kind of weird. So we still are going to hear some more updates from the politics of all of that. But as of now, we don't really know what's going on. And I think that's going to be a little bit weirder. So we'll see. But SPY did hit a new low of the day. We got about 13 minutes remaining. And then, again, you do have a couple of earnings tomorrow morning that we are going to get into. So we'll see. 8. Will that move faster? SPY still flushing. Trump announced it on Truth Social. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know. I mean, I don't have the Truth Social confirmation app. You know, I need to get me that, but I did not know that. So that was in the cards. I did not buy any more Nike. I mean, did I? I mean, whatever the last time. I don't know the last day I bought Nike. I bought it like a week or two ago. So just check the long term or when the last alert came in. But I think it was around like 72 or 73 when I purchased it. That dump came out of nowhere. So did the run up there too. Again, I'd be watching the Russell and everything else. And not to mention, these are the final minutes of the day. This is crazy because this little pullback is making today look very small. So now just only 0.1% return. And then you're pretty much within the same pricing as yesterday. So we'll see. And then I have an idea here I'm going to try to execute by the end of the day. Oh, deck eating. Yeah. I mean, again, there's another bad consumer name. Burberry today overseas. That one was not pretty. So I'd factor that into the situation as well with any of those retailers. So there's a little green shoot. After that big drop, you got 10-minute rigged in about 1 minute. So we'll see what happens from here. From hither. No, that already. Hold on, the Russell. I'm looking at the Russell too, but SPY, that candle's bigger. Russell already gave it back up. What a type of account is good for trading? Depends what you want to trade and how you want to do it. But, you know, a normal margin account could pretty much accompany any strategy. Right? If you have margin, you could do spreads, options, futures, whatever you want. Cash account will give you some safety, let you day trade and have certain limitations that might help you. But other than that, that's about it. Am I playing anything for the last 10? I might. I'm still in one play for now. I might add to it or I'm down to hold it, but I'm also looking for another reversal play. I want to go long on one play and then short on the other, but I don't know if I'll have that opportunity here. But final 10 minutes, final 5, we should get a movement, especially, too, if we flush here. I think you'll get a little bit more excitement. See if it actually even ends up filling the gap. So in the next couple of minutes, if we could come down to 56.12, I think that'll be big. Wait. 70. All right, well, here's 10-minute rig. Get ready for final 5, and then watch if you fill the gap. So, again, I think SPY goes break even, and then we'll call it a day. Why are we selling off? I think it was just kind of literally from that top, from Euro close today. It's been a one-way sell-off right back to open. So I wouldn't say we're dying as much as we're doing nothing, but it required dying to go nowhere, if that makes any sense. All right, well, get ready. I mean, even final 5, you're probably going to get there's your gap fill. We're kind of expecting it. Okay, I'm doubling down on there. Let me get my final 5 flip. I actually got 3 more minutes, but that is the gap fill from now on. 78. Yemen Houthis said they carried out 3 military operations. Yeah, retail sales in the morning, they are expected to come down negatively, so keep that in mind. Bro, it's crazy. 5666 on the futures. I feel like I've stared at this price for the last 72 hours. So literally last 3 trading days, I mean, you've spent a lot of time here. It's kind of crazy how many levels you've been above. So SPX is starting to flush, but again, this is the realm now of breaking even and filling the gap. It's all right here. So all day we gapped up about 0.5%, went up another 1%. The Russell shot up almost 2%, and then now you have this SPY filling the gap, and then back to where we are here today. We did go over a couple of the earnings plays, yes. We're only playing Morgan Stanley. That is the only one, my friend. That is the only one. So let's see. Final 5 in about 1:30. Already got everything ready to go. I think we're looking good. I think we're looking good, my brother. Let's just see where this bounce goes, and there's your... It's crazy. I mean, look at where VWAP was by the end of this. You were up a lot higher. So that's kind of crazy. And then earnings, DFS, American Express, UNH. Oh, hi. What just happened there? That thing just went crazy. All right, well, that's a big pop. I'm back to green on all my plays. Let's see where we could take this. Again, final 5 in 4, 3, 2, 1. Burp! And we're off. Come on, Habibi. Run. Run. All right, I sold out. I made $400, and I'm done for the day. Oh, $387. But, yeah, I'm out of all of my plays. So, again, I was positioned a lot higher from earlier. Average down with 3 of them here, and then I sold out. No, I'm still in my bond play. I was just flipping the ES. End of the day, bro, I'm telling you. I've literally done that for several days in a row of just literally, like, I may be stuck in a trade earlier, but them end of the day trades, bro, that's it. And then get in, get out, don't have to deal with it, and then you're good to go. Yeah. So, yeah, even then, even if you got that buy that I just took, I mean, that was literally the bottom tick. Woohoo! Welcome to no liquidity. Where this is what I'm saying. You could literally do nothing until the final 10 minutes. And then you could trade the whole entire day. But Chatadonia, It's time. I love you all. Thank you for being here. Happy Monday. It's been a great Monday. We got a lot going on, but here's the deal. I love you, and I want to show you how appreciative I am of your time. So you guys have been great today, especially if you didn't get banned or timed out. So as a thank you, to show you how grateful I am, when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your moment to mute your speakers, okay? Because it's going to get really loud in here. So when I say earmuffs, please mute your speakers. You'll be good to go. And then that's all you got to do, man. Protect yourself. And then you'll be safe, and everybody will have a good time. And you'll be like, I love Josh. He cares about me. He cares about my BBB. Oh, wow, he gave me the plays. Wow, all I have to do is like the video. Oh, wow, I love this Josh guy. He's a great guy, man. I sold out all of my ES plays. All I have is my bond plays, and then I'm still in any of the option plays that we made earlier. But, Chad, earmuffs. This is not a drill. Earmuffs. Protect yourself, please. I love you. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath their seats. We'll be coming to the house with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly Watchlist and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As you make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 76 degrees and sunny, looking like a beautiful day, unless you thought the market would move more than 0.1% above open because it just swung you around to really go nowhere and then have a bunch of political volatility. But the good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required until the election. So all we ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in a Cold Rapid Awards program card, please slide down their flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chadadonia. That's it, baby. Time to bring it home. Wrap it up. Let's have a good time over here. Enjoy the most. Make the most out of it. But Chadadonia, that is the day. I can't believe our Monday has already flown by right now. But Chadadonia, you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures, it doesn't matter. You got to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Less than 30 seconds. The beginning of another week with earnings. I can't believe Monday's over, but you got to bring it home and wrap up all your plays right now. More earnings tomorrow out of the banks. You're going to get more political volatility, more from the bonds and the dollar, and now you have less than 10 seconds remaining, so finalize it and bring it home. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go, baby. Oh, Chadadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. I need a good game in the chat right now. Drop that GG, baby. Let's go. Wow, you're even ripping after hours. Good game, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personality, info, baby. Way to hold it down. You didn't get banned. You showed mutual respect to the chat. You are really part of the community in a real way, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Good game. GG, baby. Way to hold it down. Amen. what I'm talking about. Hey, man, good game, baby. I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down. Drop that CT. Good game. Members, non-members, stream alerts. It don't matter, baby. Where you in the game. My honorary members. Did you throw in a dono today? You didn't have to, but you showed love, baby. God bless you. Good game, baby. GG. Good game, bro. GG, bro. Good game. I'll see you tomorrow, baby. Wild day today. We got more. Good game. If we held them ESs, those were the hell of my good game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Cool. Living Translation, and the strangest sacred in the world. And don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style. And why you need to stay in the game. And you always got to be meditating and prayer and realizing that you have a need. Because if you don't have a need, then you ain't never going to change. Amen. Amen. So, Chatadonia, I love y'all. I will see y'all tonight on the watch list and in the morning, God willing. And that is it. And peace. Hey, shut up. How do you shut that dog up? Hey, listen, Fido. Fucking FICO. Fucking FICO, Fido. Hey, turn down the temperature. We got to turn down the temperature of Hitler. Screw Hitler. But we got to tone the Hitler temp down. Yeah, you guys can't be shooting him. What the fuck? It's not a good look. It's not a good look. I can't do that. I know. They tried to kill me. Had me playing dodgeball with bullets. I know. They had bad aim. They couldn't hit. But you know what? I'm still here. And now that means I'm meant to win. I know. I don't make this up. Exactly. All I'm saying is who controls the temperature? If we're bringing the temperature down, how did it get this hot to begin with? Exactly. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.